Hello, everybody. I'm Snare, and welcome to Newgrounds Winterfest 2022. This is day 3, and today I'll be presenting to you basics of video game music for beginners. I had this opened. Sorry, that's my mistake. Today I'll be showing you how to make music for your video games. So if you're unexperienced in this sort of category of art and are a video game artist, you can tune in and learn how to use the basics of FL Studio, to make your own songs and put them in your own games, which is quite great. It is not that great of a, not that difficult of a program to use, and it's quite intuitive after you get used to it. So yeah, before I start, I'm going to introduce myself. As I said, I'm Snare. I have a YouTube and a Newgrounds where I post my music and tutorials and fun stuff. Generally varied content. I have around 4 years of experience in this category, as I said, and I've worked with a few games before and made quite a lot of different genres of music. Before I continue, I just want to say thank you for being here and choosing to learn. It's great that you're doing this for yourself, especially seeing how it's really tough to get into something new, right? So any sort of little something to get into it yourself is good. Alrighty, so seeing how this is oriented at complete beginners, I'm going to assume that you have no prior knowledge of this. So what is FL Studio? I mentioned it before. FL Studio is a program for making music and sound. Anything related to sound you can basically do in here. And I'm using this because the trial for it is actually free, and you can basically get it off of the internet, off of their main site, right? And anyone can use it. It's very intuitive, as I mentioned. And the only problem with it is that you can't save your projects, but you can save them, but you cannot open them back up. So it's great for beginners, especially with all the good stuff that it comes that you can use. The way we're going to approach making this is we're going to use instruments and patterns, which I'm going to explain what they are. And we're going to arrange them to create a song, which we're then going to export. And that song is going to be loopable. Now, I'm not going to actually be making like a amazing song, but I'm going to showing off how everything works, so you get a pretty good feel of how this would be used. Alrighty. So let's start with how FL works. It's not going to look exactly the same for you when you open it up the first time, but that's fine. It's not a problem because all the buttons are still going to be there, just in a little bit different positions. So let's start with this top bar right here. When you're working in FL, you're going to be working with patterns and sounds, and you're going to be placing them down like this, just by clicking, and moving them around and deleting them, right? You can place them with left click, right, and right click to delete them. And here you have a few editing modes for them. Similar to something like After Effects or Premiere Pro, you can cut them into pieces, rearrange them, slide through them. So you have here like a draw tool, right? Very basic, it just allows you to place them down and select and move them. You also have a delete tool if you want to do it like this. You also have mute tools, so if you have something placed down, right, like this, you can just mute it. You also have other tools like the slice and the slip, but these are a bit more advanced, and you sort of use them when you're working with not bigger projects, but with more items. Alrighty. Up here, you have a few more buttons, and they basically enable your main screens that you work with. The one that you're looking at right now is called the track list, and it's where you arrange your patterns. Patterns are basically loops that you make yourself, and you can basically place them however much you want, as I said. And this is it, the playlist. You also have this channel rack where you actually have your instruments, and then a mixer, which I'm going to get into later. So, as I mentioned before, this channel rack right here has a bunch of instruments that you can have that you can play around with. So you can see here, there's all sorts of stuff. And you're not going to have all of this when you start out. So I'm just going to use one of the basic ones that comes with FL. This is FL keys. You're going to be pretty easily able to find it. And it looks like this. This is a piano. It's just a simple piano. And it has a lot of controls, but you literally don't need to change anything, right? When you first open up your channel rack, it's going to look like this. And switching here allows you to actually switch the modes. And to actually make your sounds play notes, you can right-click on your instruments. And here you'll see like a little pop-up menu where you can actually delete instruments and clone them, or add new ones in between them, or rename them and change their colors, etc. And here you have a little button at the top called the piano roll. And this is one of the things that FL is really good at, and it's really good for, is this piano roll where you can place down notes to create your patterns. The reason this is really great is that it's really intuitive and very smooth. So I can drag it around very easily. I can hear the notes that I'm placing. And it has a lot more useful capabilities for later on when you get into music. So let's start with just the basic music theory behind how music works, right? First of all, you can place notes, right? And they have length, so you can make them longer or shorter. And based on how you arrange them, you have different rhythms, right? If you want to play what you're doing, you can just hit this little play button up here. And if you want to slow it down or speed it up, you do it with this tempo automation thingy. The general tempo that people work at depends, right, on the genre and on the style. You could be working, I work in 140, you could be working in 60, or 70, or slower, or long, or faster. It doesn't really matter. So, you can place down notes, shorten them, lengthen them, and the controls are basically the same as the ones in the playlist view, right here. You can also open up the MIDI view in here by clicking on the actual instrument's MIDI channel. So, how do you actually make melodies? You know you can place notes down, but like just placing them like this sounds horrible. And that's where music theory comes in. Music theory is sort of like a quantization of what notes can go together to create feelings and ideas. I can say, for example, that these three notes are great, and they are great. They sound great, right? And how do I know that? Well, there's such a thing called scales. Basically, there are a total of 12 notes on a piano. Don't mind the ones above or below this. Well, we're going to look at all of these, right? These notes are separated by tones, so between C and D there's a tone, and then half tones, which are between the tones. There's certain notes that are marked as you can see, as a whole tone, even though it's a half tone, right? So between E and F. And we basically use these to split the keyboard into a number of notes that we can play. The notes are C, D, E, F, G, A, B, right? And then they repeat. Between these notes, there's intervals. And these intervals are basically defined by the amount of space between each. Between the root, this bottom note, and the highest note, or the one above it, right? So this one, it would be a third, because it goes 1, 2, 3. And this one would be a fifth, because it goes 3, 4, 5. Now, when it comes to actual spaces between the notes and the scales that they're playing, there's two scales that people generally use, those being major and minor. Major is really happy, and you hear it in a lot of happy and cutesy music, right? And minor is somewhat darker in a sense, or cooler, and people use it for more emotional music and for like 99% of everything that you hear. The way you can see the scales that you're playing is in here. Now, this is a little bit of a more complicated like menu thingy, but you can go in here into this little piano roll options thingy, and you can go to view and scale highlighting, and here you can basically choose any of these, right? Which is a lot, and it's a little bit overbearing. Scales are basically a sort of mold that you write your notes around. So you can see these are all the notes that I allow myself to play, and they will all sound good when harmonizing with each other, right? These notes here sound off between them, so I'm not going to play them in my scale. Whenever I go here and go to view and go to scale highlighting, I can basically change this scale, the mold. The one that I'm working with is the minor natural, which is basically the dark one that I mentioned. There's also major right up here. Now, there's a lot of in-between ones that sound weird and interesting, like Egyptian and enigmatic and cool stuff like that, but generally, I haven't worked with any of these before. And I don't think they're really that great. You can also change the note that the scale starts at. So the way these notes start like this, you can actually move them up, right? Or down, right? And they have different feelings, right? Even though it's just one note difference, it's a completely different feeling that you can get from literally playing the same thing, right? By just moving it up or down. So, let's remove these and let's talk about chords. A chord is basically a few notes. Generally, in music theory, a chord is defined as more than 3 notes, basically. So you have to have at least 3 notes for those to be considered a chord. And a chord is basically a harmony, right? The way I played that, sorry, was by pressing Alt and right click. You can also press space and it plays it for you. Alrighty, so for example, I can make all sorts of interesting and weird combinations to just outright change the feeling of the chord. Right? And I can, oops, actually I shouldn't have deleted that. I can actually move the entire chord. So it sounds like this. I can move it down or up, oops, to get yet again new feelings. And that's what's really great about music, is that although it feels like, when you're working on it, that there's a lot of stuff that repeats or that maybe you feel like you've done before, you never really end up with the same thing just because of the way it is and of the way you approach making music. It's always a little bit different and unique. And that's what's great about making your own music, is that you have complete control over what feelings and what ideas you have in your mind, especially for a game where you're making and programming the entire game and you sort of want a good soundtrack behind it. And obviously, you can trust the musician, which is going to do a really good job. Or you can also trust yourself and try and learn and become better and better understand other people's work, right? By doing music yourself, you understand what your musician would be doing when you hired them. So, we talked about chords, and you can go more than 3 notes, so this is called a 7th chord, and it's really jazzy. Another interesting thing about notes is that they repeat. And this repetition, as you can see, is marked with C again and again, but with a different number, higher or lower. And what's great about this is that anything that you put up or down, you know, by one of these numbers is in perfect harmony, actually. Well, not perfect harmony, right? But it's actual harmony. It's always going to sound good. And this is called an octave. It is still a type of interval, and it's technically not the same note, even though it is marked at it. It feels like it, and it's because of maths. I don't want to get into the maths behind how that works. So, we have chords, right? And outside of chords, another thing that you're going to be working with is melody. Melody is basically notes in a succession like this, right? Let's say I'm making a great melody. Ugh, God, that's horrible. And I'm gonna slow it down so you get a better idea of how it would feel. That's painful to listen to. Melodies are basically, as I said, a succession of notes. So these already imply a sort of idea of rhythm. Rhythm is basically the way it's like an internal pulse of the music, right? Generally, when you start off, you don't really have much of a sense of how to create good rhythms yourself. And that's why a lot of beginners have the really weird drums in their music, is because they don't really know how to arrange them that much and don't have like a feeling for how to create all sorts of variety, right, with them. Not to say that's a bad thing, right? You learn and you gain a sense for it. Rhythm, for example, is this. So this is a rhythm. It's very basic, right? And then the moment I change this, so I'm saying, oh, I want this to actually play like this, right? It's playing a rhythm, a different rhythm. It's a different rhythm. And that's what melody bases itself on. In music theory, a melody is usually made out of one or two notes, right, at the same time, playing at the same time. Basically playing in a rhythm and sort of going up or down in notes and such, right? Melodies are usually accompanied by the chords, so they usually come together in a lot of classical music, obviously. But in your music, especially electronic music, there's a lot of music without any of these, right? Without even rhythm. So that's for you to decide what you want and what you don't want. Let's just quickly put down some chords just for shits. Oops. So I'm gonna go with this, right? And then next one, oops. I can press Control and select everything. And then I can press Shift and click on it and drag it. And that basically clones it for me. And I can do this however much I want, right? And then I can just change it up. So let's say I want this one to sound like this. It's pretty amazing, right? And I can very easily and with just a few note changes, you get new feelings. Right? So you got a feeling there. And then you just place your notes on top in some sort of rhythm that you like. I'm just gonna play something very simple here. Right? So that's your melody and your chords, one above each other, and they work really well. Now, on top of this, you also have instruments to work with. Not everything can play a melody, right? Like drums don't play melodies most of the time, but other stuff does, right? And you generally combine these elements to create interesting music. Actually, I'm going to leave this there. So I'm going to be talking now about instrument roles. That is, what role does each instrument take up in a composition? And I summed it up for this to 4 general ones. There's actually a lot more, and later on you learn how to work without thinking of them as, each having a role, right? And rather you start thinking about the general sound and such. But that's later, okay? So first, I have here drums, which are basically there to keep a rhythm, right? If I'm going to load up some drums right now. Don't mind this. Let me look for a drum kit quickly. Here we go. Sorry, just gonna take a second. Oh god, I thought it crashed there for a second. So this is an example of a drum loop. I mean, everyone knows how a drum loop sounds like. You have your drums, which are the kick, the snare, and the hi-hat. These are very basic and almost everyone knows that they exist. And then you just take them together and you place them down to create a rhythm. And this is a rhythm without melody, right? Drums do play notes, but that you don't have to worry about that, right? So I'm gonna make this play the most basic rhythm. Right, very simple. And what it's doing is it's, in a sense, emphasizing the melody and all of this, right? You have all of this dead space here, and the drums are just filling it up with a little bit of something in between them. So you can make it more interesting, right? You can add these hi-hats, which are really fun. And then later on, you can do more complicated stuff. Oops. Right, you can double up your snare, or I don't know. I can't think of anything right now. Oh, actually, I should keep this. So you have, your kick, your snare, a groovy drum kit, and yeah, the next instrument is the chords. The chords already showed it. That is this piano. Anything that can play multiple notes at the same time is an instrument that can play chords. And it doesn't have to be the same instrument to play both chords and the lead, which is the instrument that plays the melody, right? But they can as well. So, as I said, you have the chords, and then you have the melody. And they can, as I said, be played by the same instrument or different ones. Instruments that only play leads generally can only play one note at the same time. That's really what's the difference between them. So imagine like a solo violin, right? That can only play a melody. When you have a violin section, that's like 8 violinists playing at the same time, they can play each a different note. And that creates chords, if you want to do chords with them. Or you can have them play all one note at the same time. It gets fun. It's really funky. Okay. And the last one is bass. Bass is basically a note that accompanies everything really deep. So around this deep. So generally people use the bottom note of a chord for their bass. Like this. So I can just... this is really low. Oops. And you can switch them up, obviously. So I'm using this note from it and create interesting ideas and such. And you can see very easily how this can create a lot of variety just by simply playing around with what sounds you're using, with how you change up their rhythms, with how you switch them up and make them more interesting, right? So I can change these chords up so they also play a rhythm. Woohoo, this is crazy. We're going into super territory. Right? Wow, that's really cool, huh? And that's what's awesome about it. And you can do the same with the bass. Oh my god, I want the bass to be really cool right now. So I'm gonna make it real cool. watch this. And look at this. I'm gonna go crazy. And seeing how I mentioned beforehand that this and this is the same note. Now I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move this down and move this an octave up. Yeah? Awesome. Wow. Yeah. Obviously this sounds really bad, but it's just to explain how it works. So we've got our song, our funky groove, and you know, I feel like it's a little bit boring, you know, just a tad bit. So how about I switch up the instruments, right? I want the bass to be on something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up a synthesizer. Yeah, synthesizers are oh, don't mind how complicated this looks. You don't need that, right? Synthesizers basically create sound from nothing, right? And that's crazy. You can basically create sounds out of your fingertips. Oh my god. So let me take a sound from here. I'm going to explain what this is in a second. Let me find a cool bass here. Right? So you can take it and put everything to just do this. Okay. So you can take it and you can select something like this, and then you can control copy, very easy, and paste it on your synth. So this synth, I loaded a preset. A preset is basically a pre-made sound for it, so you genuinely don't have to bother about making your own sounds every time. Awesome, especially for a beginner, as I said. And now I have it playing on this cool sound. So let me just remove it from the piano, right? So let's solo it and let's hear how it sounds. Oh, that's deep, dude. That's so cool. Oh my god. Wow. So, that's awesome. And now I can basically play around with everything else. And yeah, as you can see, it sounds different. It sounds different than just playing everything on the piano. And that's what's cool about it. So, as you saw, I loaded a preset from a synthesizer, and that's all like, what is he doing right now? This is a little bit complicated. I don't understand it. In here, you have a lot of different instruments. Now, a lot of these, as I said, don't come with a file. I purchased them. And obviously, you don't have to purchase them, if you know what I mean. But, you know, you can use the stuff from a file when you're starting out. And one of the good ones that I think is good as a beginner is this one called Citrus. You're going to find it in your menu, don't worry. It doesn't look the same for you as it does for me, so don't try and like copy everything that I'm doing. Try and get to understand sort of what's happening, right? So, in here, in the synthesizer, all I have to do is just press on this presets thingy, as you can see. And here you have like a million presets that you can just play around with. Oh my god, it's so much stuff. You have drums here. If you can read this, I hope you can. I hope the quality is actually good enough. Let me just check. It should be. So yeah, you can load up anything from here. Let's look for some of this weird stuff. What? Oh my god. What is this, right? And you can just play around with them, and they also inspire you a lot. Because, you know, getting interesting sounds sort of gives you ideas and such. Which is, yet again, so cool about music. And it's sort of similar to how in art you see a reference. In music, you can literally use that reference, right? So, in every sort of native synthesizer, as in synthesizer that comes with a file, has this presets tab, and you can play around with some of them. You don't need to learn how to use it at the start, right? It's a bit overwhelming, right? And you also have sounds in here. There's this folder on the side called packs, and here you have all sorts of cool stuff made by the people at ImageLine, the people that made FL. Drums, instruments. I think this is, these are actual instruments that you can load in. So I can go in in here, and I'm pretty sure I can just drag it in. Yeah. Oh, and this is a bass. And it sounds pretty good. Right? And you have a lot of sounds like vocals. Oh my god. Oh, these are pretty bad, but they're fun.
Give you pleasure.
Okay, let's stop with the vocals. And sound effects too, actually. So really useful. I remember using a lot of this stuff when I was starting out, and it's so good because it all comes with FL, and FL is free. And yeah. Alrighty. So as I said before, we can arrange what we do into a song, right? So let me quickly delete this. You can right click on an instrument to delete it or even clone it. So we have this cool loop. Right? Very simple. And I want to make it so it's sort of more interesting. And I can use patterns to do that. So whenever I go here, I can actually scroll wheel to switch between patterns, as you can see, and they're appearing here on the side. What I can do with these is basically create new melodies, and I can switch between them. Now, another way that a lot of people use them is they separate their instruments into each having a pattern, and then make instruments come in and out, depending on the section of the song. And it's a very easy way of structuring your song. So, I'm going to right click here, and I'm going to click cut. And I'm just going to go to a new pattern and paste the drums here. And I'm going to do the same here. You can also click the plus button, right? And it allows you to rename it instantly. So I have everything by itself. Right? And what you're going to do is you're going to select your pattern that you like, and you can just drop it in here. Now, when you hit play, you're going to notice that it's actually not playing the correct thing, right? So you have to switch between the pattern and play modes. The pattern mode basically plays the specific pattern that you have selected, and the actual song play mode plays the entirety of the song, depending on how you arranged it and how you cut it out. So I can place this, right, like 4 times. Ooh. And let's say at the start it's starting with the piano, right? And then I want to bring in this funky drum beat in this second section, and this thick bass, right? So it's playing the piano, right? And you can basically arrange an entire song based on these patterns that you're making, which is awesome. So yeah, let's say I arranged my song. This is a great track for my new soundtrack for my video game, right? And what I'm gonna do is I want to make these sounds be mine, right? So I'm going to put effects on them. Now, the way you put effects on them is a little bit more interesting, and it allows you to do a lot of stuff. It's really powerful. So in here, you see you have these little empty slots that if I scroll through them, they give you like numbers. Well, what is that about? If you head right here, it says View Mixer, right? This little liney button, and it gives you this huge thing. What is this? Basically, if I click on my channel rack, I can route my instruments each to a little line in here. So I can make the keys be on the first one, the drums on the second, and this bass on the third. And I have control over each one of them now. So beforehand, I didn't have really any control over them, and now I can do a lot more stuff because I routed them here. So each instrument is basically sending its sound into the one that you have routed it to. That is called a mixer insert. As you can see there, it's called an insert. And then this, everything from the song goes to this one called the master. Please don't put effects on the master. You end up putting like some effect, and then it's sort of like, makes the track sound a bit weird. Obviously, you can play around and do whatever you want. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. So let's say I want to do some effects on my piano. What I can do is I can right-click on this little green dot to only hear the piano. So if I go like this, I can see both the mixer and this. I'm going to close this. I'm in the song play, and I'm playing the song. I'm going to turn it down so you can hear me. Right? And now I have a lot of control. As you saw, I can change the volume through here. And this is called the volume fader. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. And I also have other controls. So another one is this panning control, which basically makes it play in the left or the right ear. And I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to hear this because of Discord. So I'm sorry about that, but trust me, your right ear should be, I don't know, pleasured right now. I shouldn't have used that word. And you can do this for any drum, right? So I want the drums to be quieter. I want this bass to be a bit quieter, and now they're all like nicely leveled, right? So on this piano, I want to put some effects. Let's see what effects I can play around with, right? All right, let's go to this screen, and oh my god, there's so much stuff, right? It's a little bit overwhelming yet again. There's a lot of overwhelming stuff. And that's not really a big deal. I'm going to teach you the three most basic ones, you know, the ones that I use like 99% of the time. And the first one is the equalizer. And I'm pretty sure you might have heard of the equalizer. I don't know. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you have. Maybe you've used it for your games, right? What this allows you to do is basically change the frequencies of your sound. So I'm playing the piano, and you can see every frequency from it, right? And every note has like a loud frequency in it and everything, and that's, wow, it's so beautiful. And it's really easy to understand what's happening. Lower are the lower frequencies, obviously, and higher are the higher ones, obviously. So what I can do is I can pull on these knobs, and it changes the sound. Or I can, you know, make it down and make interesting stuff. And with this, I can do like very refined adjustments for my stuff. Intricate little changes that can change up the entirety of the sound, right? You can also change the way these look, or the way they affect the sound. So here, if I right click on something, as you can see, it has a little menu. And in the type, you can basically change it to one of these million different types. For example, this one. This one removes low frequencies and has like that, you know, thing that you hear in dance music, that effect. Right? When you scroll on it, it changes the shape. As you can see, it makes it a little bit narrower. And now we're in Raymond. Funky music. And you can play around with basically any of these shapes. So, you know, I don't feel like I need to EQ my sound, right? But I feel like I want to add some reverb on it, you know? I want to make it sound like it's in a real room. And we have reverb. That is Fruity Reverb 2. This comes with a file, yet again. And that's what's great about it. And this is a really good reverb sound. So if I play this, you may not be able to hear it, but now you will. It's really washed up. And this is exactly what it sounds like. Reverb that you would hear in a room, or better said, echo. So, the controls in here don't all matter that much. Mainly these two, and then a few from here. So, let's play the sound. I'm going to turn this down a little bit because it's a little loud. And here we have the dry sound. So the actual untouched sound is called a dry. And then the actual affected sound is called a wet. As you can see, this is just a reverb. So I can mix them in together to basically create a good balance. I then can change the length of the room. So I can make it very short or really long, depending on how I feel. Generally, I don't advise going much over 4 seconds. 8 is sort of like the maximum because it starts getting really melody, you know? So it starts sounding bad and mishmashy. Right. So I like it being like at 2 seconds. That's really good. Wow. And I can also change how big the room is. So now it's in a bathroom. And now it's like in a really big room. And you can play with these two to get new sounds. And that's really cool about it. Right, I'm going to turn the reverb off just so you can hear better what I'm doing. And I'm going to show you the last effect that I want to show. And that is the delay. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So it's called Fruity Delay Free. And yet again, a little bit scary at first, but it's not really that scary. Here you have the same controls as in the reverb. You have the dry, as I said, the untouched sound, and then the touch sound. So you can hear it's a little bit weird right now, because it's just how it comes. And the main knob that you're going to be changing is this time. And once I switch it, you're going to understand what it does. It creates copies that each go a little bit lower in volume. Basically an echo, right? But not actually. And here I can change also how many echoes it has. So I can have it only have one. And you can hear it. Or I can make it have like many. You can see in percentage how much it is. I don't recommend going too far with it because it can create ear rape stuff. And you don't want to destroy your ears because it's literally really easy to get something super loud and blow your speakers up or something. Right, so these are the effects. I'm going to keep a bit of reverb just because I have it. Right, just a bit. So, next up, I'm going to show you how to change stuff over time. So, for example, I want the reverb to come in, right, as the song starts, and I want it to leave as it ends. So how do I do that? Well, similar to something like Premiere, you can actually automate parameters in here. The parameters that you can see here are basically on-off switches and mix switches. So you can mix in the effect with the untouched signal. The way the sound is being processed, I didn't mention this, is from top to bottom. So it goes through the effects starting from the top to the bottom. So first it's going to go through this EQ, then it's going to be reverbed, then it's going to have delay on it. That is good to keep in mind because the order really matters when you're making, sounds and such. So I can right click on here and just create automation clip. And then I can just switch it up. Like so. Nice, right? So it's coming in, and now it has the reverb, and then it's leaving. And it's also a perfect loop now, because the reverb doesn't carry on after it loops. All right, I automated it, and you know what? I feel like my song is good enough right now. So I want to render it. I want to export it so I can drop it into my game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click where the song ends, and then pull it right up to the start. And this is going to make everything red. You just right click somewhere where it's empty and it's going to make it all normal. But what's going to happen is it's basically going to loop here. The reason you use this is because you can have stuff outside of it and it will still loop inside of here. I select this because it's only going to export my selection. And yeah, I want to export it right now. So I'm going to go to File. And here I have a lot of controls. So I can make new project files or start from templates, as you can see, or you can open project files, you can save, right? Save as, stuff like that. And here we have the little export. And this is where you can export your stuff. Now, generally as a rule of thumb, I recommend exporting as WAV file. And let's just select, the desktop. And this little menu will pop up. And here you have control over a lot of the stuff related to exporting your songs, which it's not really that complicated because you don't need to touch a lot of this stuff. So I generally export my songs as WAV, And I also export as MP3s. I don't only export as MP3 because the quality of an MP3 is lower. And the quality of a WAV is a lot higher compared to an MP3, right? So I want both of these. And since you're making games, you're also going to be using OGG, I assume. OGG is generally what's being used for a lot of AAA games and a lot of other stuff, right? You don't really want WAVs or MP3s because OGG doesn't take up much space, and it's also very light on the system. Here, you don't even need to touch on any of this, right? Here, you can change the quality, but I would recommend just taking it just a bit down, but not too low, right? Like above halfway point, right? You have other controls here, but you genuinely don't need to touch any of this. And you can just hit start, right? And it's going to quickly render. And it's going to make this delicious sound. And then, oh God, I forgot to change my background. Here you have the actual song, so you can hear it. And it's pretty good, right? And it's exported as all of these. This is pretty mesmerizing, right? Okay, so that's it about making your song. And you don't really need to know much else about it. It's generally just playing around. You can drop in sounds in here. So stuff like this, and to arrange it into your song. So I can put this in here. Right? It's amazing, right? So yeah, you can play around with drums in actual real time too. So let me get some drums in here. Maybe I don't like these, and I'm going to use a different one. Let's see. I like this one. Wow, it's really heavy, right? So I'm just going to be putting it here instead. And as you can see, I can really easily paint it and just drag around. I can also, let's see here, get snares and such, but it doesn't really matter that much. So I'm now playing the drums instead. I'm just gonna double this up. Right? And then you can play around with all the effects that you have. Alrighty, and that's literally it. So now, let's talk a little bit about sort of resources and where to go after you sort of learn the basics. So when it comes to resources, you have a lot of stuff for free online. Outside of the stuff that comes with FL Studio, as I said in this pack, you can find a lot of sample packs on Google and on Reddit and such. And if you just search free sample pack, you're going to find sample packs. And, oh, I actually never explained what samples were. Samples are basically sounds, as you can hear. That's what I mean. It just means sounds, but it refers to music. So you get your samples, right? And you can build songs out of those. You can also get presets from the internet for your synthesizers and such. Generally, you don't find them for the FL stuff that much, but you know, maybe you can find something out there. When it comes to resources for learning, YouTube is amazing. Everything that I learned is from YouTube, and I can say for sure that there's a lot of talented people on there, and there's a lot of levels of knowledge that people share, right? It's a little bit tough finding more advanced stuff, but for beginners, it's so full that you won't be having any trouble. Now, I was also going to show you some of my project files to show you like an example or an idea of how a project file would look. And the thing is, you're not going to be able to open your projects when you use the trial for FL, but you're going to be able to save them. So I recommend actually saving them and just keeping them in case you, acquire FL Studio through, legitimate means, like Pirate Bay. So yeah. So, here is, as I said, a project file. And this is like an 8-bit song. And I know a lot of people may be interested in making 8-bit because, you know, a lot of people make, what's it called? Games with gritty art styles and such. So these are a lot simpler to make and are really suited for beginners. And all I'm using is very basic sounds. So if you know how to use the more basic synthesizers, which you can find on the internet, on YouTube, as I said, you can actually learn how to do this stuff, and it's very easy. And all you have to do is just play around with the notes and such, and yeah. So I'm just gonna play through this a little bit. And you can see I'm using more advanced synthesizers, but I'm just using very basic stuff. This is just basic stuff in them, not really doing anything too advanced. And a lot of automation. What makes songs sound really interesting and cool is stuff changing over time, and that's how you achieve that is through automation. So yeah, and a lot of morphing. You can see this is my mixer, very untouched, right? And I also have a more advanced song, which I hope will load in time. Oop, don't edit it, thank you. And this is an orchestral song, yet again for a game. And when it comes to orchestral music, if you're looking to make orchestral music, it's not as easy as it is with 8-bit. I recommend trying to not do like too advanced stuff from the get-go. You need to sort of do it like, you know, step by step. And it's fine to fail because you can just try again, right? That's what's fun about music. And when you fail, you usually get something different that you know, that's new for you, even if it's not what you imagine. Okay, it's still loading. So yeah, this song, it says it has around, let's see. It says here 73 instruments, but it's not really because there's also automation and stuff. But this is how a like full-on project file would look like. And this doesn't have the actual instruments in it, just renders of everything. So a render is when you, a stem, sorry, is when you take just one instrument, right, and then render that out, and you do it instrument by instrument. So I'm gonna play through this a little bit, yeah. Another thing that I ask that you consider is, okay, I need to turn this down a little. Another thing that I ask that you consider to do is actually hire musicians. There's a lot of resources online and such, and you can find a lot of places to connect with artists that want to work for you. Obviously not for free, and you know, you shouldn't ask for people to work for free for you, but there's a lot of people that will work for cheap and that will do an amazing job because they just don't really have that exposure that they need, that they build through working with other people. So they work for cheap, and it's awesome. Okay, let's stop this. This is an example of how something looks like. Yet again, it's a big project file, and you're going to learn how to do this, right? At first, it's going to be like 5 or 6 instruments, then 10, then later on 30, and then 50 and 70. I've had songs with like 200, so it's crazy. Okay, let's go in here, and let's go for some resources where you can hire people. So, in my opinion, a great one is Fiverr. If you just search video game music, you can find a lot of people working for very cheap, right? You can see here, it's not really that expensive. 20 bucks, 20 bucks, 30 bucks. Yeah, there's people that work for 40 and such, but these are all people that know what they're doing. As you can see, they have a lot of sales and good stats. You can also find people on Newgrounds. So if you go on Newgrounds and you go to community, there's that Collabinator thingy. I don't actually know what it's called. Collabinator, yeah. And you can look for people open for paid work and just select music. It's going to refresh and you can find people. Oh, I shouldn't probably browse here because there may be porn. But yeah. So yeah, definitely consider it. It's not really that, it's not a big deal if you don't want to hire someone. Making your own music is amazing as well, right? Or using music that you find online that you buy from like actual packs of video game music and such, whatever you want. But having the little bit of edge of making your own song is very, it can change someone's perception of your game. And it can change your perception of the people that you're working with. Alrighty. And I'm actually nearing the end of this, so I basically managed to get us all in time. So yeah, if you have any questions for me, or you want to learn more, or anything like that, or you're confused about something, want me to go into more depth, please reach out to me. Here is my Newgrounds. It's called Snaresworks. I should be one of the first that pops up. And you can see here, right? You can add me as a friend, or message me too. You can also add me on Discord. Here's my Discord. I don't know where I could copy it. Actually, I don't know where I could paste it. Panel general chat or. Okay, good. Thank you. So yeah, it's in panel general chat right now. Thank you, Stanpai. And you can message me, and I'll reply, and I'll tell you, I'll answer your questions, and I don't mind having a chat with you. So yeah, and I'll also plug my YouTube channel where I post my music and such. So if you're interested in listening to my music, right, or I'm also going to do more tutorials and such for beginners and such. This is really beginner friendly, for example. You may follow me on Newgrounds as well. Yeah. But that's it for this panel. And thank you for being here. And thank you for choosing to learn yet again. It's really tough taking that first step because it's always difficult to get into something new when you know nothing. So I hope this is going to help you understand what to look for online and how to learn, right? How to learn is the toughest thing to learn. So yeah, thank you for being here yet again. And that's my panel.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Me llamo Quarl, or my name, Quarl. Lo siento mucho mundo de España. Today has been prepared for in English. Dios mío. But I wanted to talk about the importance of language in music, or the language of music. My panel is going to be a lecture that briefly covers an introduction to beatboxing as a means of introducing an affordable alternative to making music at any skill level. There will be personal stories and music history that hopefully inspires courage in your future endeavors. The theme right now is music is for everyone. I'm going to try and jump into things quickly so as not to lose any steam. So shortly after Basics of Video Game Music for Absolute Beginners, which was hosted by Snaresworks. Feel free to take notes. I've tried to prepare this lecture as if it's a college level presentation with a Q&A towards the end for relevant questions. The slideshow is prepared at the last minute. Please forgive how intentionally bad it is. Like I said, this is college level. I'm reading a script which includes notes for spontaneous moments like this. If you could add that to your notes, that would be great. You can also put BTK beatboxing at the top of your notes if you're taking them. You can search engine BTK and get inundated with horrifying stories about a BTK serial killer. So go ahead and add beatbox to your search query if you do. You'll find plenty of beatboxing tutorials galore. Pick your educator. They're probably all wonderful. I'm personally very happy to follow up Snaresworks as my lecture is going to be in a very similar vein in regards to covering basics of music and sound that anyone can master. I'm going to introduce my listeners to a means of making music anywhere, all of the time, whenever you feel like spitting on whatever is standing right in front of you, entirely free of cost. In a post-COVID world, I want to get straight to the saliva issue. If you start beatboxing, you're going to get your screen a little dirty every now and then. So turn your head away from whatever target you're fixating on. That includes people standing in front of you, food you're in charge of preparing at your job, and your car windshield. Parentheses, don't actually look away from your car windshield. That's dangerous. I used to practice in my parked car a lot for the small space acoustics. I'd film on my phone to get a better idea of what I was learning and performing. In the meantime, my windshield got hella dirty. In my defense, chain smokers have dirtier windshields. Sometimes I hold my hand a few inches in front of my mouth, obscuring projectiles that may fly out and shrapnel germ onto whatever person they contact. Courtesy to others is important. I actually like watching people's mouths and throats move while they beatbox, so I put myself in dangerous situations to learn, such as COVID in the eye. I got spit on for all of you. I made a lot of friends while flirting with the beatbox scene in New York City. I'll give you this quick rundown to demonstrate some of my background. Some of the world's best beatboxers live together in an affordable apartment in Brooklyn. They all pool the cost of rent. They do a regular event called the Beatbox House Party, which is a show in Manhattan, followed by a small gathering at their modest dorm-like Brooklyn apartment afterwards. Last I was aware, that group included people like Napalm, Chris, Gene, Kenny Urban, but I'm not necessarily 100% on who lived in the apartment. I was just happy to be there. I also met Bloomer, Kyla. I had the opportunity to talk to Rozelle, the beatboxing alien from Men in Black 2, and Dougie Fresh, but I was a little too starstruck at the time for Rozelle and Dougie, so I missed a chance to talk to them. That was at the 2017 North American Beatbox Championships, which I also competed in. I met so many people, I learned so many names, and it was a good time despite a small missed opportunity. You can't let that fear of social interaction stop you from tapping certain people at certain events and saying things like, Rozelle, I really liked your work with Bjork on Medulla. What was it like working with her? Or, what were you implying by your lyrics, quote, if your mother only knew? Fear can kill your dreams. It can kill all sorts of fun happenings, important moments, or opportunities. Most creative people work pretty regular jobs and live in fairly modest situations. Many artists can exude talent, but lack certain social skills. Learn to see everyone around you as your peer. If they end up sucking, that's on them, but more often than not, those kinds of people can be pretty rad, and there are healthy environments in which to approach them in. I understand Newgrounds had a similar pooled rent apartment situation with some programmers. I believe it was like Lewis, maybe Boomtoons. And I learned that via the Newgrounds podcast interview with Lewis. These people are all chasing after their dreams one way or another. They've piled into modest living situations to make it work for them. This is why it's wise to show a degree of respect to all your peers across creative platforms. Life can be challenging, and these people have the same interests as you usually. Don't make their lives more challenging or awkward by treating them like dirt. They're following their dreams, as you should too. Music might not be your dream, but you can still play with it. In Spanish, you touch an instrument, tocar la guitarra, which is a pretty romantic way to think about it, but I personally feel like play is the right word. With music, you learn to have fun while you instigate spontaneous moments of creative liberty with an instrument, hence you play with instruments like a child would play with its own toys. Today you will be playing with your mouth. We are going to play with what's called the BTK method to build a drum kit using 3 English letters. I had to build my first drum kit out of pots, pans, wooden dowels, and duct tape. I was in 6th grade at the time, and I was using broken drumsticks my friend gave me. If I had been aware of the BTK method, I'd have just done that instead. Building a drum kit with your mouth is far more feasible for most people. We will build a drum kit today with the 3 letters BTK. The letter B will represent our bass drum or kick. The letter T will represent our hi-hat. And the letter K will bring the rhythm together by acting as a snare drum. Each letter has what's called an envelope. For those that don't write electronic music, literally every sound has an envelope made up of an attack, a sustain, a decay, and a release. We're only going to focus on the attack of these 3 English letters. The very first phonetic noise that comes out of your mouth when you form the letter B is made entirely with your lips. B. You vocalize an E sound in your throat when you say the letter B, but we're going to try and delete that sustained vocalization. Try to make this noise with your mouth from the letter B and focus on the attack. All I'm doing is pushing air off my lips with maximum effort. Watch out for spit. You can add an F sound to the bass drum to give it a nice long envelope. But that sound can be interchanged with just B to suit your needs. Just focus on the attack of the letter B for the moment, like so. Hopefully you can hear how powerful that attack is relative to that sustained E sound. E. The letter T is basically the same principle. Delete that E vocalization in your throat and only focus on the phonetic sound of air being pushed off your tongue. Focus on the attack of the letter. You can use the roof of your mouth or teeth in conjunction with your tongue, whichever is more comfortable. Everyone has a different mouth. Diversity is an incredible aspect of beatboxing, but most of us make a T sound about the same way. This sound is our hi-hat, and you can build entire rhythms with just this sound. Snake jazz. You can now collaborate with other beatboxers. One person can play the bass drum and snare drum pattern, and you can take away to your heart's content with a little bit of rhythm. I'm going to segue into the K snare now. This is one of my favorite noises because it can be done inwards or outwards. An inwards K snare gives your rhythms more longevity or endurance. Unlike the previous 2 letters, this attack happens in the throat. A demonstration, this is an outwards K snare. And this is an inwards K snare. You can hear how the 2 sounds are basically identical. Now I'm going to put a little emphasis into the length of my envelope or sustain to display how you can turn your ragged breathing into, oh no, I lost my place. I'm going to put a little emphasis on the length of my envelope or sustain, how you can turn your ragged breathing into sound. I know it probably sounds silly, but these exaggerated breaths will help you with other techniques like the laser. And if I apply that laser sound to my beats, so you're just turning your breathing into a sound so that you can put some endurance into your drum rhythms. Inward noises are much easier than people think they are. You're just creating a little resistance when air enters your lungs. Think of it as adding a distortion unit to your voice if that helps. You can literally breathe while you beatbox. So I could do that trick all day at sea level. I'm currently at 8,300 something feet. It's much harder to do that trick at elevation, but you get the general idea. Inward noises can be hella lazy. You're just breathing with some added distortion. Now back on BTK. With these 3 letters, you can drum all day. Listen. So don't forget to practice that inwards K snare, because it will give you the endurance necessary to collaborate with guitar players, singers, or other beatboxers, drunken revelers at the Irish pub playing the harmonica. I love hearing people sing out in the wild and joining in with them as an improvised drum kit. I'm sure some of you have seen videos of people playing the flute while beatboxing. In that regard, you can even collaborate with yourself. So no more Casio core. Get your butt a loop station, and you are now a one-person band like Mark Rebellier or Reggie Watts. And before you say, those guys are good, try watching all of their live audience improvisational material. Even pros like those two have had bad performances. They still run the stage, but things can get a little uncomfortable in audience. There's a common understanding that good music builds and releases tension. Improv material can sometimes build too much tension. I'm going to have to skip 2 slides now. Oh no. I mentioned wanting to talk about the language of music. Every musician has a unique perspective, but our ability to communicate with each other across instruments and disciplines is a sort of language. Beatboxing is a very valuable tool a musician can use to communicate with their peers. Everyone listening today can become a world-class musician, and I don't want to hear any mumbling. You start beatboxing today. At this point, you don't have to embarrass yourself anymore by saying boots and cats and boots and cats for the last time. It's not funny. It's like the piano gag where you wrap your fingers into a fist and play this thing. Let's see here. We've all done it. It elicits a groan more often than laughter. Stop making yourself look needlessly silly and start saying BTKT, BTKT instead of saying boots and cats. Your one beatbox friend will shed a tear of joy for you. This kind of thing never has to happen again. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots. Okay, it's not a good look. Please stop doing it. So anyway, you now have 3 distinct sounds and can build drum rhythms. You've put together a drum kit. You've built a drum kit. So how do you build rhythms? Most contemporary drum lines and beats, despite genre, start out with that kick drum on the floor or B, then lead into a hi-hat or 2 or 6 hits played really fast. And then the rhythm bounces off of a snare drum or K snare, before landing on a few more hi-hats and repeating itself. You're juggling patterns. You can say B-T-T-T-K-T-T-T, B-T-T-T-K. You can say T-T-T-K-T-T-T-K-T-T-T. Just play around with random combinations and figure out what pulses and patterns feel or sound good. Try randomly drawing these 3 letters down on a piece of paper and regurgitate the sounds you draw. It's basic fun, and learning how to play the drums while writing, quote, sheet music is a very much recommended idea, and that's all we're doing right now. We're just water down sheet music to help you record your ideas. On a classic music staff, the bass drum is the lowest visible note, usually the first note, but also played in conjunction with a hi-hat simultaneously. The hi-hats and cymbals are always going to be at the top of the staff. Think hi-hat symbolically. On drum sheet music, you'll notice that the hi-hats are represented by X's. That means that makes identifying the high textures a little easier. The snare drum sits somewhere in between the kick drum notes and the high notes on the staff. Hopefully the rhythm doesn't get too complex because things like toms can muddy up your sheet music a little. But I used to practice jazz rhythms that were drawn on 1 or 2 lines. The author of the jazz books I studied, Jim Chapin, drew his staffs with just 1 or 2 lines and focused at first on just coordinating rhythms with 2 of his limbs at a time. I've included images of Jim Chapin's sheet music because it's kind of cool to realize that you don't need to draw big stupid staffs made up of 5 horizontal lines. If a melody has only 2 notes, just draw 1 damn line. Put the low note on the bottom and the high note on the top. You can now draw alternating rhythms on paper as long as it makes sense to you. Building rhythms and melodies visually is a lot like playing with Legos or blocks. Each phrase is divided by a bar and a time signature. You'll notice a lot of musicians say things like 4/4 or 6/8. You can kind of ignore that stuff at first, but if you're writing ideas, try to make the patterns you write conform to a logical structure, pattern, or pulse. Contemporary Western music is all about pulse. You can describe it any way you like, but a good rhythm juggles pulses. The pulse in a song might be the initial kick drum that typically loops every other bar. It could be a driving bass line. It could even be something from the high spectrum, like a wood block or a ride cymbal. Though people quickly associate a pulse with low frequencies like a heartbeat, if the idea behind music was to emulate sounds heard in nature, you might try to relate the sound of 1 million cicadas throbbing relentlessly in the woods to their own pulse. Their bodies crescendo and decrescendo over time, annoyingly bringing the forest to life like a drum circle right outside your window all day for an entire season. I love noisemakers, but cicadas are really good at doing that. They are expert percussionists. A pulse is just a pattern regardless of whether it's low or high. I wanted to share some extra beatbox patterns or phrases to give you the opportunity to throb at a faster tempo. What follows are some phrases like boots and cats that will add to your technical skills. For double bass drum rhythms, like you'd hear in heavy metal, I've come across the gibberish phrase bubada. This phrase starts on a nice round letter B, which we already took apart. The way bubada rolls off the tongue leads into itself really well. After a quick sip of water, I will demonstrate what happens when you clean up the envelope of the phrase as it becomes more and more abstract. Bubada. Bubada, 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 bubada. Okay, one more time. Bubada, 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 bubada. So that takes a little bit of practice, but it's easier than you might realize. Add bubada to your notes. Have fun spelling that however you want. Spell it with an X, you do you. Now try pulling bubadas out of my rhythms. So that technique takes a little practice, but I've fallen back on this technique during live performances because all those juicy tones sound great on a microphone. Probably not this microphone, but hey. Microphone technique is a thing. It's real. I'm turning my mouth away from the mic when I do these things. The moving air creates distortion when it hits this specific microphone. I don't want to segue into mic technique, so instead I'll segue into ticketa. The phrase ticketa is what you will give us our fast hi-hat rhythms. You could also say chickada if you want to emulate shakers instead. Both these sounds can be interchanged for fascinating rhythms, but I'll abstract these phrases kind of like I did with bubada. Ticketa, 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 chickada, chickada. Sorry, I'm having a little fun with these sounds. If you didn't have Tourette's before you started beatboxing, get ready for it. But now that you're looking for them, you should be able to pull ticketas and chickadas out of my rhythms. There you go. Chickada, ticketa, write those down. Saying just ticketa or chickada over and over again can feel a little silly, so don't be afraid to affix the phrase themselves into your rhythms. Again, you can write them out. In the pattern BT, 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 after you say B, you can say ticketa in the place of T. B, ticketa, B, ticketa, B, ticketa, B, ticketa, B. So there's a pulse. Now instead of saying B, ticketa, B, let's say B, ticketa, K, ticketa, B, ticketa, K, ticketa, B, ticketa, K. So these are really fun phrases to turn into rhythms. Hopefully you play with them a little bit, put them into those BTKs. So that's fun for bass drums and hi-hats, but how about I segue into rolls? If phrases like ticketa and bubada get us faster 16th note rhythms, how can we go even faster? At a certain point, a pulse played fast enough becomes a tone. A lip roll is a classic technique understood by players of brass and woodwind instruments. I met Spazkid at the Newgrounds office in Pennsylvania. He had this crazy urge to play his trombone, and being myself, I only encouraged the noise-making. He kept muttering something about being out of practice, which is literally something every musician says before playing. It's tradition, we can't change that. In our jovial excitement, I learned that you roll your lips playing trombone much the same way you roll your lips when beatboxing. A lip roll is a soft hum you make with your lips as air is pushed out of your mouth. Inward lip rolls are also a thing, but for the sake of this lecture, I'm just sticking to outward lip rolls. I'm going to vocalize a tone behind my lip roll using the letter B. Then I'm going to take away that vocalization. So the later tone there was entirely made with my lips, minus the E sound in my throat. You can make very juicy fart-like textures with your lip rolls, but the tone gets that richness from the percussion happening in your lips. As demonstrated, you can vocalize behind the sound in your lips to make melodies. And even though we exercise to eliminate vocalizations from BTK, you can also vocalize behind your BTK. And I didn't practice that one, sorry. The vocalized lip roll goes really well with bass drums. Try turning your B sound into a sustained lip roll. So I made a confusing note just now to use the PF snare. The PF snare is just a stronger sound than the K snare, but it robs your rhythms of a little bit of endurance. I haven't figured out how to make the PF snare an inward sound. Let me know if you can figure something out. You get a PF snare by stripping the letter P down to its attack like we did with B, T, and K, then sustaining the sound by adding an F after the initial attack. The F sustains the P. P actually sounds a lot like B after we've deconstructed it. Here's a simple P shaved down to its attack. And now here's a PF snare. So you now have a more diverse set of snare drums to build songs with. I don't want to get into the BMG snare today, but that sound gives you a really crisp Roland TR-909 snare sound, or 909 snare. I'm not even going to try to explain that sound because it's really frustrating to make. There are certain sounds and techniques that are easier in the shower or after a glass of water. The BMG snare is one of them. I will catch myself licking my lips before I try to impress anyone with snare drums that crispy. This is not the tutorial for BMG snares. Please see yourself to a search engine. Add BMG snare to your notes. I have trouble with it. You might not. I'm sorry this slide has lasted this long. I wanted to stress the importance of drinking water. You are 60% water, and beatboxing is a great way to lose some of that water. As your lips dry up, certain sounds will get harder. I have nightmares where I'm on stage and my lips just shrink into worthless little sandbags. Dry noises come out, and then I wake up in a nervous cold sweat. And in real life, you can drink water to fix that. If you are waiting to go on stage somewhere, a glass of water is great. Just don't go nuts or you'll have to pee. A glass of alcohol is a terrible idea. Things like caffeine and alcohol have negative impact on your mouth muscles. Caffeine tightens things up. Lips will be harder to control. If you're a traditional vocalist, a glass of alcohol might loosen up your vocal cords a little and give you some courage, but I'd recommend a glass of water before any sort of stage performance or public speaking. My university chorus professor made the mistake to mention the loosening effect of alcohol to our choir before a performance, but this particular bass section lip-synced all semester long. They didn't know the songs, but somehow found the drunken courage to act like they did. They had loud, jock conversations backstage that could be heard from the audience. There was no reason for them to sing that night. They could have just lip-synced, but instead, they decided to belt out all the parts they didn't realistically practice. It was horrifying for everyone except them. Please don't get drunk before doing something important. Those guys passed the class on their attendance. I stopped going. That was an expensive mistake. But I really wanted to strangle those guys. Time sort of heals all wounds. And for the record, I imbibe, but there are times in life when you just shouldn't. A friend of mine, Jack Marshall, once recommended drinking a spoon of honey before a concert to help with his singing voice. I assume the idea is to coat your throat with something soothing, and it's common advice to vocalists. I'm not sure if honey would help before a lecture. I did it anyways, kind of made things a little sticky. Regardless of what it does, honey is tasty. Drink lots of honey, if only to enjoy the taste of honey. This is a small animation I drew because I know my audience today. Yeah, look at that. It's like 5 frames. And moving on. I wanted to segue into public speaking because it's relevant this weekend. The last time I needed to prepare something like this was in college. I'm a little out of practice and I'm leaning into a script. It's okay to lean into a script when you need to. Just make sure that you practice it as many times as you feel you need to. A horrifying experience I had in college was being forced to watch a peer I really liked give a public speech on power and authority in the ancient world. The guy was very shy but friendly and wholesomely likable to a degree I had never encountered before. He had a piece of paper in his hands, he had a script, and it trembled violently. He was sweating bullets and stuttered over and over again, and a lot of the students got uncomfortable expecting the professor to stop and dismiss him because he was having a panic attack. He was having a panic attack in front of his peers, a group of people he literally talked to every day. All the kindness in the world couldn't prevent him from stuttering, and I can't forget how vulnerable the entire class felt watching their peer. We all felt his adrenaline, and we all got an unpleasant rush that day. That experience highlighted to me the value of a good rehearsal. I also took public speaking in high school and acting 101 in college. These are all very helpful things. Public speaking is a performance. You can view Discord as a performance. Good performance requires rehearsal. Having a script is okay, but rehearsing that script until you feel comfortable with it is also important. A musician goes out on stage and delivers powerfully rehearsed material. Regardless of that, a trained musician on stage still feels nervous. Butterflies are hard to control. Rehearsal is like studying a map to help you through those performance butterflies. The more practiced you feel, the more you can ignore those nervous feelings. Eventually, you get over those nerves, and the stage becomes a comfortable place. Many musicians learn to live for that feeling, for those nervous butterflies. It's an adrenaline rush. Mastering that adrenaline will make you a better performer or a better speaker. I recently got that rush from 1 minute voicing on a Discord server. Others often voice similar feelings. I'm glad I forced myself to experience that earlier so that I could deliver something much stronger today. I have in my notes to take another moment of spontaneity for comedic effect. Don't underestimate an open mic night. They might not be a regular activity for you, but if people are reading bad poetry, you can read a thesis or a script or an idea. I used the open mic night in Amagansett on Long Island to prepare myself for the 2017 North American Beatbox Championships. If you want to share your music with the world, learning how to deal with a crowd is important. A lot of artists exist inside digital spaces, but there's a lot to gain from a performing perspective. Most people are aware that EDM is typically performed in DJ sets. I've had a few bad sets, I'm not going to lie. Having a script is okay. The more rehearsed you are, the more likely you can deliver flawlessly entertaining material. Romantic masters, composers from the 1800s would memorize their sheet music until they could regurgitate the music without the sheet music, creating the illusion that the music came freely from the musician in the moment during a performance. This is just a simple reminder that I am reading a script. I am not a romantic master from the 1800s, and for that, I apologize. A DJ can follow a script, rehearse material, and feel good delivering something intelligently. A good performance shouldn't feel criminal. If you walked away from a DJ set feeling like you pushed one button, you probably only pushed one button. My fiance recommended that I record a lecture for today, which isn't a terrible idea. I just couldn't walk away from an experience like that, but maybe you can. I remember the night before my senior show at Alfred University, my speakers popped and I needed to find replacement monitors for a performance that required a PA system. I was worried my presentation was at risk. My friend Lucas pointed out that if I couldn't play my music, I could just dangle some wind chimes in front of my crotch while chanting nonsense. With 1 day left to write a new thesis, I considered this, but ultimately I snagged some replacement monitors from the university's digital resources cage. Oftentimes, when I hear people improvising, I think of those wind chimes. I have in my notes to take a moment to appreciate the previous paragraph. It's hard for me to tell that story without laughing, which is another reason why I rehearsed this material. Lucas was hilarious, had great facial expressions and voices to boot. Everywhere I live, I hang wind chimes. Thank you, Lucas. I'm glad I didn't need your idea to graduate. So we can all dangle wind chimes. People don't necessarily think of that as being musical, but an artist my work always circles back to is John Cage. Not to be confused with Johnny Cage, the guy from Mortal Kombat. John Cage is a fluxist artist that performed music. Oh, I need some water, sorry. Lovely. He'd encourage audiences to laugh at him if they felt like doing so, and to just enjoy themselves. He famously created theatrical soundscapes using found objects and materials. He'd add nuts and bolts to pianos so that notes would make atonal sounds when played. That body of work is referred to as prepared piano, and musicians still play those jams to this day. He also famously composed the idea behind 433, which is a piece of sheet music prepared for piano that has 0 notes. When a composer sits in front of a piano and counts the measures, the work comes out to about 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence. There is a very conceptual idea behind the work that no matter where you exist, some sort of sound or vibration is existing with you. Sound happens. Even in complete silence, you can make out the buzzing from your circulatory system in your ear. Pipes in a concert hall might be moving water. Somebody might cough or shift in their chair during the performance. Sound is something that humans can't escape. We feel vibrations. But there's beauty in these random environmental happenings. Sound without musical context can be very powerful and enjoyable. Remember those lovely cicadas? At Alfred University, I had a sonic arts professor that showed us the basics of analog synthesis, operating a mixing board, and the use of field recorders. He detailed a feeling of personal joy while climbing trees as a child. Apparently, the sound from the leaves as he climbed through them left a huge impact on him. He had romanticized that sound. It was important to him. A lot of humans appreciate the smell of home-baked goods. Sounds can take on a similar intangible quality. Sounds can be familiar. I grew up near the ocean. I find the sound of waves relaxing. Rainfall is another sound I really like. When you make music, non-musical sounds can exist within that context to complement traditional ideas like melody or rhythm. Sometimes I hear a wind chime or a truck backing up, and I'll start beatboxing alongside of it. Non-musical sounds can take on musical qualities with the right human interaction and context. I had an elaborate story about my friend Lucas and wind chimes. My grandparents also owned wind chimes, and that sound reminds me of them as much as it reminds me of Lucas. I've leaned really hard into chimes this last year with my music, and I need some new romantic auxiliary sounds. I bring all this up to paint an idea that music is far more than just theory. Music is more than just harmonization and rhythm. It's more than just some Latin words you learned at church, but if you can work some of that language into your music or into your beatboxing, then that's great. Do that. I wanted to talk about Gregorian chant a little. If you've ever taken a music appreciation class, then you'd learn about the European 12-tone system and how it derives from Gregorian chant. Gregorian chant allowed religious groups to come together and share tones and textures in chorus, and these were early harmonic concepts. Music across cultures is a fascinating study that sometimes surprises you. At Alfred, I learned about the idea of major intervals in chords sounding happy versus their minor counterpart, which is viewed as dissonant or evil. Apparently, that happens somewhat in reverse with Russian composers. In the mid to late 1800s, a group of Russian composers had differing opinions about whether Russian classical music should be composed following Western or native practices. As a result, a lot of Russian music sounds distinctly Russian, with minor intervals and chords representing the strength and power of Russian ideas, and major intervals I assume were considered feminine and homosexual. They were literal 19th century musical edgelords. Musicians make all sorts of intentional decisions. That Russian composers agreed to this larger idea of writing distinctly Russian melodies actually parallels what we see in North American country music. Country music, although not loved by all, is loved by many, and it's probably that nationalistic identity that it exudes. I remember hearing a country song that said something along the lines of, "I dream in red, white, and blue." It may have sounded a little corny to me, but that same corny idea is what a lot of people love about country music, that corn makes them happy, and it's a part of their music, it's a part of their culture. If you listen to a genre of music long enough, like grindcore, you might notice all sorts of corny little motifs and ideas that resurface all the time. It might be healthier to stop thinking of these things as corny and to start identifying them as indicators of a subculture you're just not a part of. I'm not a fan of Ted Nugent, but if you've ever watched this old 1970s video of him playing the song Cat Scratch Fever, he gets really low to the ground when he plays his guitar. He basically scrapes his nuts on the stage. That dance move resurfaced as, quote, crabcore in 2009. I have no idea if that's an intentional throwback, but I think it's fun to watch guys rub their nuts on the ground when they play the guitar, so honestly, I'm giving you permission to Google that up. From autotune to mumble rap to crabcore to needless patriotism, these are things that people love about their music. An approach I try to live by is to embrace music that people love, even if it makes no sense to me, and even sometimes when it's offensive. Perspective is an aspect of music that even trained professionals seem to ignore. There's nothing wrong with groups like Nickelback, stop hazing them, rap is not crap, country music is not all corporate pandering despite what Bo Burnham says about it. Artists that exist in these subcultures love what they do, regardless of what you think. Even someone like Avril Lavigne, a Canadian country singer turned tween pop wannabe punk idol, has a passion for making music. You just lack the language needed to divorce her gorgeous singing voice from her less than inspired lyrics about skater boys. I can never unhear the country twang in her voice when she sings, and I find that very fascinating. Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? So there's a very subtle Southern country twang in her voice, and I find that hilarious. I assume country singers in Canada only dream in red and white, but that's not a serious note to take. You can write it down. I wouldn't recommend it. The idea that I'm trying to break down right now is that music is not exclusive. Just because you don't have the language or patience necessary to enjoy something doesn't mean it's bad. Music is for everyone. Even deaf people can feel and enjoy lower frequencies, bass textures, bass music. Sound is an incredible phenomenon, and I've been happy to share some of these ideas with you today. Hopefully everything I mentioned about the BTK method sticks with you, and this becomes your introduction to music. There are many perspectives on musicality, and yours can be one of them. If you enjoy chiptune, baroque, Japanese flute, ska, punk, the sound of glass breaking into a million pieces, you are experiencing something incredibly relative. Music is culture. Sound is pleasurable. Hopefully, this lecture has expanded your idea of what music is and what you can do with it. I'm fully anticipating that there might be questions, so I'm going to segue into the chat room now and see if I notice anything worth talking about while we wait for the next panelist, Anisloth, on the subject of how to market yourself. Honestly, it sounds like something I could really learn from, and I plan on tuning into it. Thank you for your time, and now I'm going to segue into questions. Let me see here. Oh no, I have so much time left. I do have other subjects at the end of my notes that I could segue into, but let's see here. This is unfortunate. I have to exit full screen. Damn. No, you can see my desktop. Oh, wow, you're the best.
All right. So the first question is actually from me, Stanpai.
Wow, yay!
What got you into beatboxing?
So I was in my mid-20s, and I just had a friend that was really into it, and we would sit around in our room watching just all these different videos of all these pros. And I was landscaping at the time, so I didn't have to worry about spitting on like food at like a grocery store. In fact, plants love getting spit on, so that was actually like the greatest place to learn how to beatbox was in a plant nursery. If you ever have the opportunity to work in a plant nursery, that's a great place to learn how to beatbox at the same time.
Side question, what plant likes to get spit on the most?
Oh, probably definitely the annuals, the flowers that need to be grown from scratch like every single year. So
got it. Question from Pam, how long have you been beatboxing?
Let's see here. I started in like my mid-20s. I was probably 26 or 27. I'm like 32 now. So if you do the math, you know, it's a few years, give or take.
Belyayev's Fox wants to know, how applicable is beatboxing to making sound effects?
Incredibly applicable. If you have like a field recorder or a microphone, you can take your own voice, put it into like Audacity, take it out of Audacity, put it into DAWs. The sky's really the limits. I mean, it's whatever you can do with your mouth. Everyone's mouth is a little different. There's diversity. So it's actually incredibly applicable, even though I don't necessarily use it that much because I'm not a huge fan of my voice or my beatboxing. I've heard other people on Newgrounds use beatboxing within their songs, even just momentarily as like a transition. So,
let's see. Harpo the Great asks, what are your opinions on dividing music by genre?
What are my opinions on dividing music by genre?
Sorry, defining music.
Defining music by genre. That's a very layered question, actually. I find that one fascinating. So genres are oftentimes, it's usually an evolution of just a previous sound that has existed, and oftentimes catchphrases end up coming into play, and those get attributed to sound. A lot of people are using the term like color bass right now to describe what I find to be mostly just kind of like slightly higher frequency like synth patches in dubstep. So it's there's always a constant evolution of sound, and oftentimes genres even exist like after the fact. Like there's a whole subsection of bebop referred to as like pre-bop. So I mean, it really comes down to artists and how popular things get caught on and whether or not people remember those cute little like subgenres or ideas. So I mean, I always attempt to try and like circle back to a larger genre instead of trying to like invent all these little catchphrases like breakcore and like grindcore and like hardcore, speedcore, methcore. There's so many subgenres that like people can just sort of, it doesn't, you know, it almost doesn't matter that historically you record genres after they happen. So
Void Creep wants to know, what do you find is the best way to store music you come up with through the day? For writing, it's easy to pull out a notepad and write ideas, but what do you find is the best way to do this for music? I used to use a cassette tape recorder to record sounds, but it seems very anachronistic.
Anachronistic. I love that word, by the way. I mean, everyone has a phone nowadays, so I mean, I know it sounds a little lame, but you can literally just look through your phone for like the built-in applications and devices and just record an idea really quickly. It might not sound great, but at least you have the idea like written down somewhere, recorded, and can go back to it and play with it, test it, manipulate it, whatever you want to do with it. But I mean, most people nowadays have a phone on them, so that's actually a great creative device. I used to actually, I mentioned this in the lecture, I would record myself in closets, in cars, just anything to kind of get an idea of what my performances were going to eventually end up sounding like. And those small spaces were for the acoustics, but yeah, I think phone answers your question, and I'm looking at the time, so I'm really trying to like drag out my answer as like much as I possibly can.
Excellently done. Excellently done. All right, so Pegasus TV does not have a question, but instead just a statement. I don't have a
Yay.
question, but I want to thank you for the very cool panel, and I'm glad we had a brief moment of Avril Lavigne appreciation on the fest. I second that notion. All the way around.
Well, I mean, yay.
And if I could build a question off of that, what made you pick Avril Lavigne for that slide?
Honestly, I wanted to lean into like an artist that gets picked on a lot. I know I mentioned Nickelback in there, and actually I could talk a little bit about Nickelback because the thing is, I'm not like I'm not a fan. I don't know any of their work. I'm not going to haze them, but I know why they get hazed. They compose a lot of their music on metronome, and they follow the exact same song structure. You can literally play two Nickelback songs at the same time, in one in the left ear and one in the right ear, and they just transition at the exact same times. So they have like a way of writing songs that, in all honesty, is like you could complain is ingenuous or it's not creative enough or something, but that's just how they write their songs, and they have a following and they make money with that. So that's their business. And if that somehow turns you off, then that's on you. But again, I don't listen to Nickelback. I really don't care how they write their songs. I'm a songwriter. I write electronic music. And so like I'm always writing song structures that are almost exactly the same every time so that they fit into things like DJ sets. So
it sounds like there is a literal formula though.
Yeah, there's a literal formula, but you know what? They make more money than I do, so I'm not gonna like, I'm not gonna rip them apart. It makes no sense to me. They're creatives, they're artists. Yes, they're following a form and a structure, but in my opinion, that actually shows that they have thought about their creative process and they have a structure to it. They have a way of doing it. A lot of people will hit writer's block. If you have a structure like Nickelback, you never have to worry about writer's block.
There you go. Miro Art asks, I know you've had the opportunity to work with other beatboxers. Have you collaborated on an album with something like that? And if so, what was it like working on it?
Well, I've done several albums, but they're all digital and it's all solo work. That I've worked with a lot of bands. I've played the drums in like rock and roll bands and jazz bands. So I have recorded in the past, but I wouldn't say I have enough experience to really comment on that one intelligently. Actually, could you just say that question one last time so I can really think about it?
Yeah, sure. So I know you've had the opportunity to work with other beatboxers. Have you collaborated on an album with something like that with them? And if so, what was it like working on it?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any more to add to that. But thanks for saying it again. That was very nice of you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. So let's see. BB asks, how to manage breathing while not breaking the beatbox?
Well, practice. So I mean, the breathing thing I actually used is an old technique that two artists, I forget exactly where in the Netherlands they're from. You have Panchetta and Skiller, and they would use that breathing technique a lot. And again, I could probably actually slow that down and it doesn't sound as cool, but I mean, there's certain sounds actually can happen at the same time. So if a sound is coming off of my lips, what happens in my throat can still make sound. So that's how I'm kind of breathing at the same time. The breathing is coming from like the back of my throat, but a lot of the drum kit comes from my lips. So there's that.
All right.
Yay.
Miro asks, what's your favorite genre of music?
That's dangerous. Truthfully, I'm kind of going through like a 90s like grunge phase. So I live with someone that's not as into music as I am, so I don't really listen to that much like drum and bass or dubstep or trancecore or like whatever cool electronic genres are existing, which is actually very strange because I make so much electronic music. But the truth is, I don't listen to as much electronic music as I used to in college or in high school. I mean, I grew up on Newgrounds in many ways. So, I mean, we had artists like Paragon X9, Corn and Beans, Parathyl. I mean, there were all sorts of fun artists that come through Newgrounds, which I've always found fascinating. Newgrounds has its own like underground drum and bass scene, and drum and bass as it is already underground. So it's kind of like, how did it get so divorced from the actual like popular scene? But
extra subterranean. And I know Little Spook has taken some questions from the chat. Little Spook, have you got something from the YouTube chat?
Yes, I do. I have from Chris or something on YouTube. What genre do you think gets the most undeserved hate, and why do you think people feel that way?
It's hard to say because honestly, I'm not a part of those subcultures that I feel like rap gets a lot of haze from. You know, you have the mumble rappers nowadays, but I'm not gonna pick on those mumble rappers. I feel like that style almost kind of evolved from certain dialects and accents that like people living in these inner cities originally had. And as time went on, I feel like a lot of vocalists leaned more into that sort of mumble idea as opposed to just the way that certain rappers spoke. So, yeah, but the question was, what genre gets the most haze? And honestly, I can't speak to that. Again, country gets hazed a lot, but it's really popular. So, you know, that's not something I'm gonna say is an opinion that really deserves more elaboration. Sorry.
Hey, country boys make do, right? All right, so
Yeah.
let's see. 5-star 811 asks, how long are you able to beatbox before running out of breath?
So at the 2017 North American Beatbox Championships, I only realistically needed like 1 minute of material. There were like 116 other competitors. And we all had to go through our material really quickly to make sure everyone got on that night. So how long could I beatbox? That's not actually something I've timed because endurance is not something I've necessarily had to prepare for. If I had to do like a longer performance though, what ends up happening a lot with beatboxing is your lips develop lactic acids. Things can get a little difficult. You lose a little bit of water. Like right now, my mouth is hella dry. But
it's a perfect transition to take a sip.
Exactly. That's exactly what I did. How did you know? It's like you're here with me.
Well, I'll never tell. All right. BB,
oh, no.
BB wants to know which parts of the facial muscles or throat may hurt the most for exercising as newbies. How do you manage that?
Exercising.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily about hurt or pain. It's more about getting tired. You know, like I just said, you get those lactic acids in your lips. The lip roll I talked about, that sound, can very quickly tire out your lips. But I mean, I find it very easy to do. So it kind of crutches other techniques. And you just practice until you get, you know, a little bit better, a little bit more endurance. But I could generally beatbox all day because even though like your lips get tired, there are other areas in your mouth that you can kind of beatbox off of. BTK is pretty inoffensive. So, I mean, you could beatbox all day, but if you're actually performing, I wouldn't want to perform for like more than 5 or 10 minutes. But I've seen people go on for like 20 minutes. And if you have like a loop station, you could play all night long. So there's that.
Groovy. Let's see.
Yeah.
Ravioli Box wants to know, would you ever want to host a beatbox hip-hop contest on Newgrounds?
You know, I've hosted like 1 or 2 contests in the past, and it's a little difficult. It's time consuming, and I'm not necessarily sure I want to take my like limited finances into something like that. But that's actually a really neat idea. I like that a lot. That beatboxing and hip hop and breakdancing actually formed like in conjunction with each other in like the late 80s, early 90s in the New York City scene. So when I say some of the world's best beatboxers are in New York City, I mean that.
That's awesome. All right, let's see. Pam says, what's been your longest beatbox moment? Like when your mouth started to get tired?
So actually, the open mic nights I talked about in Amagansett, that was a lot of fun because I had my material and it was very quick, but I had to wait like until like 2 o'clock to go on. So I ended up doing a few of those open mic nights to try and get earlier and earlier. But the very first time I went up, I actually got like a standing ovation and like an encore. And so like I just apologized to the crowd. I was just like, I only rehearsed 1 minute, so the next like 5 or 6 minutes is going to be really weird. But that night made me feel kind of like a rock star because, you know, I got off stage, everyone was happy to talk to me and like buy me drinks. So that's always fun. You know, you've knocked a performance out of the park when someone offers to buy you drinks. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Harpo the Great asks, what's your favorite food?
Whoa, the questions are getting there now. Wow, we're on to what's my favorite food. Anything with hot sauce on it, unfortunately. I'm one of those types of people. So I make a mean flour tortilla. So I mean flour tortillas, hot sauce, eggs, like it all just comes into like a fun sort of burrito type situation. But hot sauce, yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm one of those.
And actually, that does lead to a follow-up question from myself. You know, especially when you know you're going to be doing, you know, this kind of performance for, you know, beatbox or whatever it may be. What should you not eat? What kind of things do you do during the day to make sure that you don't, you know, destroy your body in advance or somehow limit your performance? You know, for actors, it's like don't drink milk, avoid certain things because it's going to mess up your VO. So, what would you suggest to avoid?
In regards to actually food before performance, I'm not sure if I have a studied information for that one. That's fascinating. But I did mention water before a performance. Don't do alcohol. Don't do caffeine. Alcohol has like a loosening effect on your vocal cords. That's nice if you're like a traditional singer, but it has like a sort of like cutoff point where if you get too drunk, suddenly you don't know what you sound like anymore, and you start hitting all sorts of weird notes that aren't in the script. But caffeine can tighten things up. I definitely I thought about drinking some tea before today to try to like loosen things up, get a little heat in there. But then I remembered tea has caffeine in it, so water's really the healthiest thing to lean into. But if you end up drinking like way too much because you're nervous, you're gonna end up going to the bathroom and they're gonna call your name and you're gonna be like, oh damn.
That's an important thing to be mindful of. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jenkum asks, why is Eminem the greatest rapper of all time?
That's slightly opinion, but you know what? I actually do like his ability to rap at such an incredible pace with such fascinating diction and creativity. I find it's his creativity actually that like he does not take himself seriously. Yes, he made a song literally called Rap God, but like if you listen to that song, you'll notice he's just enjoying himself and really just going all over the place. I actually really like that song. Rap God has the world record for I think the most words rapped in like a short period of time. So that guy has earned a lot of respect. He also has that respectable background with NWA and Dr. Dre. So I mean like that's he was in the right place at the right time. He got the right amount of attention and he just took that to success. I don't know how old you are, Stanpai, but like when I was growing up, Eminem was on like TRL all the time. MTV, when they actually played music, played a lot of Eminem's tunes and stuff. So he got really popular with young white America at the time. So I mean, a lot of why he's considered so good is just his popularity. He's a very popular and skilled individual. So.
For sure, yeah. No, I'm 28, and I think just on that note, he's like the Final Fantasy VII of rappers. Like he's remained in the public sphere that entire time. You know, especially during that like 2000s period.
Oh yeah,
Just like Final Fantasy VII did, you know.
yeah. No, he definitely has that. He came in a little like later than like a lot of those people, but still was banking off of like the success of those late '80s and early '90s rappers. So I mean, he's historically a very important rapper.
There you go. All right, the Gabo Effects asks, what do you think about reggaeton?
Reggaeton. So yeah, that's all I know is the Spanish beat. That's it. It regurgitates that sort of rhythm, and that's totally fine and totally cool. And I've tried doing reggaeton, and I suck at it. So.
A 5-minute warning for those of you who have more questions. Be sure to get them in the chat before we run out of time. BB asks, which sickness, for example, cold, makes beatboxing most difficult or even impossible?
Strep throat. I'm not even gonna like think about that one. So if you, blisters can also be really annoying. I started to form like a blister last night, and I was like, this is gonna suck. But that's yeah, there's that. If you end up getting like a fat blister on your lip the day before performance with beatboxing, that's a game changing, and that can kill the whole performance.
It's like breaking a string on a violin.
Well, more than that, it's like breaking every string and not having like a replacement violin set up. So I mean,
man. Well,
yeah.
With that in mind, what are some good maintenance techniques? You talked about drinking water, and of course having that sweet, sweet honey. But what are some good maintenance techniques to prevent those kind of issues on your machine?
On your machine,
yeah, you being the machine.
Lovely. I love that. The drum kit, the mouth. So, anyways, smoking can really damage your cords and all that fun stuff. And unfortunately, you know, I live in Colorado. I'm not going to get too in depth into what that means. I hope you can imply. But I mean, yeah, that's an unfortunate aspect of smoking, is that it might end up killing a bit of your range. You know, I definitely have like low tones and frequencies, and unfortunately, I kind of lean into those. And but that comes with a trade-off. You can do fun techniques like throat bass. So hopefully that's not too weird. I didn't rehearse that technique or record it, so I have no idea what it sounds like on this mic.
It sounded pretty neat. Let's see. Tekyon asks, what does Quarl think of merging genres? A good example being progressive jazz or post-future funk.
Someone asked a question earlier about how like genres evolve, and that's basically how they evolve. You have artists that like different sounds, different genres, different ideas, and they'll end up fusing it a lot of times without even realizing it. But it can also be a very intentional decision to basically be like, let's take ska and let's take punk, and now we got ska punk. Yeah.
Yeah, third wave ska. Ska's not dead, by the way. Ska is just like Newgrounds and Flash. Like, you think it's gone. It's not.
No.
Here we are.
The Mighty Mighty Bosstones just broke up. They've been together since like 1970 something. They're like one of the oldest ska bands.
Man, I've never had to knock on wood, but I know someone who has.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could. All right. I was gonna say last call for questions before it's too late, folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, I tried warming up today. I was trying to like sing to some songs. I put on some Real Big Fish. One of my favorite songs was Drunk Again, the one sung by Scott. Oh, I love that song.
Yeah, no, this is a last minute secret ska appreciation minute. But someone yesterday in the chat as well was talking about ska, and I wrote from the channel. I left the comment, pick it up, and they were like, "Oh, no, they know what's up."
Well, yeah. I mentioned chickadas. You hear that a lot in ska music. Ugh. Sorry, my mouth is killing me right now.
All right, and let's see. So BB asks, do you know how hormone treatment can affect your range?
That's fascinating. Maybe. So, I mean, I know that with like a female to male type of stuff, you end up with like very, very deep voices, but I'm not sure how trained that is. And then, I don't have a very layered opinion on that, because in all honesty, I think that, as I understand it, with many people, it can take lots and lots and lots of practice. So study, research, I don't know. That's a fascinating question.
Yeah, and just from personal experience of what I know with different performers I've met in the past, I know some have opted to just completely avoid going through any kind of hormone treatment because it would impact their vocal performance too much, especially if they were the lead singer.
I think they're worried about nothing. In all honesty, if they're worried about, wait, you mentioned the lead singer to like a group, wasn't it? What was it? Rise Against, or what
No,
was the
no,
one?
no. It was a small group that used to play, but the vocalist had like
Mhm.
a very deep voice,
Yeah,
and the concerns were if I do anything to change this sound, it might have a negative impact. So that they
that
chose not to go through with the
yeah,
treatment.
that sounds like a really personal decision that I am not
Yeah.
sure if I can necessarily to speak to that, but I don't necessarily think hormones are going to affect anyone's voice as much as they think it will.
Right
So
on. And any
that's
last questions before we wrap things up and cut loose, or any closing comments from you, Quarl? Anything you've been working on or want to share, or where they can
oh
find
yeah.
more about you?
I did want to mention, just in case Bleak Creep is actually in the chat in the Discord. I recently composed the music for episode 3 of her cartoon Us, and I've been composing for her for like a few years now. And she's working on the script right now. Well, actually, she's finished the script. I've read it for episode 4. Um, Actually, if I really wanted to help cover time, I could go to the browser. I know it's like actually up, and I could silent it so as not to just to kind of. I know we're talking to animators today,
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean, Anisloth will. I'm sure Spook, you can help Anisloth get prepped, and we can kind of take a quick run through what you'd like to look at here. Here we go. Oh yeah.
yeah. I've silenced it again. I don't want to necessarily like ruin any of the plot or the story, but like Us is a very beautifully animated cartoon series, and of course, I did all the keyboard and piano stuff with that. And I also mixed and mastered it. And so, me being me, I'm really self conscious about how some of the vocals end up getting mixed in. But that's the joy of collaborating with other people. So, I don't know. That's a fun little project. Do look into that if you're interested in that, because it's really, first of all, I'm just gonna say Bleak Creep like pays me each time, making her the coolest person on Newgrounds. So she is awesome. I'm into that. I also had recently collaborated. Mind Chamber did the art for my album No Boundaries, which is available on Bandcamp, and that's mostly like drum and bass and like IDM and more experimental stuff. But I don't know. I was very, very into that album, so hopefully, you people out there, you know who Mind Chamber is. We worked together. We kind of did an art swap. He did the illustration for my album, and now I owe him something apparently.
One of these
and
days, Mind Chamber will call upon you for a favor.
and worth saying, Garnet Frost did that little anime drawing too. That I commissioned her to do that. So, and that was a robot. All this developed from Robot Day. So that's all
The Mind
fun.
Chamber connection makes more sense. For sure.
Yeah.
And
There you
so
go.
these are not really questions. These are just 3 comments from the crowd. Maya La Cookie says, Quarl, why are you such a good artist? Your slides were amazing. That is a question. BB says, Quarl, you're awesome. You made me think my feeble self could spit some bars. And Mira Art says, this isn't a question. Just wanted to say, thanks again for this panel. You're making me want to try
Yay.
beatboxing out. Oh, okay. There's one last question. One last question to wrap things up from Jen.
Yeah.
Why?
Yay.
The question is, why?
Just why? The classic Greek Plato philosophy. Why? The answer is because.
There you go. Checkmate.
That's all I got. That's all I
Thanks.
got.
Thanks so much, Quarl.
It's been my pleasure.
Awesome. Stick around, everybody. We'll have another panel coming up in just a bit. But once again, this has been Quarl with Music for Everyone.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Bless me. You know what God did for me? He threw an 18-wheel truck at me, bounced me into nowhere for 5 years. When I woke up, my girl was gone, my job was gone, my legs are just about useless. Bless me. God's been a real sport to me.
Why your sister killed herself? No, God, it's not okay. It's not okay. Okay, I'd like to tell you now. I'm not gonna talk about that. Let go of me, you fucking freak! Why your sister killed herself? No, go. It's not alright. It's okay. It's not okay. Okay, I'd like to tell you now. I'm not gonna talk about that. Let go of me, you fucking freak! Why your sister killed herself? No, go. It's not alright. It's okay. It's not okay. Okay, I'd like to tell you now. I'm not gonna talk about that. Let go of me, you fucking freak!
Bless me. You know what God did for me? He threw an 18-wheel truck at me, bounced me into nowhere for 5 years. When I woke up, my girl was gone, my job was gone, my legs are just about useless. Bless me. God's been a real sport to me.
Hello, John. My name's Louisa. I'm Dr. Sam Louisa. I'm the director of this clinic. You've been our guest here for a while.
Guest. Funny way of putting it.
How do you feel?
My throat hurts.
Try a little water. Come.
She's talking about.
You've been in a coma, John. Not a trance.
Coma. For how long?
We're just glad to have you back, son. That's all that matters.
How long?
How long he is to lost for 5 years. And now reborn unto me.
5 years. About Sarah.
You've been involved in a terrible traffic accident. You remember? Well, you've been smashed up pretty badly. What is it?
Bandages. How come?
Your parents are here. They're right next door. I'm going to bring them in now. Is that okay?
Sure.
John.
It's a miracle, John.
Scourge.
The Lord has delivered you from your trance.
Remember what we discussed, Mrs. Smith, please.
Was she
Hey everybody, welcome, welcome to Newgrounds Winterfest. I hope you all have been having a good time. We're on the third day now, pretty fucking cool. So this is the second installment of Anisloth University. The first one was about motivation, and now I'm going to kind of show a way to channel that. But before we start, I want to say, awesome music panels before. Well, what a fucking treat this morning was. I'm trying to learn music lately, and my one friend who's a really good musician trying to teach me music. So that was really fun. Did not know me about beatboxing. That was just telling Stanpai. It was a huge surprise. Very happy. Also, I see some people that didn't make it into the panel room, but I was saying hi to a few people before. I saw Chroma. What's going on, Chroma? So her Gloom was in YouTube. Sup, Gloom. Quarl, awesome panel. But yeah. So today in the part 2 of Anisloth University is going to be marketing for creatives. All right. Just to tell you a little bit about myself if you don't know me. Hi, my name's Anthony, but I'm known here as Anisloth. By night, I make various little things on the internet, though. I have been taking a bit of a hiatus while learning some new mediums, trying to expand my horizons. But though by day, I am a social media marketer, and today I'm going to share some of what I do to help you show what you do. So that is what we will be doing today. So, like I said, this is a part 2 to my Summerfest panel that was about motivation, and I thought this was a nice segue to kind of take that subjective meditation and anti-anxiety and stress kind of stuff and focus it into the part that usually starts to make art stressful, which is making it into a business, into making some kind of monetary gaining, or just any kind of gain, whether it be views or whatnot. So I'm trying to show you a place to channel that motivation. I will give a quick little heads up. I have a speech impediment and I slur my words sometimes. I stutter, so if I sound like I'm drunk, I'm not. But it happens, so I'm just letting you know now. And also, a real disclaimer for the whole piece is I firmly believe in art, whatever medium, being created for the sake of creating it. Not everything you make should be for the purpose of monetization or even neatly packaged for consumption. We're artists first, business people second. Also, be warned, as a marketer, I know all these platforms inside and out and very well, and others that we won't even be talking about today. But because of that, I absolutely hate most of them. If I'm being honest, though, as creatives, they are our best friends nonetheless. So it's good that we know our worst enemy, all right? Because I don't even have social media on my phone anymore. I don't do it. I use all the desktop versions now because I can't look at that anymore. But it's important to know because this is how you get ahead in the world. All right. So first, we're going to start with platform breakdowns. All right. We're going to talk about the different platforms. Some of the platforms I'm going to be talking about are TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, ArtStation, and other places to put portfolios and stuff. So if you want to grab a pen and notebook, go ahead. I'm going to be talking fast because I don't want to run out of time. Take a sip of my giant water. How's everyone doing today? Good? Everyone's enjoying themselves? All right. So let's get into it, all right? Why do we want to know our platforms, all right? You want to know your platform because it's vital to any level of success, especially as a solo entrepreneur or starting a business, a studio, or whatever you want to do. Learning how to properly break down your platform is not just important for the now, but it's important for being able to adapt in the future when new platforms develop. It also shows you which to prioritize for your specific creative vice. This is super important. Things pop up all the time, especially now with all the metaverse stuff going on. I've read a few white papers on it, things that have been released, things that obviously there's things that I don't know about, but I've got my hands on some slippery little white papers. And it's going places, all right? There is stuff like Byte, where they're trying to bring back the Vine format of, I think it was 8 to 6 second videos. That completely died. But what if it didn't die? You know, you have to keep track of this kind of stuff. There's the super giants, but, you know, little things pop up and they become giant things. You know, Musical.ly was just a dancing app. Then it was bought out by TikTok or the, I don't forget what the actual, I think it's like Sound something is the actual company. And now it's the, we'll talk about later, #1 used platform on the planet. It just recently beat YouTube like 2 weeks ago. So you have to know how to break these down and know how to stay current, is what I'm asking. All right. So let's go into the one I just mentioned, TikTok. I call TikTok the fast food entertainment. It is currently, like I said before, the #1 most used app, recently surpassing YouTube. Originally, it was YouTube for just anything. Now it is TikTok. It's good for any creative. It's best for music. And then also, it's the same thing as Reels and Shorts. We're going to go over Reels and Shorts later. Hashtag Shorts, which is the now YouTube TikTok. But I have that down there so you can know it's the same formatting. Best for music. So what I mean by that is it's built into the app function itself. You have these sounds, these audio clips of musicians and voiceover artists. If you want to increase your chances of people using whatever sounds that you make, TikTok literally has the feature built in to free spread it around. I'll write here, TikTok is the IV drip dopamine trap that it was designed to be, and it's meant to truly appeal to your demo on here. You got to feed into that. So musicians, covers, VO people, there is the Gianni method of just doing memes. I'm sure you might not be the first one, but you know what I mean. Brock Baker does voice impressions. He's not famous for, his particular voiceover work. He's famous for the funny viral videos that he makes, and that leads into him getting gigs and views and showing off maybe some personal projects or whatnot. All right, artists, artists as in visual artists, digging the trends, using original works, speed painting, meme comics. See what I mean? OCs doing trends. So what I mean by that is you don't want to get caught up in this is mostly for visual artists, so listen up. The ones that do fan art. Don't get caught in the fan art trap. All right, fan art's great, and you should want to do your own fan art, but if you're using fan art to just gain an audience, because it does get views, like parody people on YouTube, you're going to get caught in this fan art trap where they're not there necessarily for you, it's for what you're drawing. So if you're a fan artist that only draws Spider-Man, and you're drawing all these cool Spider-Mans, your OC is Spider-Man. Most of your audience, I promise you, is only there for the Spider-Man, and you'll see that when you post something original and it gets like no views. You're like, where'd all you go? It's because they weren't really here for you. So to avoid that is to not get trapped in the glorious views of parody and fan art, and to just ride that wave like everybody else. You can do fan stuff, go for it. And if you're trying to just sell, parody stuff works. But like you'll hear from people like Hunter, from Meat Canyon, he said it himself, with his personal projects. Anytime he did something that wasn't a parody, it would tank. And obviously, thankfully, Monster Lab did really well, but you know what I mean. He's different. He's at 3 million something, freaking million subscribers at this point. But yeah, and game dev people, follow the trends and see what other people are advertising with. You can come up with your own stuff, go for it, show off clips and gameplay. You're going to be doing a lot of reposting, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, that's TikTok. All right. I talk fast. I know. There's a lot to get through here. We're already 8 minutes in. I also want to save time for questions. Let me actually check questions real quick. Anyone got any questions? No? Cool. Awesome. Gen chat. Everyone's hanging out. Cool beans. If you guys have any questions, I'll mention this now. There'll be a QA at the end. But if you have a question like pertaining to exactly what I'm talking about right now, shoot it out there. I'll see it. Go for it. All right. Okay. On to the next one. Instagram. Instagram is the clean and polished platform. All right. Better for more visual artists. More clean and presented works. Reels is just like TikTok. Instagram's main feature, the feed and the story, so the actual like grid feed and then the story feature, are for more polished posts, news, and updates. Use the feed to post eye-catching polished pictures and videos, and viewers, let's leave it there. So people on Instagram, viewers on Instagram, they're there to look at something cool and keep scrolling. When you're breaking down, when I talk about this, I try to put myself in the viewer. So when you're thinking of a new app, you actually want to use the app a little bit, even if it's an app you're really not too fond of or a service you're not too fond of. Hop in there and just start going through whatever you do and take notice of how you're using it. All right. So like on Instagram, you're just scrolling. You're not stopping and reading. It's not Facebook where you're reading posts or you're looking at something cool, liking, gone. That's why they added the double tap feature, because they know people are spending way less. It's way quicker to do that than it is to move to the button. That's why they did that. You could use the button, but that's the very particular user experience thing. All right. So the reason why I mentioned that is because it's going to help with your breaking down. So now, knowing this, why are people following you on Instagram? They're following you on Instagram because what you're doing looks really cool. All right, looks awesome. You remember, with all of these, you're trying to appeal to a general audience. You're not appealing to art nerds. So viewers on IG are looking to consume and scroll. All right, people will really follow you if you're visually interesting. Things like sketches and works in progress, whips, aren't really what people are looking for. Remember, you're trying to grab a general audience, like I said, not just art nerds. So what I mean by that is, don't think of yourself as you, the artist, because me, the artist, follows people for sketches and works in progress and sketchbook videos and them showing pictures of their setups and stuff, because I find that stuff interesting. The general audience, though, is not art people. They want to see your art because it looks cool, or like I said, the fan art trap. I like this person because they draw a cool Darth Vader. Oh, I don't, cool gun. Maybe they'll follow you, but they're not going to see. They're going to see other stuff. They might even scroll right past it if it's not exactly what they're looking at. All right. So keep that in mind. And then on the complete opposite end, though, this is a recent thing. And we're not really talking about IGTV that much, because IGTV is just a conversion platform now. It was trying to be a competitor for YouTube, and that went away. So now it's just a conversion. When your video is longer than a minute, I think it turns an IGTV video. So don't worry about that. That's on your mind. Yeah. And Brecky, I see your question. I'll answer in just 2 seconds. Let me finish this rant. On the other side now, because of, once again, TikTok being the number one in the stratosphere of entertainment, these other apps are going to try to compete, which we'll mention later on is really boring for consumers, but really awesome for marketers because it's less work for us. Reels is formatted, instead of the square of Instagram, is now Instagram Reels, a vertical platform. What else uses a vertical platform? TikTok. They're trying to compete, obviously. What's good about that is you can just take your TikTok videos and put them on Instagram Reels. Look at that, free content on your Instagram, free use. And the cool thing is, and this is about almost any new feature, lives on TikTok, Reels on Instagram, YouTube hashtag Shorts, Facebook Gaming. When they have this new service that they're showing off, that was gross. They're going to push it, so you have to ride that wave. All right. So Instagram Reels. Let me pause real quick because I'll just keep talking. Let me answer some questions. How do you keep consistent with your content? We're going to talk about that later. Is it true that there are time specifics to post content? Yes, there are time specifics to post content, but that is found out not on a general sense. That is through reading your demographics, reading your analytics, and usually after like 3 months, you can start to see when your viewers are watching. But unless you're really trying to optimize views, I wouldn't really worry about that too much, because the people that the people that you're getting analytics on are the people that already follow you, and when you're advertising, you don't have to worry about them. You already sold them your product. Keeping them is a different story. That's on the actual making good content side. But the part of advertising, you've already sold the product. You've already got them in your net. So you wouldn't have to worry about too much about those people. But anyway, yeah, Instagram. Gorgeous stuff. No works in progress, just no sketches. Even if you're working on a comic, or just keep it to yourself till it's done. All right, just keep it to yourself. All right, I know visual artists. A lot of you guys, I'm going to talk with you guys more because it tends to be. I know there's burnout in other places. Don't worry, I don't think other things are easy. But I know visual artists making a finished product of a huge drawing can take 4 to 6 hours, and you're like, I have to post 3 times a day. That's fucking impossible. That's not what you have to do. So we're gonna have solutions to that later, but don't just post sketches to get stuff out there. All right, don't clutter your content platforms. All right, but once again we'll talk about that more later. All right, so let's hop into Twitter, the infamous Twitter, the big fucking bird. Twitter is laid back hangout and news. More laid back. I call it in the world what I've coined it as is the chat at the water cooler app. And it's for literally anyone. Whatever vice that you have, that's not even more so of a Newgrounds vice of the different categories that we submit things to on the portal. You could literally be on Twitter. But Twitter, though fine for advertising, is not the place you should be putting much time into besides connecting with your base, posting whips, and the occasional news update. All right? Think of Twitter as the place to hang out. You can use Twitter as a content platform, but I'd make a separate account for that because posting anything other than your art/music or VO or whatever will not be favorable. Don't sink too much time into Twitter, in my opinion. Everyone has their own fucking opinion on Twitter. All right? Me, personally, as watching this, I'm a million years old. Twitter is to hang out. It's to post and shoot the shit, share memes. Things do go viral on Twitter, but things go viral on every platform. That's not an excuse to put your time and effort into a platform. What you want to look at is how are people using the app? And people use Twitter to share news and updates because it goes directly to notifications. People are always on their fucking Twitter, and Twitter can send you push notifications. And it's used to just talk to people, share things, thoughts. Like Twitter is more now what Facebook wanted to be before. Twitter is way more now that than this, than what people try to make Twitter. It has whole sections on what's trending because people are just talking about shit. It's the water cooler. It's literally going up to somebody going, "Hey man, did you hear about fucking whatever?" And they're like, "Oh, I don't know, what is it?" And then that's what that is. It's not a place to be like, "Hey guys, buy my thing. Hey guys, do this." You can do that, but I really wouldn't suggest it because it's not going to come out. It's not going to come out favorable on your end with the amount of effort you're putting in. Let me check some questions real quick. That's really all I got to say on Twitter. They're trying to do the thing now with Spaces. Unless they add some kind of video component to Spaces, Spaces will be like a thing for podcasts, maybe. But honestly, I think Discord works better for that. Obviously, not so much in sharing, but like as a place to organize those things. Spaces are supposed to be very like they're on a whim. They're not really supposed to be scheduled things. And they don't really work that way either. But that's pretty much it. It's fucking Twitter, dude. Twitter's abysmal. I took Twitter off my phone. But let me read a couple questions here. Is it true that there are any? Oh, I already read that one. Is it better to do separate accounts for art and personal things, or is it okay to put it all in one account? If you're trying to monetize or make your thing professional, keep it separate. Your personal account could be whatever you want, because then honestly, when you make it your professional account also, and you could post whatever the fuck you want on your personal account. On your professional side, people that aren't your friends and don't know you are going to see your stuff. So, that's why I said like don't do it on Twitter, because Twitter, unless you're going to completely that's what I said, make a completely separate account. The way people engage on Twitter is not favorable for a professional face of a thing that you're presenting. So keep it separate. Is there any platform you think can be ignored, or would you always use all options? Yes and no. We're going to talk about stuff later about when we're done breaking them all down, prioritization. But it's like you can. We'll talk about that later. What do you know? When do you know you are ready to post art? Can artists make an audience as they evolve? Yeah. Just So, I'll answer. So when it comes to like when you're ready to make stuff, I would try to personally find friends that they're going to be honest with you, or ask people separately, would you buy this? That's with any product really. But when you're ready to post art, I think you can post whenever you want. I know I firmly believe in Tom's philosophy of why he tells you not to delete things off your art portal, because people want to see the progression of an artist. If you want to be favorable for the algorithm, wait until you think you have a product to show. If you don't know that yet, you gotta try it out. There's a lot of trial and error in social media marketing. I've had maybe so it's really hard. As I said, it's really hard to be like, here's my account with 1 million followers. Like, this is why I know I'm legit. Because one, that's not how you know what you're talking about. But also, B, I hate social media, and every time I do it, I'll do it for a few months and then just want to kill myself and I delete it. But this is what we have to be to exist in this landscape. So take my word for it that I do it for a living, because it is interesting and there is a science to it and there is creativity to be had. But me personally, it's just a personal thing. So you should post art whenever you want. But like, yeah, I've had multiple accounts where I've gotten to almost 10,000 followers in like 2 or 3 months, and I'm like, I gotta bounce. I just don't want to be on it anymore. And that just happens. So keep trying. But there's also accounts that I made earlier on in my career of whatever creative vice I was at the time, and I make things that I think look good and they get no likes. So is that me not getting caught in the algorithm or whatever? Who knows? So yeah, that was a lot of jumbled words to just say do what you want. Let me keep going here. I'm going to keep these questions for a little bit. Happy there's a lot of questions. That means we're going to have a nice Q&A at the end. So let me just punch through these. Facebook. Basically, only for ads, updates, and outreach for any creative, a dumping spot for Instagram. Facebook is really the only place to do ads and dump stuff that you made for Instagram. Having a Facebook page is easy, and it's a great place to put contact info as well. I'd only put time into Facebook if you plan on doing paid ads to do a promotional, which Facebook is one of the best places to do that, especially for game dev and music. If you're trying to show off music or a game that you're trying to sell, or if you're selling some kind of merch or a product, Facebook is the best. It just is. It has a great promotional demographic setter, and for the amount of money that you put in, your potential clicks are a lot, or can be in the hundreds of thousands. So yeah, you can check that out yourself and set up in the show, find your demographic, and it'll tell you the price points it calculates. But very little money for very good outreach. Only for updates and ads. Don't spend time on Facebook unless you're literally doing a promotional or you're dumping stuff from your Instagram. All right. Now, but here's the big one. This is the big one that I really want to get to because a lot of people overlook this. Reddit. Demographic finding simulator. Built-in demographics, great for literally anyone, best for advertising for free. You can literally look up exact subreddits you'd like to advertise on, and then there you go. Try to be active otherwise, so you're not just a bot spamming. But once you have an actual product to show, or video, music trailer, etc., just throw it on there whenever you want. Literally has built-in demographics. Every r/whatever is a demographic. r/games, I'm a gamer. r/movie, I like movies. r/voiceover, I love VO. Is it going to be a lot of other professionals? Sure. But there's also people that join these subreddits, as people know that follow subreddits, the things they don't normally do, that like the thing. And the cool thing about, if you're making an indie horror game, r/indie development, r/indie games, r/video games, r/games, r/horror, r/horror games, like literally whatever you can fucking think of is a Reddit subreddit you could be a part of. All right. But yeah, Reddit, please go make a Reddit. Go make a Reddit, and if you're ready to start posting things, go for it. All right. Now on to my favorites. ArtStation. Listen to me. If you have a static visual portfolio, just make an ArtStation. Put that shit on there. YouTube and Vimeo. We already talked about hashtag shorts. So that's its own thing. Make a YouTube account that you have your YouTube on. Post your shorts on there. They're bumping up shorts. That's it. Just take your TikToks, throw them on shorts. If you have a video portfolio, YouTube or Vimeo, put that shit on there. YouTube or Vimeo. Vimeo has high res. YouTube has as well, but Vimeo is very good for high res video sharing. So if you're doing very high res 3D renders or animations or whatever, movie effects, on there. If you have an audio portfolio, Bandcamp and SoundCloud, just put that shit on there. All right? You guys hearing me? If you have a portfolio ready, let the world see it and keep it somewhere organized and compact that has a URL that if I clicked on that URL, it would bring me to your portfolio. Okay? Now, the alternative, the additional to any of that is your personal website, which I call the UHQ. All right? Very catchy, I know. I'm very smart. All your work and contact info. This is the one thing that you don't necessarily need. You don't necessarily need a website, because especially you have to pay for it. But I highly recommend it. Social media platforms can act as websites, especially your Facebook page, but a website is way more professional presenting to a more general audience and potential clients. It can be fully customized to have... It can be fully customized to have whatever you want displayed, however you want it, and you can add features like mailing list, stores, contact, and info. Also, you can put on audio, like players on there. So, the reason why this is big is because you can do whatever you want. You have it displayed any way you want. I have a website. It's currently down because I'm working on it, but I normally have a portfolio website. Before marketing, I'm also a pre-production artist, storyboard, stuff like that. Yeah. So, your website's great. A lot of you guys on here on Newgrounds are artists, are voiceover artists, are musicians. You want to be able to show your portfolio when you're going to a place to apply as a, I don't really know audio gigs that well. I'm sorry, I'm not in the audio world much, but like audio engineer or something, I don't know. But, artist for me was pre-production artist, whatever, cleanup work. You want to see your stuff, and they're gonna look at your stuff for 2 seconds unless something catches their eye. So yeah, I suggest a website. Also, there's no data proving this, but just based off what I've seen in my work, I don't know, there's maybe some marketing guy in Princeton working on this. I personally think websites are coming back. I think the second .com boom is happening, and it's going to be because everyone's getting so pissed with these social media places, and everyone's hating sites and leaving places, and everyone's trying to make their own new app. When people are trying to make their own new thing, that means the thing that's going on right now sucks. We saw it with streaming. I'm putting on the tinfoil hat. Websites are coming back. I think websites are coming back. Not a question, an endorsement. Thank you, Stan. I'll talk. This is my one. It's true. It's true. All right. So make a website if you can. All right, if you can afford it. It's like $20 for me a month. Anyway, let me stop here. This is a pause to go over some questions, see if anything is more pertaining to what we're talking about. Is staying conversational on Twitter and polished on IG enough to be separate, like you're saying? Yeah. So we're going to talk about in a moment content sources, content pages. So that'll probably answer that later. It could be into social media. Let's talk about these ones later. I have bilingual. I use audience and Facebook. Any advice for someone in my situation? I can't say anything confidently about how to handle different language. But a lot of these services have built-in translators. So that usually helps. I apologize though. Recommend using hashtags on Twitter. If you're gonna use hashtags on Twitter, like 1 or 2, max. It's not like people aren't really usually searching hashtags. Hashtags are more for things that get trending. They're not so much of people to find your stuff. Marketing OC, so I'm comment credit. Marketing OCs for a webcomic, which they read is best for that. Yes. And okay, these ones just came in. Let me read those in a bit. All right. So which platforms do I use? Should I focus on one or more? And yeah. So which platforms do I use? All right. The most efficient approach is what I'm going to say. For this is getting ready to start your when you're making your stuff. All right. The best way to have the most reach possible is to break down each platform and find ones with similar formatting. So how the video, how it is presented. All right. Thankfully nowadays, like I said before, this is what I mentioned earlier on. Nowadays, almost every platform is the exact same, which is very boring, but it's great for us as marketers. There are 3 that I've narrowed it down to, and if something doesn't necessarily use this formatting, you can mess with the borders to make it work. Format videos, horizontal and vertical, if you can. I know shooting actual footage is fucked, but while you're compositing an ad or something, if you can make a second horizontal version or a vertical version, that would be great. And if you can't choose between the two, always go horizontal, because people do not care if there's a giant black chunk here and here on the vertical part to watch that. You can make this look nice, maybe put some background color or something for branding purposes, but people don't care. They'll watch the little screen. They just will. And stills, always make them square. If you're making a still, a flyer or something, always make it square for Instagram. And Instagram goes to Facebook, and that square doesn't get cut off on Twitter. Keep the square. It won't get cut off. So those are the 3. While following this formatting will allow you to simply create content with the different formats in mind during the process. It also makes it so if I have this one video, this clip, I now have it in 3 different ways that I could just share it to 5 or 6 different platforms, and now I'm getting all these eyes for one video. You guys see what I'm saying? All right, that's the most effective approach to which platforms do I use. Because, yeah, so then here what's going on. So now we go on to the content platform. This is the one that some people were talking about early on, mixing personal with. So the content platform is where your advertisements lead to. YouTube, Twitch, Spotify, Patreon, Steam, if you're a game dev person, or itch.io. All right, any platform where the thing that you're advertising lives. This place should be clean, up to date, and have the majority of your attention. Responding to and interacting with users and consumers. No ads. There should be no ads on the place that you show off your art. You're going to show off your art or your music or your VO stuff in other places, like for advertising purposes, not so much. But the place that you collect all of your stuff, wherever someone's going to go to consume you, should be 1 or 2 places, and those places should have no ads, because you don't want to advertise to someone that's already there. If it's like being like, at like a store and you're buying Nike shoes, and then someone's like, and then a Nike ad, like someone walks up to you with a Nike ad, it tells you, I'm like, I'm already here, man. Or someone catches you at the register. Do you suggest? I'm only gonna answer this one real quick because I do suggest Squarespace. I think Squarespace is the best one, especially if you have no UI UX knowledge or website creating knowledge. So yeah, but yeah, one content platform, and I'm gonna follow into this with my next thing, which is making something with your art. This might be surprising, or it's self-explanatory depending on who you are. But you have to actually create something with some inherent entertainment value for people to actually want to follow you or even back you financially. Create projects with your art, music, etc., not just showing off your individual skill sets, or use this to show off a product or service you're also selling. So what I mean by this, and this is a big one, and I want to hit this one now, you have to make something. So where a lot of people fall short is they're like, why aren't people just following me for my art and my voice reel? Or like, I keep making beats and no one's following me. Unless the thing that you're making is like just really good, you just get one of those people that are just like for just some reason the universe is responding to you, and you get caught in the algorithm, and everything lines up perfectly for you. Awesome. You don't need to listen to a fucking thing I'm saying. Just keep being you. But since you can't control that, you have to give it some inherent value first, before you find out what people actually like about you. So, if you're a VO person, do covers, do memes, do find things that you do well with your voice, and use that to create content. Because people are not going to follow you just for your reel. Music people, do show off your music skills. Do mashups, do covers with your particular instrument. Do a lot of you guys that are I don't even know what you would call like 8-bit music. I guess you just call it 8-bit music, right? I don't even know what you would call it, but you could do covers with that. Yeah, because the difference between fan art and covers is that fan art is just the characters they like in a different art style sometimes, or maybe not even a different art style. Covers are different because you're providing all of the value. Unless someone is really into those lyrics of the song, everything you're doing is providing the value. What makes people stick around is something that's familiar to them. So if I do like a cover of, I'm a singer, apparently all of a sudden I gained this amazing vocal talent, and I cover a Radiohead song, and they're sticking around for me singing because that's obviously sound good. Even shitty fan art is still cool. It's like, oh, it's Zelda. I love Zelda. I love Link. But like, someone has to like your music. So that's the difference there. I don't want to misconstrue the two or sound like I'm kind of contradicting myself. But yeah, artists, make a comic. If you don't like comic, make like half-assed animations. Learn animation. Do things like, I know some people. I had this one friend that would green screen out characters in a cartoon and redraw the backgrounds. If you're a background artist, you can draw your own backgrounds. Like, I took the backgrounds from so-and-so cartoon and made them HD 4K, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, find some way to click. You're kind of doing clickbaiting, but you're not, because it has its own value. But you have to grab people's attention. But yeah, so that's what I mean by that. So now there's two left, and then we're going to go in the QA. Two big things left. One is how to reuse content properly. I'm going to read my bottom line here first in my notes. Don't be afraid to spam or repeat content within rational means. You're advertising, not making content. You're still trying to keep things fresh, and of course, but if people are responding to a certain piece, keep using it. We're going to go over that now, but what I want to understand here is not every platform you're using. Oh my God, my throat's dry. Not every platform that you're using is a place that people are going through for your content, and it shouldn't be. You want everyone to come to a place. It's easier as like a person that works on a certain platform like YouTube or Twitch or something. Also art people, do Twitch streams. You don't have to talk. You could just have you drawing until you feel comfortable. I know some people don't feel comfortable talking. Just draw. Make speed paints on YouTube. Those have inherent entertainment value. I forgot to mention that part. I wanted to mention that. There's things that artists do without using their voice or their face or even their full name that can be entertainment. All right. There's always a workaround. There's always some kind of thing that people like to watch in our fields. But anyway, yeah. So that's why I said you want to have a content place, because you're going to other places. Like say like I'm a YouTuber and I have my speed paint clip. I'm gonna post whatever ads and stuff for my merch and stuff and blah 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 blah. But like I have my separate thing that when they like my stuff and they go and follow me, now they get to enjoy just my stuff, and I have them here. And if I want to especially announce something to them, cool. But I'm not going to be bombarding them with a bunch of shit. Advertising is all about bombarding. It's all about mental, your overlap, your saturation. All right. So this is my method. Now we're done with that. Please write this down if you don't forget it. This is my method of how to reuse content properly and ethically. All right? After creating your content schedule, which we'll talk about on the next one, go along with it for about 2 months. Now you're going to see these big number of things here. There's a lot of groundwork when it comes to making things. It doesn't happen overnight, so you have to stick with it, all right? 2 months. Take your top 3 posts and repost them again the next following 2 months and continue your schedule as normal. Take the next top 3 and repeat. If the previous 3 did well again, post them again in the same cycle. But keep doing that till they don't. Now, this is usually where people scrap those pieces. Save them and try again in 4 months. If they don't that second time, then scrap them. The reason why I say that is, the reason why you're repeating them, one, is because you're trying to find out 2 things. One, did people really actually like it? Or was it just caught in the algorithm and I got lucky? And 2, can I do that again? If you can do it again, awesome. If you can't, that doesn't mean that it wasn't good. That just means the second time around you might have gotten unlucky. That's why you want to do it again later, so it's not something people have seen, so they're not going to like it immediately. Fresh your faces. If it doesn't, then it's time to just scrap that one. The reason why you're doing this and why I think it's totally okay is because you're advertising. You're not showing them content. I'd be pissed if my favorite, I'll just say it regularly. If I was watching a movie and there's like sequel, I'm like, oh, cool. And I go and watch it, it's the same fucking movie again. I'm like, God damn it. Like, I want to see new stuff. Or my favorite YouTuber is like, oh, I put out a new video, guys, and it's the same video as last week or a month ago. I'll be like, what the hell? But when I'm advertising, those aren't my viewers. These are random ass people. If you follow my account on whatever, good. You should for other reasons. Besides the video is on there, either for updates or for news, or maybe, ways people advertise things is they'll go, hey guys, I'm doing a live stream, but only on my TikTok or only on my Instagram. You have to come follow my Instagram if you want to watch it, but shit like that. But when it comes to advertising, I'm trying to get new people to see my stuff. Because I don't really necessarily care about those other accounts. I care about my main one, right? You can make passive revenue from those other accounts if you're like a creator and not so much like, selling things like commissions or a product or a video game or something. But Steam, you say you are a game dev, perfect example. Your money is not going to come from people looking at your videos so much. It's going to come from, hopefully, people buying your video game. You know what I mean? Like, think about your end goal. Don't get so caught up in the likes and the views and like whatever other things you think about. Fuck that. So people aren't aren't successful on social media because they care. You gotta go forward. You gotta put those insecurities behind and keep doing stuff. You're keeping things fresh. You have a whole content schedule. So don't think you're just showing the same video over again, because you can't do that. But taking some videos great 2 months ago and showing them off again, nothing wrong with that. All right. Now let's go on to the scheduling and goals. All right. And then I see all these questions coming in. I love it. We're going to have a longer Q&A session at the end. Stanpai is going to help me out with that because he's beautiful. And Italian's going to stick together. All right. Scheduling and goals. Start small and work your way up. All right. You're aiming for consistency over volume and to only add/stagnate, not decrease. The moment you decrease, and this isn't like a hard whatever, hell yeah, Stanpai. The moment the algorithm starts, the moment you decrease, the moment the algorithm starts to no longer work in your favor. Don't stress, though. It's not concrete, but keeping consistent is the most sure way to success. I know someone asked about consistency before. Now we're here. Make your goals achievable, not too far down the path, and goals you can control the outcome of. Also, make sure your goals have a start and end time. So I'm begging you now. The best way to... So let me actually finish this thought, actually. Endless goals are a straight ticket to eventual burnout and demotivation. Having realistic goals, consistent scheduling and uploads, and proper content cannibalism, reusing content, will ensure your best possible outreach. So, let me break down each part of this real quick, and then we'll go into Q&A. Make your goals achievable. Don't make them, I want to hit 1 million subscribers by the end of the week, the end of the year, or or even like something small. I want to hit like 5,000 subs. That's cool, and those are things to aspire to. Those aren't goals that you have to control the outcome of, because you might be literally like the next Picasso. Just this new thing people haven't seen. You love it, everyone's loving it, but no one's really seeing it. It's not your fault. You can't control that. The internet is vast and heavily saturated. You're not the only guy out there making art. You're not the only guy out there making good art. So it sometimes doesn't work in your favor. So don't attribute your success to that. All right? And also not too far down the path. You don't want to make 1 million subs your goal, because it's, I did this last panel. I'm going to do it this panel too. I'm going to attribute the weight loss as a big guy who's losing weight. If I said I want to be 210 pounds by the end of the year, and I'm currently where I'm at 331, that's a big order. But if I said, and I might not achieve it, because I might get burned out. I might be like, oh geez, or every day I have a cheat day. I'm like, oh, I'm such a fit. But if I said I'm at 331 right now, I want to hit 320 by the end of the month, or by the end of the next month, I could skip a few cheeseburgers, replace them with some salads, maybe do an extra couple laps on the treadmill. I might be able to get that done, and I'll feel good about myself when I do it. And then making goals have an actual start and end. Art people, I'm looking at your brains, because I'm an art person, and I'm looking like visual art people. I'm looking at you. Stop doing the fucking, I'm going to draw a picture a day for a year, or for forever. I'm just going to draw a picture of a day, because that's me telling myself I'm actually working. Or I'm going to draw a character a day, or I'm going to draw a character a week. You're eventually going to get burned out. It's going to happen sooner or later. Do it for a week. Do it for a month. Month is a long time. Month's a long time. Time does not fly when you have deadlines. Only flies when you're not going to meet them. You're a month's a long time. You got to commit for a month. All right. And then when you're done with that, now you have this thing, and you did it. All right. But if you make it forever, you're not going to be able to do it. I'm going to do a voiceover video. I'm going to add a new thing to my reel every week. Really? What happens if you miss a week? Well, now you suck. You know what I mean? Now you're being like, oh, I suck. Oh, I'm awful. Now, I don't want to go too much, but this is stuff I talked about. These are thought loops and moving the goalposts. These are things I talked about in the motivation panel. So just go watch that. But, have realistic goals, follow the formatting, know your platforms, and I promise you'll be successful, because when you do everything properly, you stay consistent just by virtue of of making things easier on yourself. You're limiting the barriers to entry to the other side. All right. And if you fuck up sometimes, now that you have all this formatting, you can start having a backlog where I'm going to take a vacation. I don't want to do this stuff for 2 weeks. Well, now you have a backlog. Or maybe you can just repost some of those good videos. I know this week's going to be kind of slow. Well, now I have 3 that were my top last time and did super well. I could just post those again. Now I don't have to work this week. You know what I mean? You see how we start building stuff up? Because when you start doing that formatting goal of 3 videos, all 2 went away. 3, all of a sudden, say you had 3 successful runs of that, that's 12 videos that are just always going to give you guaranteed virality. All right? So that's pretty much my spiel. I talked fast. There was a lot of stuff to take in 48 minutes, but that's how we roll. All right.
Are you ready for Q&A?
I think we're ready for Q&A. There's a lot of questions in here. So
for sure. All right. Let's see. Yeah. So you want to go ahead and start reading through?
Yeah, I'll start reading through the ones that I missed. From Little Spoke YouTube, should people put their personality in their posts alongside their art, or keep it strictly, here's what I do, look at this? If your personality is the other inherent art, the other inherent value to what you're making, sure. But if you feel confident enough in your skills that the sole value is just you doing your thing, go for it. See if it works. If it doesn't work, have the humility to reevaluate. Or just to have to give it a second thought. But yeah, that's my answer to that. Marketing OCs for webcomics. I said, yeah, Reddit, go for it. Do it everywhere. How how much interaction is needed for each platform to impact growth of followers and reception. As long as the only one, you should be paying attention to all your analytics. This is why people have marketing people. This is why I have a day job, because people don't want to spend their time doing this. And as you can tell, I hyperfixate on it. So, lovers at first sight. It's a lot of numbers to look at. It's a lot of analytics, but you could either, it really doesn't matter. The main thing is your content platform. Are people going to your content platform? And if things aren't working on other sites, you can evaluate on there. But don't worry too much about the reception and growth, because, like I said, you can't control that. How affordable are websites for those on a tight budget? I love Squarespace. Use Squarespace. Agency is a good one too. Do you know how you could work through loss of motivation, continuous art block, essentially when it comes to posting? Should we put regardless of what we make, even if it's a sketch/whip? So here's going to be a little bit of hard truth, but I think it's okay. If you're trying to make art your job, the sad part about running a business, especially in the beginning, is you can't afford loss of motivation and not going to work, because you have to go to work. That's why you have to wait till you're really financially stable to make art your only day job. So if you're just trying to make a thing and hope that people like it, don't worry about it. People will forgive you. A lot of our own things are in our own head. I don't want. Let's say we were talking about this motivation part, motivation thing during the summer panel. But if you forgot, a lot of our own anxieties about posting are in our own head. Think about people that you watch that haven't posted in 2 weeks. You're not mad at them. It's whatever. I got other things to watch. You're not the only person on the internet. So don't worry about it. But also, it's morally neutral to have loss of motivation and art block. It happens, and it's okay. I'm taking a whole hiatus right now to the few places that I even have a presence. They can suck it up. It just is what it is. How do you feel about card versus marketing your website? What's more effective in your opinion? About card? KRD versus...
Yeah, card is like a personal website builder kind of
yeah. So making your own... so
it's kind of like for
using
profile
a template
pages and stuff, yeah.
So using a template versus...
Yeah, card just happens to be one of the ones that's in right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just use a service. Making your own website is doing front end and back end programming is not... You don't want to do that unless you're a computer science person. Then go for it. I use Squarespace. That's all templates. And even though you can go in and customize it personally, just use templates. How much does it cost on your website? Usually, are there any fees for that? Yes, there are fees. I pay $16 a month for my domain. Squarespace, yes. I'm a 3D sculptor. What does it grab people's attention? Speed sculpt streams. Yeah, speed sculpt streams. Do things do things that people would like to see that are catching, that aren't fan stuff. I'm not going to build a TIE fighter. I'm going to watch me create today we're going to create a psychedelic space journey in 3D. You're going to make planets. You're going to show them doing the textures and blah, blah, because people find that stuff interesting. They find it happening fast. Oh, wow, look at that. But, just a polygon model is not interesting to most people. Or looking at look at I have I have a 3D model degree. I can't even think of words right now, but you know what I mean. What are platforms you would recommend for NSW artists? I think it's a sin that the art world is that the internet is against you. Godspeed. Use Newgrounds and Twitter. That's kind of it at this point. I'm sorry. Bit of a loaded question. What are things that I should prioritize for a webcomic, advertisement-wise? Make the webcomic. Just make it. Make it first, and then you're going to spend a lot of time making it. And then when it's done, then you can just show it to people. Because if you don't have the webcomic done, or not saying the whole thing done, but a chunk of it done, it's the reason when you launch a YouTube channel, you should never launch a YouTube channel with one video. You should launch it with 5 videos if you really want people to stay on the channel. Because you don't want people to... Because one, you want the algorithm to go, watch time, blah, blah, blah. You also want people to, when they go there, to see that you have worked on something. it's really hard for people to subscribe to the idea of a thing happening or it may be getting better than it already being good when they get there. So that's an important thing. Realistic goals, smart. Yeah, they are. Can things we covered in this panel apply to redeeming a dead YouTube channel? No account is ever dead permanently. If any, some places are harder than others. YouTube is very forgiving, surprisingly, and it's usually those two words aren't in the same sentence, but YouTube is forgiving in this situation. If you're starting to get views again, it'll start grabbing you again. You see lots of YouTubers have second and third waves, but they have those by throwing their clips on Reddit and TikTok and Instagram and having people make clip accounts. And you know what I mean? Like, it requires some other work, but it can happen. It can happen. What is your take on Newgrounds as a content growth platform? So someone caught on. Will caught on that I didn't mention Newgrounds at all here. Well, one, I'm not gonna Newgrounds explain you guys on a site you're already on and active on. But Newgrounds is not very. Newgrounds is not. It's not built with an algorithm. It's not. When it comes to advertising, it's not the place. But when it comes to building, being involved in a community, which is a very big part of not getting burnt out, is to have something to report into that are people that are like-minded and enjoy your company. That it's the place to be. No other place better. If I'm trying to advertise to people, no. But being a creative, you should only be on Newgrounds. Newgrounds is the best. When it comes to new SW taboo art, I find it harder sometimes to market it. Once again, I'm sorry. I am here for all you NSFW artists till the end of time, but there's just no one place wants to, because for some reason sex is bad, and just bodies by themselves are bad. Cringe. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't like that. How do you advertise studio arts? Oil painting for me might not be so prolific. You are fighting against the tide there. But if you're going to be marketing studio arts, it's the same thing. It's just gonna cost. It's gonna cost money because you can't just hit clear on a layer like you can on Photoshop. The cards are stacked against you, but a lot of people, setting up some kind of recording of yourself, like really getting into the performance art of your physical thing, will get people to approach that. So it's more so like, I'm a painter and not so much my painting. Unless your paintings stand alone, great. And knowing who this common person is, I can personally say their paintings do stand alone as they are. With my kind of HD, it's very bad at committing to routine, like planning attitude towards art. I see all my art needing to be perfect for studio pieces, and is Newgrounds a good place for me posting a backlog of sketches, unpolished work? Yes, just don't put it in the portal. If sketches is it's a sketch, just leave it out of the portal. But you want to just put it in your account, go for it. I'm sorry that you have such a hard time committing to routines. It's not easy, and it's especially not easy with someone that has a condition that renders them harder just by default of doing that. But there are people smarter than me that might be able to help you in that direction. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Do you recommend separating the different things you do when posting, like making a separate accounts for your art stuff versus voice acting, etc.? Or do you think it's okay to post them on the same account? Website, sorry, this wording. No, it's fine. I would combine them. Remember how I said make something about your art? If you do voice acting and art, if you have OCs or art things that you normally draw, give them voices. You know what I mean? But that's what I would say. You can combine them, but if they seem like they really are separate entities, separate them. You have to feel that out on your own. But hope that helps. Stan, are there any questions coming in from YouTube, or is that spook?
There we go. Now you can hear me. So yeah, just a thank you for answering my question from Ivy Stell VODs.
Oh, of course.
Right on, yeah. And this is last call for questions for those of you who have any. I see Cortat is typing.
Yeah,
so I think he'll be the last one. There you go.
Where do I get my ideas? From the primordial soup that I dive in every day. I went to school, and I hyperfixate on market trends. I wish I could translate in some Wolf of Wall Street money, but I'm also chronically depressed. So, those things don't really match up. But isn't that the story of this? I also hate money, but I'm really good at helping other people make their money. So Just a load of contradictions. But where do I get my ideas? If you don't want to go to school, go on YouTube and talk to people, make calls. I actually called a marketing professor at a college that's near us. I don't want to just dox my location, but in New York, and I was just like, hey, just spitballing some stuff at you, because I really needed some help and I couldn't ask anyone in the office. So yeah, that's that. Any other questions, Stan? Or
No, I think that's it. I mean, we're at time, so that's perfect. Anisloth, give us
All
a
right.
little round out and tell us where to find you, etc., etc.
Well, thank you guys for coming. Like I said, I'm Anisloth. Like I said, I am on a hiatus right now, so if you want to follow me on Newgrounds or Twitter, that we could just shoot the shit or just talk, or if you follow me, I'll follow you on Newgrounds, and I can just stalk your pages like I do everybody. Also, but I did this last time, and I do mean this now. If I missed any of your questions, or you just didn't feel like asking now, or you might have thought one later, please feel free to DM me on Discord. I'm Anisloth, with all nines, just 4 nines across. Anisloth, and then the code for Discord is all nines. DM me, feel free. I'm up at wee hours of the night and wee hours of the morning. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Stick around for 2023, where I will leave my cocoon a new artist, and I'll have other things to show you. But yeah, that's it. Thank you for having me, Stan. Appreciate it.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Hello, NGBTQ community. I'm glad you could make it to my panel. I'm Bonbon. I've been doing this VTuber thing for a few months now, but I've been learning how to do it since mid-2021, and I'm eager to share my findings with you all. Today, I'll be giving a brief introduction on what VTubers are exactly, and then I'll drop a crash course on the technology that makes us tick, as well as the steps required to transform a still image into a living, breathing, man-made horror. Now, to address the elephant in the room, what everybody's wondering, the reason you're here. What is a VTuber? A VTuber, or a virtual YouTuber, is an online entertainer who uses a virtual avatar animated with real-time motion tracking software. By contemporary standards, the first bona fide VTuber was Kazuna Ai, who debuted in 2016. She also happens to be the personality who coined the term VTuber. Her content consisted of pre-recorded videos uploaded to YouTube, contrary to the more popular streaming format you see more VTubers doing these days.
Fuck you!
Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you!
Following her success, VTuber agencies began popping up, beginning with HoloLive in September of 2017. Cover, a Japanese tech company and HoloLive's parent company, saw the success of Kazuna Ai and figured, hey, we've developed our own motion tracking software, why not jump on this opportunity? The company hosts some of the big names you might have already seen around, Gaogura, Inugami Korone, and my favorite VTuber, Momosuzunene.
If I am woman, can I still be their husband? Oh, yeah. Nice. Woman? Yeah, come on, their husband collection. Yeah, 関係ない. I'm sorry, Nene. I can't be your husband. I'm married to Ina. You. Are you okay? This is you. Okay? This is Nene foot, okay?
Like Kazuna Ai, HoloLive used 3D models at its outset. However, 2D models became dominant in the industry thanks to an agency that popped up a few months after HoloLive called Nijisanji. Nijisanji pioneered the use of 2D models in Live 2D Cubism as an animation program. Live 2D and its compatible tracking software was just much more affordable and easier to use than its 3D counterparts, making it a far more popular option among the indie scene as well.
I'm waiting for your feet.
Nijisanji isn't just responsible for popularizing the 2D model, but they're the first agency to take a live streaming approach over a pre-recorded video production style. Through live streaming to a live chat, the characters could connect more with their viewers, which proved to be extremely successful. HoloLive and many more indies later adopted this approach as well. Once VTubing hit a stride overseas, HoloLive launched its English branch, HoloLive EN, and debuted live 2D models for the likes of Garagura and Calliope Mori's generation. The release of Holo EN, or HoloMyth, was huge for Western and otherwise English-speaking fans who'd relied on communities of fan translators until this point to enjoy these characters' content. This solidified Hololive's grip on the industry and VTuber's popularity worldwide. So that's what a VTuber is. Now more than ever, there are so many tools readily available for anybody wanting to dip their toe in. It's so much more accessible than it was just a couple years ago. It's a great opportunity to meet a lot of cool people, learn new skills and programs, and to take your art to an interesting and new medium. Not to mention, it's highly profitable. I hope by the end of this panel you'll be eager to try things out or look further into the things you can make. Now let's get started on the first step to making a model, the art. Before you start, it's important to know that Live2D can only recognize PSD project files and individual PNG files as textures. Also, only PSD files generated by either Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint are officially supported, so if you prefer to use another drawing app which uses the PSD format, Live2D may not recognize the file when you try to import it. I personally don't use either Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint, but I have had luck opening my project files in a supported image editor, saving them, and then dragging those new PSD files into Live2D. Live2D even preserves your layers names and folder structure, which is very, very important when working in Live2D. Failing that, you can also export your art layers as individual PNGs and then add them to the Live2D canvas one at a time, but if I were you, I would endeavor not to use this strategy. It won't preserve your layer names, it's time-consuming and just really fucking annoying. Now, in prepping your art, you want to draw pieces in a way that will offer freedom in stretching them and translating them around. Parts shouldn't be rasterized over one another. If a part covers another one, it needs to be drawn on a separate layer, and you should ask yourself, should this piece move independently? For instance, even if the forehead is hidden by hair in your drawing, you want to draw the whole forehead anyway so the hair can swish and move around without exposing empty space. You're making a doll, not a portrait. Another thing I want to mention is color guides have been really helpful for me in drafting how I want things to move. Usually when I plan out a model or anything I want to animate in Live2D for that matter, I'll outline each piece with a different color to keep track of what needs to be on a separate layer. However, there's another way to do this. Some people opt to draw the whole model and then cut it afterwards. In fact, cutting is a specific job some people do in the industry for commissions. If working in so many separate layers is a struggle for you, it might be worth considering cutting your art and filling in the spaces afterwards. Now, on to the subject. As you can see, the model we'll be using as an example for this presentation is none other than Captain, and don't worry, Steve will be used to show how expression toggles work. You'll start with a sketch like any piece, and note how I account for the right arm despite it being a bit behind him. Once your sketch is done, start drawing your pieces on each layer. I'll start with the head shape. You'll find it's essential to hide your layers while working to ensure you properly draw any pieces behind the frontmost ones, like I do with the body here. This leg part actually didn't make it to the final model because I wanted it to look as much like the source material as possible, and, you know, their legs don't move. But this is sort of how it would look like if you wanted the legs to shift and wobble a bit. On more complex models, you basically want to separate limbs at the joints if you want more complex movement. Next, I do stuff on the face. Even though the white bit where their faces peek out of their helmet seems like it might be part of the head, this is an important piece to separate in order to create the illusion he's looking up. The goggles show another example of something I scrapped to stay truer to the original animation style, but the idea was to create a front-facing pair of goggles and a shadow to go along with it and manipulate those two pieces based on the direction Captain is looking. I also separate the knobs on the helmet here in case I want to make the head look more like it's turning. Finally, the mouth forms. When making a model, a big thing that'll set yours apart is having a good, responsive-looking mouth. Most models will manipulate the art mesh to make the mouth move smoothly, but for this model we're displaying a unique texture for each mouth form, so I'm drawing them individually. That statement will make a lot more sense in a second here when I get into the Live2D section. And that's about it for the art. The biggest takeaway you really should have from this section is you are making a puppet, not a portrait. Everything that moves independently must be on its own layer and should be drawn in full. This next part will be the bulk of the presentation, so strap in. Live2D Cubism. This is where we animate a character according to the inputs that a face tracking software will parse from your webcam and feed your model to make it dance the way you want it to. Live2D is a free program with paid features, and I heavily recommend getting familiar with it before starting the free pro trial, kind of like how you finish Dragon Slayer and RuneScape before buying a membership. And while you're unlikely to be affected by the commercial restrictions of Live2D's free version, you will find yourself missing the pro features once you're serious. I've abbreviated some of the most consequential differences and listed them behind me, with anything in red being especially damning, particularly the max number of textures and texture size. To give a sense of scope, the model I'll be rigging today takes up about half of a single 4,000 pixel texture atlas. The three main important terms to note while getting started with Live2D are textures and art meshes, the texture atlas, and deformers. Each of the parts of your character you drew is considered a texture. In order to wrap and move a texture around, we need to generate a polygonal mesh. Just watching it should give you an idea of how these work, but consider meshes as the strings which move a marionette. I'm going to use the automatic mesh generator in this tutorial, but if you choose to embark on this journey, you'll find yourself wanting to manually edit and fine-tune meshes on assets which you'll be distorting a lot, such as the mouth shapes. The asset listed on the bottom left of my screen are the resultant art meshes assets, which are the combination of a texture and its matching mesh. Before you export your model, you will need to generate a texture atlas. This will export your pieces splayed out into a texture atlas, which your face tracking software will need to render your model, much like a game engine uses a sprite sheet to animate characters. And lastly, deformers. These are game changers when it comes to manipulating the shape and position of your character's elements. You'll get an idea for how they work just by watching this footage, as I'll be nesting our art meshes within deformers and using them to wrap or move around multiple pieces at once. First, I'm importing my prepared PSD file. The first option right here changes the scale of the model preview in the work canvas. A model with a lot of detail can make Live2D chug while working with it full scale, and honestly it looks fine with the recommended option. The actual output quality will be bound to the texture atlas that you generate later. Here I'm labeling the pieces because only psychopaths name their layers while they're drawing. Know that Live2D preserves the PSD project structure so you can knock out your sketchy layers / references and name and organize your art before importing it to Live2D. Like I briefly mentioned before, most models don't use a unique image for each phoneme, so whether you want to do this or not is more of a stylistic choice. Now I'm sorting body parts into deformers, which can be used to wrap and move around groups of art meshes together. Highlighting multiple items works like Windows File Explorer. Ctrl+click to add any art mesh to your selection, and Shift+click adds any art mesh between your selection and the ones you click. You'll see me do it a lot. Do not be afraid to go heavy on the deformers. You can almost never have too many, and it'll help you avoid mapping in excess of parameters to any one part, which is bad. I'll mention this again later when we get to those. The way you organize your art meshes and deformers is called your deformer hierarchy. There are lots of ways to organize a hierarchy well, and lots of ways to organize it not well. There are some examples out there for full-body deformer hierarchies and half-body deformer hierarchies to help guide you in your first model. This guy is small, so I'm just gonna have fun throwing it together. This last deformer is a rotation deformer instead of the warp deformers that we've been using. It does what you think it does and more, and if you hold Control and click this red compass, you can move the deformer's pivot point around. The project is saved as a .cmo3 file. This is a Live2D project file, and when we export our character later, it will be a .moc3 file along with a bunch of JSON configuration files. So with this guy's art meshes all put together, we need to map his animations to the appropriate parameters. Our tracking software will parse data from your facial expressions and update these parameters for it to animate in real time. In Live2D, keyforms are essentially our keyframes, and we will use those to animate body parts to match what the camera is seeing. For instance, I'm going to make his whole body translate left and right with respect to the body X parameter, and up and down with respect to the body Y parameter. Here is where we run into our first caveat. If the same art mesh or deformer has keyforms on multiple parameters, you need to keep them in sync. In Captain's case, I want him to shift to the left when body X is fed any value from -1 to less than 0, no matter how high up or down he is with respect to body Y. So, that left keyform in the body X parameter has to be set 3 times, each while one of those 3 keyforms in body Y is highlighted. Live2D gives us a useful tool for this called Synchronize Corners, for when you need to make square shapes, like translate in an asset left, right, up, or down. The result should speak for itself. He moves a lot better. Linking the parameters with this little chain on the left might help clarify this interaction. Now, linking these 2 parameters doesn't directly affect the final product, it is more of a visual thing to help you in the editor. With synchronizing corners in mind, I recommend never adding keyforms to more than 3 parameters on any one asset. It's a lot to keep in sync, and you can accomplish the same motion effects by being generous with your deformers and delegating your parameter assignments across those deformers. I'm going to toggle the opacity with this cheek parameter to demonstrate how quickly excessive parameter assignments can increase your workload. The body Z parameter refers to the tilt of your body, and I'm going to nest this whole thing into a rotation deformer. I end up undoing a lot of these changes later to make him move more snappily and Tankman-like in the final product. Just to reiterate this one more time, a lot of your time will be spent rigging the mouth. For this model, I've elected to draw my mouth shapes individually, but the proper way to rig a mouth is by separating your inner mouth, upper lip, bottom lip, teeth, etc. into separate layers, and then drawing the lips as a straight neutral line to then be warped into each mouth shape within Live2D. I'm going to abuse opacity toggles to make the mouse shapes I want appear when I want them to, and I'm going to take some liberties with the AEIOU mapping. Alright, now we can see how our guy's doing in the physics preview. In this window, we can play around with him and preview how he would act in your face tracking software. By default, body wide doesn't react to clicking and dragging models around in the preview. You can change that in this setting. Yeah, there we go. At this point, I decided Captain and Steve wouldn't look right floating around in space like this, so I'm going to remove some of the body XY movement and anchor him in place. Their shoulders bounce a lot when they talk, so I'm going to make it so that if you look up, their shoulders will pop up. Keyforms don't have to be made at extreme ends of a parameter, so you can really mess with it to produce snappy or long, drawn-out translations. Now, before you save, you need to generate a texture atlas. 4096 pixels by 4096 pixels will be plenty for this guy. Just make sure that the parts are all laid out. We'll see this again when we add an emote, and then we can export it for our face tracking software. This will generate the .moc3 file along with supporting configuration files for the face tracking software to eat. I made a mistake here by changing the size of the warp deformer after having already given it keyforms. Now it's time to add an emote, or an expression state. Even after you've initialized your project, you can import additional images to be used as textures. I'm just dragging them in from File Explorer and following the prompts. We're going to be giving him a gun, but don't worry, Captain won't have to hold it himself for long. There are plenty of things you can do by adding parameters, especially in mapping model physics. We're going to add a parameter to be used as a binary expression toggle. When you're setting up expression toggles, keep in mind that you need to keep your parameters synced. Luckily in this case, most of my transformations have been mapped to deformers. Emotes can vary in complexity, but in this case I'm just flipping certain assets on and off when emote_Steve is set to 1. Before I forget, we need to add these new textures to the texture atlas. And I forgot to generate a mesh for those. If you don't generate a mesh, you may end up with these boxes that take up more space in the atlas than you need, and you'll either need to resize it or generate additional atlases. Texture atlases over 8000 by 8000 pixels really tax both your live 2D environment and someone's iPhone. Now we can export the tank man again. In order to make use of our custom emote parameter, we need to load our model into Cubism Viewer. It'll take one of the JSON configuration files Live2D spat out during our export. In here we add an expression, then all of the parameters from our Live2D project will show up on this left plane. I just have to toggle emote_Steve to 1, save the expression, then exit, saying yes to all the save dialogues. And now we get to import this little guy to VTube Studio. There are other face tracking softwares available, but I like this one the most. VTube Studio will render a model from Live2D, parse your facial expressions into values your model can read and animate to in real time, and you can set the background to be a green screen to place over gameplay or whatever else you want it to be. For anybody interested, I'll have this model in the Live2D project file available to download on my Newgrounds page and my Twitter, so you can dig around its guts. Feel free to use it however you please. Make a video, stream with it, pick it apart, whatever your heart desires. Now let's show off a little bit of what this guy can do.
Haha! Well, if it isn't Bonbon. You know, I've been watching those RuneScape streams. I'm buying GF if you're still selling. Captain, no, Steve, I'm trying to woo a woman. And it's working.
Captain? Don't you think it's a little off-brand for you to be flirting with me?
Fine. Steve, let's get out of here. I hear they're showing Titanic 2 tonight back at base. Captain, there's no such thing as Titanic 2. Oh yeah? Why is the Bond Cap ship sinking on its maiden voyage? Oh, Captain. Silly me.
Alright, guys. That did not look that good. But here's the deal. In Live2D, you can also animate with it, right? You don't have to have it tracking to you. The tracking to you portion of it can sometimes make things look like that, not that good. But it doesn't matter, like, when I'm streaming, this is fine, right? This looks fine to you guys, right? Like, this is just face tracking me. It's obviously, it's not animation level lip syncing, but it's fine. Anyway, just to reiterate, that's available to download on my Newgrounds and Twitter. Obviously for free. You can look around at the files and stuff. Now we're going to move on to a live Q&A section, where you guys can ask me all your pressing questions. However, I would like to ask you to not ask me too many specific questions about Live2D, because that stuff gets complicated, and I can definitely direct you to some good tutorials for Live2D stuff, if you have any questions about those. Now, on with the questions.
All right, Bonbon, you're good to go for your Q&A.
Hi, everybody. Before I forget, I do want to give credit to Grizzly Cogs for the music during that video. It was really good, wasn't it? That guy's on Newgrounds. He does good work, so check him out. Also, Stan did the Tankman voices, obviously. I'm good to answer any questions about VTubing in general. I didn't really want to talk about, streaming stuff that much during the panel, because it's not, like... It's not specific to VTubing, but if you have any questions about that sort of thing, I can answer those as well. So,
Yeah,
that's
your
it.
first question comes from Belyayev's Fox. How important is camera quality when it comes to virtual avatars?
It depends on the model. The more simple the model is, the less the camera needs to be, like, super good. For instance, like HoloLive VTubers, right? They use their iPhones. They use, like, iPhone X's or something for face tracking. So that's obviously, like, on the nicer end of cameras, but I just use a regular, like, crappy webcam from Best Buy, and it's fine.
Awesome. Krampus asks, what do you recommend for those looking to get into VTubing? What is the most user-friendly software? Is 2D or 3D easier? I know you kind of touched on this during the presentation.
2D is definitely easier. Live2D is the program you want to use for that, for sure. And VTube Studio is probably the easiest and best face tracking software, in my opinion. I've used PRPR Live before, and it's just not as good. Yeah. What was the question again?
Yeah, is it easier to use 2D or 3D? And yeah, for the what do you recommend for those looking to get into? I think you pretty much covered it.
Oh yeah, another thing that I wanted to mention a little bit was VTubers will stream on like YouTube or Twitch, and a lot of people don't really know which one to use for it. Um, for in general, I think that if you're doing streaming, definitely use Twitch. Twitch is a lot more it's a lot better for live streamers, I think, than YouTube. But if you want to do more like uploading videos and pre-recorded stuff, YouTube is obviously good for that. A lot of people just will stream on Twitch and then use their VODs and edit their VODs to upload to YouTube. So it's always good to be on multiple platforms.
Right on. From YouTube, Ivy Stall VODs asks, do you know any good face tracking program that works well even if you wear glasses?
Yeah, glasses shouldn't be a problem unless there's like a glare. It might not be able to capture your blinking. I wanted to go over some blinking for the model, but Stan called the people who think Tankman should blink like subhumans or something. I don't know. He told me that I really shouldn't do that. I don't. It was kind of it was a bit aggressive. Honestly, it kind of scared me, like genuine hatred. But no, glasses probably shouldn't be a problem. You want to make sure that it's like that you can still see your eyes. But I think face tracking software is pretty sensitive. It should be able to track your eyes even if you're wearing glasses.
So, Tekyon asks, in regards to VTubing, aside from VTuber Studio, what other software is required?
Something for face tracking. So, or well, actually, no, that's it. You'd want like Streamlabs, like or something to stream with. It depends on what you want to do. Obviously, you need recording software, so stuff to stream with or stuff to record with for YouTube. But other than that, that's it. You need like a good enough computer to actually run stuff. That's an important thing. It's kind of like taxing to have a model on screen and a game and streaming the game. So you want to make sure that your specs are good.
Right on. Patrick
Really, you
Priest.
just need the
Sorry.
model. No, go ahead.
Yeah, Patrick Priest on YouTube. If you could change one thing about how the software you use works, what would it be?
Which software?
I guess any of them.
I would make Live 2D easier. I would make... No, they're fine. They're pretty good.
All right. The Stupid Medi wants to know, what made you tackle creating VTuber models?
I really like VTubers. I wanted to be a VTuber, so I learned how to do it. It's just too expensive to commission people. Oh, I mean, I think this might have been self-explanatory, but this model's self-made. So, yeah.
Jiggle physics included.
Oh yeah, hold on. Okay.
Oh man, we don't have an after-hours section today. Let's see. Belyayev's Fox asks, can you make virtual models using open source software like Inkscape or Blender?
Make what types of models? Just VTuber models?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Anything basically that you can rig with, yeah. People use Blender all the time for 3D models. Blender's obviously like on the harder side. A program that I recommend for 3D models is Vroid. You guys might have heard of it before. There's a lot of template stuff in Vroid, but if you can like upload your own textures and stuff to sort of set your model apart from the others that are using Vroid. So, yeah.
Let's see. Umberman asks, is there anything too complex for a model? In quotes.
Honestly, I have yet to see somebody talking about something they just can't do. People are figuring out how to do new things with Live 2D all of the time. Like, they do such cool stuff. There's this model, I can't remember the name of the streamer, but if you've looked into any sort of rigging work, you'll know the name Brian Swee. If I have to recommend like any one tutorial like series, it's definitely his. He is like the father of making Live 2D stuff. But what I'm getting at is he recently made this really awesome model that can like it has an animation where it's a doll, right? It has an animation where it takes its head off and the head still like talks and stuff, and it like holds its head like in its hands, like on its lap. It's really cool. So I don't know.
Awesome.
I've seen models do awesome things.
Mika on YouTube asks, would making a masked model be easier to rig since it probably wouldn't need face tracking?
Yeah, absolutely. The two things I think that take up the most time to rig, hands down, is the mouth movements and the eye movements. So if you knock those things out, way easier.
Tekyon asks, how much dedicated wham do you have for just twacking?
Let me get back to you on that.
Alt Puppy asks, do you think VTuber models will ever be so advanced that the models will be able to track your mouth movements and hand gestures so it looks like, say for example, Hatsune Miku or something is actually picking up a Monster Energy drink and taking a sip?
I'm glad you asked that. Are you referring to 2D models specific? 3D models already do that. But if you're talking about 2D models, actually they recently came out with an update from Live 2D. Live 2D is always being worked on, by the way. It has a very like active like developer base, I don't know. But they recently came out with an update that tracks hands actually. So there's a lot of really awesome riggers and people doing work that have like made hand rigs, and you can look it up, like Live 2D hand rig. It's really awesome. I saw this amazing model. Somebody rigged their hand so that it can be tracked when he's playing the flute. So like he plays the flute on streams and his model like tracks the hand. It's
That's
insane. It's
awesome.
so cool. So yes, you can track the hand.
Let's see. Kadoobis asks on YouTube, how do you go about syncing animation loops with live movement?
The animation loops are just like on a timer. So you would like use a shortcut on your keyboard to trigger an animation loop. Those aren't really I wouldn't know how to do that personally. I'm not that expert yet. So I would just know how to trigger an animation using a hotkey.
All right, Blow the Man Down asks, how important are drawing skills for making VTuber models?
Not very. I mean, I've seen some really cool models that have simple art. It sort of just depends on what you want to do. I mean, people appreciate any level of like movement, avatar in the corner of the screen when playing games. So, like if you're worried that you can't make a model just because your art isn't like super pro, like I don't even consider my art super pro. It's just do whatever you want.
His next one, Tekyon asks, as a VTuber, and specifically one with assets, do you get a lot of creeps interacting with you? And if so, how do you deal with them?
Actually, no, I haven't yet. To be fair, I haven't been streaming for a very long time, but ban them if they're being creepy.
Simple solutions. What kind of, I guess, games do you like to stream most, especially with an avatar? And like, what do you think, I guess, is the best fit for that kind of thing?
Um, I think you could just, I mean, kind of a basic answer, but play what you feel like playing, obviously. But if you're like really thinking hard about it and you're trying to choose between a few, I would probably pick a game that is not so heavy on the focus so that you can also talk to chat. That's an important part of it. So sometimes, like, I'll be playing a game and I can't read chat for a little bit because I'm doing something. So I mean, that also is just a matter of you kind of practice for a while and you do that. But if you're concerned about that, definitely just play a game that's less demanding,
I like RuneScape, for example.
like RuneScape.
So about your model, can you talk a little bit about your design process, about like how you came up with Bonbon's, you know, the way you look, move, feel,
Yeah.
think?
Think.
Yes.
Actually, there's a very specific source of inspiration. It's an artist that I really like, called Meme Dookies. I'll type that in the chat really quick. Um, but she does, I mean, for me personally, I really like candy sort of pastel aesthetics, and she does a lot of stuff like that. And when I was trying to figure out, I'm not very good with colors. When I was trying to figure out exactly how I wanted to do my model, I looked at a lot of her art, and she also bakes cakes. She's really, really talented. Specifically, I took inspiration from like a specific cake that she designed. So a lot of it was from that.
Very cool. And what, I guess, you know, what did you end up drawing? And you said you don't use the programs you talked about before. So what did you draw your assets in?
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh Jesus. Okay. I said me too to somebody saying they liked meme dookies, and all of my hotkeys for my stuff is shifts and then E and T and B. Sorry. Anyway. What was the question?
Yeah. What do you draw in when you make your
Oh.
art assets?
I use Sketch Club. It's kinda underground. I've been using it since I was 12, which that might not mean anything to you. That was 8 years ago. So it's quite old. And it's not the best program. I don't recommend it. I'm just super used to it. I'm trying to sort of get off of it now because it just doesn't do as many things as I need it to compared to other programs. But yeah, Sketch Club.
Who are some of your favorite VTubers?
Oh my god, I love Nene so much. Did you guys like my Nene clips? I loved my my Nene. Aside from her, I really like Amelia Watson. She's definitely my favorite Hollow EN person. I love Zentreya so much. Yeah, those are my big ones.
So people were following up on the wardrobe malfunction. What are some of the animations that you have?
I don't have any animations, but my expressions are the boob window, I can blush. And I was working on a redeem for Twitch. For the record, if you're considering streaming on Twitch, oh my god, I love Guru Kanye. If you're streaming on Twitch, a big thing that I think that sets VTubers apart specifically is like having fun redeems. So this was for a redeem I wanted to do where I shoot you to death. I haven't really gotten the rest of it together yet, but it's just there. That's about all I can do for now.
Shooting people to death. Yeah, I'm making sure you guys have a 5-minute warning on questions. We have about 7 minutes in, just to make sure you get your questions in now before it's too late. Because I think, I don't know, especially on Newgrounds, and that's definitely one of the reasons I was really glad that you could offer this panel. This is really kind of a limited medium among a lot of Newgrounds people. Some use it, I'm sure, in there with their sonas and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I guess what kind of stuff would you like to see after your panel? Like, what would you like to see come of it within the Newgrounds community?
Make stuff. Make stuff. If you're considering doing it, try it. I don't know. It's like any other program. It's like animating. It's like sculpting. Just learn something new. Take your art to a new medium. It's cool and fun. And if you hate it, you don't have to do it. But I think it's cool. I think it's fun. Also, for the record, huge market for it right now. For the record, just saying, huge market.
Techyon asks, when planning a VTuber model, what would you recommend for the artist? Like reference images or sketches, or is there a preferred format?
Oh, yeah, I guess just references. As long it helps a lot if you just have a character reference sheet already. But if you don't, just some crap that you like, that you sort of want, just put a bunch of reference pictures together.
Alright, is being into VTubers inherently an anime fan thing? This is a question from Alt Puppy. Are people drawn to the medium because people use recognizable characters?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like any anime, having recognizable characters definitely draws people in and keeps people in. I would definitely say that the majority of VTuber fans also like anime. Most VTubers are in anime style, but a lot of them aren't. There's like little creatures as well. I love the little creatures, little like hedgehogs, and you guys know Pikame? She's a little creature. I like her.
Sachko Fox asks, how long does it take to get comfortable as a VTuber? Do you put on a persona or just be yourself?
I think people tend to prefer when you're just yourself than when you're a persona. I think it's very unless you're really good at it, I think it's quite easy to tell when somebody's putting on a character, and it just kind of seems weird and disingenuous in my opinion. It's also just tiresome to be in a character for a whole stream, you know? I mean, Stan's done this before, has multiple characters, but I don't know how he does that.
Oh man, there might be some mental illness involved for most people who perform in
Certainly.
such a way. Yeah. All right. Chromacy asks, can you make the textures yourself and hire someone to do the rigging?
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of people do just rigging jobs. A lot of people, like a lot of the best people who do rigging, like Brian Swee, for instance, doesn't even do art. He only does rigging. So definitely, that's a huge thing. And vice versa. You hire somebody to do the art and they won't rig it. Lots of people just do art, lots of people just rig. Some people do both.
Brecky asks, could you use those different types of keybinds to change the model itself? Like you could change it to the rig for a different character. And I guess tying that in, like maybe if someone wanted to swap between Captain or Steve.
For Captain and Steve, it's one model, except the Steve is like an expression. So basically, assets get swapped out. But if you use VTube Studio, it is very, very easy to swap between models. Like so.
Wow, that's great.
It's pretty seamless, so if you wanted to switch between models, you can just sort of do this.
Let's see. Belyayev Fox asks, can there be technical difficulties involved with VTubing?
Sure, just like any streaming or any content creation, certainly. People's models sometimes just stop working, the calibration on the face tracking stops working, the stream stops working, all the time.
This one, and I think we talked about this before, some people have concerns like, what if the app or something breaks and then will you get exposed on camera?
Yeah, I meant to bring this up in the presentation, I guess I just didn't make it at some point. For the record, I probably should have started making that video a lot earlier than I did. But I did want to mention that you literally can't accidentally do that, unless I don't really know what the programs for like really complex 3D tracking would be if they like rasterize over your like real footage. I've never heard of that, but like for instance, like sometimes people will be playing like a game that turns on their camera and shows them. But as far as like the face tracking goes, like what I'm using right now, there is no way for me to accidentally show you my face right now. Like if the model stops working, it'll just freeze.
Right on. Let's see. Final question from Tekyon. New Bonbon model when?
Oh geez. Okay, so you'll run into this problem. Well, at least I assume you might. When making stuff, it's just like the whole process of making a model takes so long that inevitably by the end of the process, by the end of the drawing and the separating and the rigging, you'll like look at it and be like, wait a second, I've improved a lot. I can do better than this. So, like, I've been just thinking about redrawing the model for ages now, because I mean, I'm okay with this, but I'd still feel like I could do better at this point. That just goes for any sort of art stuff. You'll improve and you'll want to redo things. So Bonbon 2.0 model coming probably this year.
To be continued. And that brings us to the end of the panel. If you have any last remarks you'd like to share with the audience about where to find you, things you're working on, etc.
Yeah, so I'm SweetVtuber on Newgrounds and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube and whatever else. I primarily use Twitch and Twitter for updates. Oh, and my Discord. You guys can join my Discord if you want. I haven't streamed on Twitch for a while because I've been getting ready for this and law school applications and stuff, but I'm gonna start streaming again more regularly next week. So if you ever want to come in, I play RuneScape and Portal and stuff. I don't know, up to you. If you have any, actually, I do want to say, my DMs are open. I would wink right now if I could. If you have any questions about the process stuff that you couldn't get in and stuff, I'm happy to answer your questions. If you're working on a model and you're stuck on something in Live 2D, I might be able to help you, and I'm totally cool with that. So just send me a message if you need me.
Awesome. Thank you so
Or
much.
at-
Thank you so much, Bon Bon, and we look forward to when you're able to wink in the future for your open DMs. But yeah, cool. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys. This was a good, fun first panel experience. I'm very glad to be here.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Good morning, everyone. I keep saying it's fucking morning. It's literally 5 in the afternoon, but I don't care. Welcome to the best panel you'll ever see ever. My name is Bree, and we are going to take some time and analyze, draw up, and maybe do a little fun as I talk to you about fighting game character designs. Because you know what? Who are the best designed people? People who are about to beat the shit out of each other in the street. Now let's do this shit. Here I got 2 designs. I asked the people what designs they wanted, and the people have spoken, because apparently Newgrounds loves SNK. I knew this. But anyways, I took these two because they're like, you know what everybody thinks of, like Fatal Fury and King of Fighters. These are the two people that come to your mind first, because why? It make you horny. And it's not what fighting games are all about. Making you horny. It's not on YouTube, so I probably shouldn't be saying that, but I don't care. First off, we're gonna look at Terry's design. The essential step with coming up with character designs, especially for fighting games, to me is finding out what purpose and role they serve. Every character, in some way or another, serves a purpose or a role. Whether they be characters you made just for yourself, characters for a comic, characters for a game, what have you. Every character serves some sort of purpose. And you have to design them with that purpose in mind if you want to create a good design that you'll love. Look at Terry. What is his main thing? What do you think when you see Terry Bogard? What do you think, like, his role in life is? To be the main guy. Yeah. You look at this guy and you think, yeah, that's a fucking protagonist. Now, another thing with character design is you usually have to think of a few things in your head. Aspects of the design that you really want to stand out. The first few things you'll see. No, the first things that pop out when people see the character. That's what you want people to think of, like the shit that I made this character so you can see this, this, and this. Maybe this character is like you're showing people what you're into, or maybe you made this character like look at the fashion I like drawing on my characters. That's, I think, one of the best things about fighting games design. You come up with a purpose, and you ultimately come up with 3, 2, maybe even 1 main detail about them that you want to stand out. So what is Terry's deal other than the fact that he's a main guy? Well, he's cool because he wears jeans and sneakers and fingerless gloves. People who are cool wear fingerless gloves. He's... What else is he? You know, he's strong, muscly, and, you know, again, he's cool. That's like the main things about Terry you can tell immediately when you look at him. He's cool, he's hot, he's strong, he's muscly. And sometimes that's all you need. Not every character has to be complicated. They can just be something you're like, I want to make the coolest guy ever, let's do this. And you know what, Terry is that. He is the coolest guy ever. That's why everybody loves him, that's why he got into Smash Brothers. He should have gotten there way earlier, but that's an argument for another day, my boys. Now, what about mine? Girl designs in video games are a sour point for me, because I feel like there could be so much more shit you could be doing with girl designs besides titties. I'm not saying titties aren't great. Titties are amazing. I love titties. I go like in titties literally every day, but there's gotta be more. But sometimes simple makes things iconic. And man, my simple, iconic, sexy. I should be writing that down. Simple, iconic, sexy. And like I said, Simple things, sometimes that's all you need. Now, I also wanted to talk about colors when it comes to like designing characters. Because everyone knows that colors have meaning, right? Sometimes you want to show off a character's personality because of their colors. Terry has red. Why is he red? Why can't he be blue? Blue sometimes is like sadness. And Terry's like fire hot. He's always moving. He's always punching shit. And it's like, man, red is a cool color for that. So why not? Red because he's fiery hot. Why does my wear red? Well, she wears red because, like, red is a standout color from all the other colors she has on her body. Like, literally, most standout color is red because, her skin is just white, her hair is just brown. So her clothes stand out a lot more, just making her pop against the screen. Sometimes you want to do that. Sometimes, with character designs in fighting games, you want, like, a main color with them to pop out. So, like when you're playing a fighting game and you choose the character and maybe the screen's far away, you can always see who it is and who you are and what they're doing, even if the game is going way too goddamn fast. It's all about setting up a character in a way that will ultimately make them pop out against the screen. And hey, not all fighting game shit is for actual games. Look at me. I have a webcomic with a bunch of fighting game characters I made when I was 16. And you know what? Even though I may never put them in a game because I don't know how to program, things are going good. I actually do want to pull out some of my designs from my webcomic. I'm gonna pull out like a random page because I don't have. Oh no! Wait, I did the pixel thing. Where is it? There we go. I was fucking with sprite art some time ago. So, anyway, these are a bunch of the character designs. Oh my god, these are a bunch of the character designs I made. And you can see all the rules and shit that I said put into this. You got this. You got this chick. Her name is Michaela. What do you see about her? She's pissed. She has spikes on her fist. She has fire powers. Well, she's pissed. She's angry. She's strong. That's all you need to know. Maybe that's enough. Maybe there's more. You can see all her essentials basically when you first look at her. That's kind of the golden rule with character design. Is that you can tell what type of person or what type of fighter somebody is just by looking at them. Like you see, this chick right here, this is Frankie, and she has a mohawk because mohawks are cool. And she's big and bulky. That tells you what type of fighter she is. Probably a goddamn tank. Just stomps around the field and just is ready to always throw out those punches. Those big ass punches that make you just stop in your tracks. What about this chick? She uses guns. And she's small, so what do you think? She probably moves fast and uses those gun launchers. She's probably a long range fighter that's able to move quick. What about this chick? Her name is Naomi. What is she all about? Well, she got jeans and sneakers. She may be big and bulky, but she looks pretty normal. So you would think, yeah, she's the main character, the Shoto, the one everybody's like, yeah, that's the protagonist. The person you can immediately get into a fighting game with. And that's what it's all about, really. I keep saying that's what it's all about. I don't mean to say that so much, I apologize. But that is what it's all about. Making character design with the intent of fighting is really not a complicated thing if you don't make it too complicated for yourself. Sometimes a character is stripped down to the essentials. And all you need to do is just follow your gut. Do what you think looks cool, and people will be into it too. That's really the golden rule with all art, really. Just do what you want. Have fun. That's why I make art. That's why I make these character designs. And I guess we can do more. Like, we can think of the specific types of fighters in games. And I wanted to talk about body types specifically, because there are a lot of body types you can use in character design to show off what type of fighter your character can be. You know? Sorry, give me a minute, I'm just like, looking at some sheet. What do you mean no? Oh wait, I'm alone there. For example, like grapplers. You know grapplers like your Zangief and your shit. Forgive me. All the fighting game characters I'm trying to think of are just escaping my head at the moment. But you get what I'm saying. Like, for example, a grappler. You want grapplers to have basically like strong upper body strength so they can grab you and beat the shit out of you. So like something that's very top heavy maybe. Something with a lot of muscle. You could go like the stereotypical route and do like this, you know. But maybe you want to do somebody who's very top heavy, like yeah, but has like no leg strength, so they just have like weak puny legs like this. You can do that. That's funny. Do it. Or maybe just a big dude, just a big circle that's just like raw. I'm the grappler. Maybe you want to do a chick that's a grappler, and she's just like here with her big muscles going like, yeah, I'm the grappler. These drawings suck, but I'm just trying to sketch them in as little time as possible. Forgive me. I'm saying, like, with grapplers, basically, since you want them to be top-heavy, you could design them with, like, a trapezoid in mind for their body. Because trapezoids are, like, at least this type of trapezoid is, like, bottom-heavy. Not bottom-heavy. Top-heavy. And top heaviness with those big grappling muscles and hands can show, yeah, that is what they do. Big grappler man go like grr. What else? Okay. About zoners too. Zoners is one of those things where, because they use projectiles and shit, you really do not have to go or do anything specific to tell people that they're a zoner. You just have to, like, give them some sort of projectile type weapon. You don't give them a gun, a bazooka, a triple bazooka. Your mind can honestly go off with this shit. Beautiful. Maybe you give somebody with a gun for an arm that always jumps away. Maybe you can be like ooh. Oh yeah, gun arm. And maybe you can give someone that literally just has bullets that come from their chest. Like, they're like porcupines, except only in their chest. Maybe you can have someone that's just like fucking Aoyama from My Hero Academia, how he just has a belly laser. He could literally be a zoner in a fighting game. Because he just shoots. I could go on and on and on and on and on. But I basically told you all that I know. Because, to me, it's really all baseline shit when it comes to fighting game designs. Although one tip I can give you from me, your pal, your homie, your brother, your sister, Bree. Me personally, when I do designs, I try to keep colors at like a minimum of at least 5 colors. Because I don't like designs that have too much shit going on. And I feel like a design without too much shit going on is good for fighting games. Because sometimes people have too many like bells and whistles, and a lot of it can just be unneeded. It's like those minimalist drawings of Street Fighter characters where they only have like 3 colors on like a 3-pixel square to show you who in each of them they are, and you know exactly who each of them are. It's like, you don't have to complicate it anymore. Just simple, they're just like that. And you're probably thinking, man, 16 minutes? It's only been like 20 minutes and this chick's already like blew everything she was trying to talk about. What's all that about? Well, I didn't blow everything. I guess. I'm gonna write down some tips for you. Tips from me. Tips from how I like to design shit. Eraser! Erase. You. 1. Get experimental. Do random shit. Do shit you never thought you could do. Because sometimes when you just think out of the box, that can make your best character ever. It's really that simple. Get experimental. It's still less than sign, right? Yeah, we should. Less than. No. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was right. Less than 5 colors. That's for me personally. Use a bunch of body types. Think of the details that stand out for the character. And finally, wait, experimental, I can always use a bunch of body types. Think of the details that stand out the most. I feel like that's it. Oh, no. And the fighting style, that's it. The 5 rules to making a fighting game character design from me, Bree, your friend, your homie. Give people a reason to break their hands with these characters. As I was saying, it's only been 20 minutes. What are we gonna do for the rest of the hour? Well, I thought it would be fun if I took different suggestions from the audience, and we can make our own character designs. We all can just sit down, get high, and just make our own fighting game character designs for our imaginary fighting game. Because I like to be interactive with my audience. For what little audience I have, go follow me, shill. So, I'll give you guys until 5:25. Throw out a bunch of characteristics for a character. And I'll look at the first 5 I like, and then I'll draw up a little sketch of a character that will be ours. they'll be our fighting game character. For this fighting game, we're calling Festival Smackdown AX. Yes. Festival Smackdown AX. This is also on YouTube too. Thank you for reminding me of Little Spook. So I will also look at the YouTube comments.
All right, so I'm going to read to you some of the suggestions people have thrown into the chat.
Okay.
And you can just write down the ones that stick to you, and we'll go from there.
All right.
Okay, so. God, there are quite a few here.
No, stop. Hold on. He's reading.
We've got Alien. You can just, I guess, write down these keywords as I say them to you, and then go from there.
All right.
Buff. Rabbit. Multiple eyes. Prosthetic limb that's a sword or a gun. Let's see. A brass knuckle shaped like a middle finger. Also, the character's female. And I think that's enough notes, yeah? Do you get all those, Bree?
Yeah, okay. I'm writing them down.
All right, cool.
I have a pencil pad near me so you don't see spoilers. All right.
So what do we have?
We got an alien girl who is also a rabbit, who has a gun for an arm. On the other arm, she has brass knuckles in the shape of a middle finger, because that's rad, and she's also beefy. That's perfect.
Awesome.
Alright. I'm gonna draw this. Or at least I'm going to sketch our alien lady out. And please, God, make your fighting game characters. Do it. Sketch them out. Send them to me. I'm gonna give it a kiss. And say I love you. Because I do love you guys. You came here, and you listened to me ramble for 20 minutes, and now you're watching me draw. It's the color of the dream, you know?
I think a new waifu was born today. Before the character's even drawn.
Respect. A wife was born.
Oh no, she's hot.
Yeah, she better be. So I know I said earlier about the thing, it's like, fighting game designs are all about titties, but sometimes they do gotta be about titties.
The gun arm gives us our very own Space Bunny Cobra.
Hell yes.
And so Harpo the Great is asking, can you talk about your process while you sketch?
Oh yeah, sure. Process for drawing or like designing characters in general?
I think your drawing process. Well, you know what? Yeah, answer it however you see fit.
Personally, I like my drawings to look really messy. So like, oftentimes when I start drawing, I do the base sketch, like the body and how they're gonna look like and stuff, and then I just sketch over that and basically refine the sketch over the course of like 15 minutes. Actually, not even 15 minutes, it'd be way longer than that. Like 45 minutes. To basically get it down to the point where it's a little bit more refined. Because I like sketching on some of my drawings. But honestly, I have a lot of range when it comes to my drawings. Sometimes the line art will be clean, sometimes it won't be. It's just whatever I'm feeling on that day. Like, I think the thing about me is, like, I have a lot of artistic inspirations. So oftentimes I will look at somebody's art for inspiration and just do what they did, but try to do it in my own way so that it looks more like me, because I put a lot of me in my art. Are there any other questions? I'll just answer them while I'm doing this.
For sure, let's take a look. Do the character design rules you outline also apply to platform fighter characters?
Platform fighters, yes, that could honestly be the same thing, because, while they're jumping around and stuff, they're still fighters. They still got shit to do. They still got shit to smack. You do not have to limit my tips to only fighting game characters. I say fighting game characters because, that's what the panel's all about, but honestly, you can apply everything I said to literally any form of character design. But I think ultimate rule still is in play, just what role do they fill? And what the fuck else I said? Yeah, just what role do they fill, basically. And what are they all about? Yeah, that's what I did. I forgot about the rest. What else?
What are your favorite fighting games?
I have not been playing any fighting games recently, but I am a whore for Smash Brothers because, of course, I am. I have not picked my favorite entry so far because I only just started buying my own game console like a few years ago with my own money. So the only game I've played is so far is Ultimate, but I do want to branch myself out to more games. Otherwise, Fighter Z has been my favorite fighting game as of late because I am a whore for Dragon Ball Z.
You have follow-up questions. Who are your mains in these games?
Main in Smash Brothers, Captain Falcon, because I'm a bitch. Main in Fighter Z is either shit. It's either Teen Gohan or Broly from the Dragon Ball Super movie. I know Broly is hacks, so whatever.
Cake K asks, question for me, will Bubble Gunstar marry me?
Wait a minute. What was the name of the person who asked?
Cake K.
I know it's you, Cake. Thank you for coming, and yes, she can marry you.
All right, let's see. Ravioli Box asks, "What's your?" Oh, we already answered this one. Actually, it was the what are your favorite fighting games?
Coming all together.
Cosmic Curbster says, "Not if I get to her first."
Lord.
Gobble Effects, what are your favorite Smash Pro players? Did you pick Captain Falcon because of someone in particular?
Not watch Pro Smash, but I really should because I like people whipping and zipping across the screen because it's funny to me. I chose Captain Falcon because it's like, whenever I get a new fighting game, like, I like to go through all the characters and play through like all of them to see which one fits. I got Smash Brothers in my senior year of high school and my friend was like, I'll trade you your Mario Kart for this copy of Smash. I'm like, that's an amazing deal, sure. I remember I was playing it on the bus on the way to like the other school I was going to, and just Captain Falcon spoke to me. He moved fast, he moved swiftly. He basically did everything I expected him to do with the controls. So that's why he's my main. all coming together. It's all coming together. All coming together. Are there any more questions?
Yep, we've got one from Belyayev's Fox. Does it matter what kind of graphics is used when it comes to fighting game character designs, be it raster, vector, polygon, or voxel?
Not at all. It should not matter unless you're like actually paired up with a game designer and they have some stuff they want to do specifically. But I will say you should really mind how you model the character in 3D when it comes to that, because sometimes they can just look really, really off. So if you're going to do the 3D route, do keep in mind that this character will be made into a model, and you have to like design around that fact. Like, you ever played Street Fighter EX? I know like Capcom wants to pretend that game don't exist, but like some of the characters just look kind of funky in that game because they didn't plan that out.
Another question from Maya LaCookie. I actually have a weird question. What makes an assassin fighting style? I have this assassin OC that I wanted to make into a fighting pose, if that makes sense.
An assassin? Okay, to me, an assassin uses like a mix of projectiles and close range weapons. So if you're gonna do for a fighting style for an assassin, I think it'd be a mix of rush down and also zoner, because they'll have the projectiles to keep everyone back, but also have the speed to keep everyone to attack closely. It probably makes them the most OP in the game. Actually, that'd be sick. I didn't forget the middle finger brass knuckles. I just didn't design them yet.
So she switches which knuckles she wears on a given day.
Perfect. She tried to put one of the brass knuckles around the gun, but that didn't work.
What would you recommend for a supernatural fighting style, like a magic user?
Magic user. A magic user. If we're going like traditional wizard, like wands and brooms and shit, I would recommend that they also kind of be a long range fighter, because they're gonna be kind of, because wizards have that trope of being like completely shit with their defenses. So my thought is they'll have that powerful special. They'll have powerful long range magic, really powerful specials, but weak melee attacks, and they'll be really frail. So it's really for those people that know, like, I know exactly how to evade and shit with this character. So basically, someone who is physically weak, but has like god-like specials.
All right, and we've got another question. This one from Neko Eye. How do you go about meeting others and being a part of games for character design? Where do you start?
or you and me both, buddy. I'm still kind of trying to get myself out there. I would suggest if you want to know other people to get into character design, just ask people. Like, ask people who are into character design. Ask them their tips and tricks, and if maybe they want to collaborate. Like, I swear to God, like one random day, I'm like, man, I want to collab with CubeStone. So I literally just messaged him on Newgrounds and say, hey, you want to do like an art share together? And he said, sure. And we just did it because I just asked him. You just gotta push yourself out there and be like, hey, I want to make friends, so let me find people that I'm interested in, and let me ask about their processes. Because art is just all about sharing that shit, and people will always be willing to share that unless they expressly say no. Ah, yes. With all that, we finished her.
Beautiful. Beautiful. There she is. Wait a minute. Fuck, that's the name of the... Another rabbit. Anyway, wrong series. Sorry, guys. There she is. That's awesome. So yeah, I mean, so like, what was your process? You know, you had the different terms, and so how did you take those concepts and translate them into the character design? What goes through your mind as you think through them?
I think as I go along. At least start with the body first, so I know exactly how they're going to be shaped, and I just add on the accessories from there to make it more and more come together perfectly. And sometimes I'm just thinking about random stuff as I'm designing this character. Like I was slightly thinking of Slayers, so I gave her that wicked hair with long ass ponytail.
Belyayev's Fox asks, are you aware of fighting games that use stop motion animation? I'm pretty sure, I think I know about one myself. How about you?
Not many fighting games actually use stop motion. The one I'm most aware of is Clay Fighter.
Yeah, that. I think I saw it covered on Angry Video Game Nerd. I'm not sure.
I only knew about the one on the Nintendo 64 because for some reason one version of that game is like the rarest N64 game in America, and I just think that's really funny.
Cosmic Herbster says Primal Rage.
Primal Rage also uses stop motion, thank you. Clay Fighter comes to my mind first because it's so shitty.
5-star 811. Are you using a screen tablet?
Actually, no. I'm using like a small Wacom Intuos tablet that I got like 2 years ago. I want to switch to a screen tablet though, because I actually primarily draw and Procreate, and getting used to Procreate and switching back to using like my small ass tablet was like a struggle for me. So I'm eventually trying to get one. If you want to send me money, wink wonk, I will give you my PayPal. Not here though.
Rad. And next up, we've got 15-minute warning for those of you who do have questions in mind or would like to request something be covered. This would be a good time to transition into a segment. And if you have one, Sheep, or if any of you in the audience have something that you really would like more information about, definitely let us know now.
Yes, I'm gonna give her a name. I know I have one in the chamber. I'm gonna think of her name while you guys think of questions for me. The greatest.
Well, I think we got the name in the chat. Is Bubble Gunstar a different character?
Yes, she is a character from my webcomic. Here, that's her.
Oh, okay.
She has bubble guns.
Because honestly, that could have been a name for this new one too. Maybe Bunny Gunstar. Favorite fighting game music tracks?
I am a sinner. I am a sinner because I'll admit right here, right now, I like to play games on mute.
You play games without music? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Mamma mia. Oh, I'm glad you were not here for the first panel
Shit,
of
I'm
today.
sorry. I never listen to video game soundtracks that often, except when the soundtrack is like slapped me in the face or it's like a rhythm game or something. So I personally do not have a favorite, but honestly, I will listen to some.
The Sound of Silence is the answer, apparently. Though Skoger says, I thought Guile's theme was objectively the best. Let's see. On the note of Skullgirls, if you're familiar, Bree, what's your favorite from there?
I'm somewhat familiar. Like, I follow one of the artists behind Skullgirls on Instagram. I'm trying to think of the one I like because I don't play Skullgirls that often. The chick that has like fist on her head that she uses to punch instead of her real hands. That is queen shit. She is my favorite just because of her doing that. Imagine just being like, you are so worthless to me that I'm not even going to use my actual hands for you.
All right, and Spook.
Starabella, thank you.
Yeah, Spook, if you can tag in with some extra questions that you got between the two chats, please chime in now.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I think the most recent question. Yeah, I think the one you brought in from YouTube was the most recent question asked. So continue from there.
All right. So the next one, I apologize in advance for butchering this name. Belyayev's Fox asks, how often do you look to indie fighting games for inspiration?
Not many indie fighting games pop up on my radar. I'll admit. I mostly look for official, like, published stuff for inspiration. Like, no shit. I bought the Capcom Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Edition, and I have like 10 hours in that game, and all 10 of those hours are me just looking at the art. Because it inspires me that much.
Absolutely. And Miro Art asks, what is your favorite fighting game artist?
Favorite. Shinkiro is in the top just because that's one of the few artists I know that knows how to do realism in a way that's genuinely stunning. Because realism to me is really, really boring. But I think, like, my absolute favorite artist in fighting games is Hino Shimomura. Because I like the soft shading style she uses and shapes for the faces. I first found out about her when I saw the trailer for, like, the Nonary games on Steam, since she also did the art for that, and I just fell in love from there.
All right. And this is just another call for any last-minute questions that you might have. Go on, get it in now. We're getting close to wrap up.
Oh my god, I thought of her name.
All right, and I also have another one from Miro Art. Have you ever heard of Them's Fighting Herds?
Them's Fighting. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick on my phone. Oh, this looks sick. How have I never seen this before? Well, now I've heard of it. I'm sorry, I am swine. Yeah. Look, I came up with the name for her, and I'm gonna post her in the chat and on Twitter. I'm gonna post the thing on Newgrounds too. So everyone, draw this chick. Please draw her. She is our creation. And maybe later this week I'll actually draw a more finished version of the design, including her bottom fucking half.
Ori of the Stars, that's a great name.
I have to look up like the genus name for rabbit real quick. That was funny.
All right, Comic Curbster from YouTube asks, do you like Cal the Kangaroo?
Yes, yes, I do. I am so hyped for the game coming out later this year. Like all people on the internet, I found out about him through watching Nitro Red, and I just saw so much potential in this little kangaroo boy.
A general question for anybody who in our chat or listening in may want to know, is there any tips or advice that you could give them if they're looking to start off in character design?
Look at Bookmark and take from, well, not fully take from, no, fully plagiarize, but look at designs you find you are very fond of. Just any designs from any form of media. And see what you like about those designs. Try to show them off in a way that you find the best or spectacular. Show them off in your manner, and you will find your style from there. You will know how you can design a character, and that should be the starting point in helping you find out a bunch more about fighting game designs and designs in general. So don't limit yourself.
All right, and I don't know if I missed out on it, but did you already let them all know what inspired you to get into character design? Specifically for fighting games?
Specifically. Okay, this is a little story. I'll tell it as quick as I can. When I was 16, I went through tragedy because, unfortunately, my eldest brother passed away that year, and I was really sad. But over the summer, I tried to get through it. I remember it was one day I went to the local trading card shop, and it was free comic day, so I picked up some of the comics they had there. One of them was a Street Fighter comic by Omar Dogan, and it made me fall in love with fighting games in a way that I hadn't before. I immediately designed a bunch of fighting game characters within the span of only like 3 days, and I love them all. A good many of those designs I would end up reusing for my webcomic. It's called Hamama. It's on Newgrounds. Please read it. New updates come early on Newgrounds. And that's what ultimately got me into fighting game design and looking up these characters and seeing what they do to ultimately show people how they brawl.
Velyayev Fox asks, what are your thoughts on For Honor or Hellish Court as fighting games?
The looks of those games I do enjoy, but I have not played them actually. And I see the last question. As for where you can find me, I will link the comic playlist, a little bit after this panel ends, and you can just see all my stuff and my links and shit. And then you can support me. Me, your friend, your homie, brother.
Awesome. So we have about 5 minutes left in the panel. Do you have any characters that you've designed that you personally like more than the others, like how it came out?
Yes. Okay, again, I mostly use Procreate, so like none of the fucking files I have are with me. But out of all the fighting game character designs I have made, I'm gonna just pull up Waldorf for this maybe. Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Come on, Nigel. Oh, look. Look, I'll find it in 5 minutes. I promise.
Of
Right hand,
course,
left
and
hand of
we
God.
have K over in the YouTube chat who's just been asking for you to show Sugar this entire time.
Listen! That's all I'm gonna say to you. Thank you for coming, Kay, also. I invited some of my friends to watch. I know 2 of them came. Thank you for coming. I love you. Where's the picture?
Always
Alright, now I'm
disappears
out of...
when you need it.
I found it. This was from, like... I remember I started going back to Newgrounds like 2019, so this is like from early 2020. This is kind of an old version of her design, but I don't care. This is MC. She's supposed to come into my comic soon, and she is my favorite design out of all the ones I made, because she was the first one I made. Because I saw her while I was, again, reading that Street Fighter comic, and I thought, what if fucking Sakura just had, like, Ryu's personality, and I just started going from there. I just came up with the... By Tom, by God. And I just came up with a chick with big eyebrows that has Super Saiyan fire powers and has spikes on her arms because spikes are cool. And that's why she's my favorite. And that's why even though she literally hasn't been in the comic yet, and there's like 5 or 6 fucking episodes, I still draw her a bunch. Go away.
All right, so we have 3 minutes left. This is the very last call, cut off for questions. So if you have one that you just thought of, get it in now. Question from Stanpai. What made you want to host this panel in particular?
First and foremost, I just wanted to get myself out there. Secondly, I thought, this is the thing I have expertise in. Like, I know how to draw a good person that likes to beat the shit out of people. Because beating the shit out of people is fun. I have 20 assault charges, but that doesn't matter. Favorite snack, I like kettle chips, and I also like Takis. And I'm also a freak in which I lick the seasoning dust off the Taki first before I eat it. And that's terrible because it's cut up my tongue many times, but I do not care. Last one. I know character designs for fighting games affect animation. It can be hard to animate fighting game character designs because a lot of them are more detailed, like a good chunk of them are anatomically correct. So I think when it comes to animated fighting game characters, you have to be skilled in animation and physics, even like imaginary physics, because in that way you can show them the full fighting potential that they have. Otherwise, it's just gonna look kind of off. But anyone can like animate them. That's just my personal opinion. Like if there's a way you can animate a fighting game character, make them look goofy, and still show them fighting like a badass man, do it. Oh, do it. I don't care. It's gonna look great either way. One more minute. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. So I just want to thank you so much for taking your time to host this panel. Can you let everybody know where to find you, your socials?
Okay, you can find me at BreetTheSheep on Newgrounds. It's Bree with 1 E because when I signed up for Newgrounds, I hated myself, so I didn't put 2 E's then. But it's BreetTheSheep, all one word, with 1 E in Bree. You can find me at BreetTheSheep on Twitter. That one's with 2 E's because Twitter lets you change your handle. Which is fine, I live with the 1 E. Whatever.
You can get 2 E's by getting supporter status on Newgrounds. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I should get supporter status, honestly, but I'm broke as shit. I will support you, Tom. But anyways, read Hamama, the comic just updated last Friday, and literally just all one word, HAMAMA with exclamation point. I do not have many subscribers on there, but enjoy it. My mama is also on Newgrounds. I consider it a Newgrounds original. It is, and updates are Newgrounds exclusive for 2 days before they update on Webtoon. And anyway, yeah, that's where you can find me.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
Hello, everyone. It is nice to be here. My name is Dominic Romano. You guys probably know me as the director of Lucky Boy, which premiered this Christmas to insane Newgrounds acclaim. Here's my big brush. So what's basically going to go on here today is this is going to be a really organic panel, because mixed media, I mean, like, for those who don't know, the name of this panel is like a mixed media Lucky Boy type bashing thing here. And what's basically going to happen is I'm going to talk to you guys about mixed media approaches and what exactly like your philosophy should be. This is the worst Lucky Boy I've ever drawn. Oh my god. And I'm also going to run you through how I would make a mixed media illustration piece. The producer for Lucky Boy, he's going to be following up this panel, Brandon, who we all know and love. And what he's going to do is he's basically going to show us how to composite using different types of media. But I'm more of like a 2D guy myself. Let me show you guys some of my work from recently. So this is where I've got all of my like mixed media work basically. I do a ton of stuff with photos. In the background, I have this outfit out moon, a sky. I have brushes for all sorts of things, and then I have my colored pencil and my Copic marker drawings. A lot of you are probably wondering, why would I use mixed media in a project? And That's a very good question. Because basically, there's like three big reasons. The first reason why you would use mixed media in a project is you need something that only a second type of media has. I think that the best example of this is definitely Gorillaz music videos. Because what's going on here is not just the idea that they really wanted like, oh, like something that like looks cool. Because this does look cool, and that was definitely a driving reason. But the reason why like they use mixed media is because they want to use their 2D drawings still. Like Jamie Hewlett, he's their big artist. Like he's a huge inspiration of mine, and they want to use his drawings, but they need to convey depth, so they combine it with 3D. And because of that, they can shoot it like it's a normal like music video, like you've got actual actors and stuff, and you can move a camera around a scene. It's like very important. And that's one of the three reasons. The other like big reason that I think goes into mixed media work is that you're trying to evoke an emotional response. And for this, no autocorrect. For this, I've got to bring up Lucky Boy for my main example here. We don't need sound for this. You've all probably watched it. So there's one particular scene in this film that I wanted to be really strategic about. And it's right here when he gets on the train. So basically, when you're using mixed media, the things that you're putting together, because it's all like scrapbooking, you know, it's like, okay, I'm taking photos, I'm taking 3D models, I'm taking whatever I have around, and I'm putting it together with drawings or whatever is your main thing here. And this scene where Lucky talks to his mom, I had a specific vision here where I knew that I wanted like a level of nostalgia, because like there's something really childish about talking to your mom, and something really sad about like her not being proud of you. And so what I tried to tap into here was this layout that I have this background in. It's just Undertale. It's literally just the beginning of Undertale where you fall into the hole and stuff, and it's got like those graphics coming by. It's like very retro game to try to evoke an emotional response from people based on that. The backgrounds, photos, like reminiscent of things that you would see as your parents drive you out of the city, is like very strong imagery, and it's all color graded using colors that only like an SNES would be able to formulate. In fact, there's one part here that I'm really proud of where when it fades out, you can see like it doesn't just fade to black, it fades to purple. Just like the opening of this fucking game. Oops. Because what's basically happening on this old SNES stuff and the NES stuff is that you can't do a complete fade. So when you fade pixels, you have to fade only the colors that are possible here on the NES, because they only have like 36 colors. So you see, instead of fading in like, oh, grays go up, it's like, okay, we've got some whites, we've got like some violets, and then it finally goes into this. And so like research plays a bit of a part in it. So you know, I'm trying to tap into like, oh, like old video games, like stuff that people would have grown up with, like it'll trigger like a sadder like response or something nostalgic. And that's the second reason why you use mixed media. And the third reason is that there are no rules, and you literally just want to do something that looks really freaking cool, because using mixed media looks really, really cool. So where do you start with this art form is a question that I get a lot. I'm going to start talking about that while I do the demonstration, because I think that it'll really go to show here. So what I did is I drew something, and I colored it using marker. And this is what I'm going to use for my demonstration. You guys are going to be here while I walk through a piece. You can only see the legs of it, but if there are any Sonic fans in the audience, here's a picture of Silver that I took with my iPhone. A lot of people are like, oh, like when I want to start with mixed media, do I need like a scanner? Like what do I need to do? Like no, you don't need any of that. Like your phone camera is literally good enough. Like you have all of the tools that you need because this is just putting together stuff that you already have. And what you really need to be thinking about is texture, because that is like one of the best parts of this. So there's a lot of texture going on here because it's a photo. You've got the texture of the paper. We can keep zooming in and there's still stuff going on. You can see like pencil lines here that I like forgot to erase before I started using my Copic markers. And then like there's just so much value in the Copic markers. So what we're going to do here is we're going to clean up the actual sketch. There's some weird business going on the right. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This is just so that our magic wand tool can actually work. Oh my god. Yeah, connected pixels only. So basically, when you take a photo of something, see, look at that, already isolated. So the thing is, like, there's values going on here. There's like not a very big range. You can see in the background that it's white and we've got black over here, and here it's like, okay, like really not much is going on. So we're gonna make a tone curve. The thing is, I'm using CSP, but this stuff is so open-ended, you can use whatever you want. And I'm just going to make it so that the values are like a lot more to take in. Yeah, there we go. It's like he's in a bright light. I think that like the main thing that people wonder when working like this is, I discovered this just because I was trying to illustrate. Well, discover is a horrible word. I hate the idea that I discovered mixed media. Strike that from the records. But basically, I'm just trying to like illustrate. And the only thing that I had around was Copic markers. Like I had Photoshop because my dad, he owns a jewelry store. And so he had like some programs for me to use, but I didn't have a tablet. I couldn't draw on the screen, and I wasn't smart enough to go on Newgrounds and do enough art to win a Wacom from the community like Folk gives out to people. And so I was just trying to alter my sketches. A lot of times what would happen is I would just have a drawing and I would be like, oh, I really want like this line art. And nowadays I know, oh, like I can just click on it, copy paste. Here's line art. I can just work in there. This is mainly what I used to do. And then at a certain point I realized that my Copic marker drawings were actually interesting enough on their own. So like all I have to do is like put a tone curve here and I've already got something worth working with. This process is very much about experimentation as you go along. You've kind of like always got to be thinking while you're doing this because, and you can probably tell by the erraticness of this presentation, it's very hard to figure out the next step. There's no like, oh, lines, color. Like there's really nothing like that. You've got to be adding a ton of adjustment layers. Like right here, I really don't like these colors. It's not cool enough for me. So this silver was always a very like Y2K, like cool looking character. I really want cool colors on him, so I can make a color balance adjustment layer. Start making his values more green, blue. See, this is already more handsome. There's a million ways you could do this. You don't even have to do that. You can make a gradient map. Gradient maps change the colors of the entire piece. And if you put it to 50%, boom, look at that. Wait, I actually think I like this more than the tone curve. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. It's weird to talk about mixed media artists in anyway, because they don't even really deserve to be categorized as like one thing. We're all very different. There's Johnny Phillips working on like Barbara Westchester and stuff, and that's really incredible. But she's doing something completely different from me. So it's very hard. By the way, start collecting stuff if you want to do this. I have a folder on here I'm going to show you guys. It's called Things. It's literally just stuff from around my house. Here's a Nikon camera. Let's open up these. My sister's Game Boy Advance, it was a pink one. I found it the other day and I took a photo of it. These batteries look pretty cool. Oh my god, and the B14 Zoom. This is the coolest bass pedal I own. But yeah, literally, iPhone camera, take a photo of it. iPhone camera, take a photo of it. You have everything that you need. If you have batteries in your house, you can start working with this stuff. So, we're going to make the best illustration of silver using mixed media of all time right here. And we're not just going to stop at photos, because what's basically going on here is, boom. I took this the other day. There was a background here. What I did was I just went in really close. I took the polyline tool and I just started like carving it out like it's some sort of like sculpture, like I'm Squidward. And then after that, I've got this big alpha out beautiful thing that I can just use in whatever I want. I would totally do that to objects that you find lying around. Got dust on it. That's more texture I can use. Let's go. Let's put this in here. Oh, no. Let's put this Game Boy Advance in here. I haven't used this yet, so this is going to be our first time using this from the Things folder. I could rotate it, but it's got text on it, so that won't look that nice. Now, it's weird giving tutorials on this kind of thing because it's weird. If you like a painter, like if you're like, oh, like I like this guy's painting style, and then you're like, I want to get into painting, I'm going to start practicing my painting exactly like him. And then at a certain point, you can like copy that guy's painting techniques, and it'll look really nice, as long as you stick with it. If you're really into like Ina, those like wonderful Newgrounds cartoons that use like a lot of 3D and stuff, like their mixed media, or if you're into like Jamie Hewlett, Gorillas, you're really not going to want to copy what they're doing, because what they're doing is it's hard to articulate this. But what those artists are doing is they're using mixed media based on what's around them. With Lucky Boy, say someone, God forbid, is inspired by me, and they want to start putting things together like I put them together. The reason why my style matured in the way that it did is because I'm from Boston. So I had a ton of photos like from in and around Boston that I could use. And that sort of like started to go into my stuff. And I also had, I was really into rock. I had tons of like band stickers, all sorts of stuff, like 3D, like old retro video games, like I like to use a lot. Stick a gradient map. Let's see what's going on here. And so like it's sort of like my mixed media artwork is a combination of the things that I like, the things I grew up with. I've got a Game Boy Advance here that my sister owned, and a drawing of silver in Adidas sweatpants, because that's just like what I'm into. And it's using paper and Copic marker because that's the stuff that I grew up using. Like some people are listening to this and they might want to do their take on mixed media, and they don't have any of this stuff that's inspiring me. because it's very much like you combine all the things that you like to make something. So you can't really copy like me or Jamie Hewlett because you don't have the stuff that they're combining. People watching this, like someone who wants to get started in mixed media could be, say, really into like 80s like music, really into old screenshots from anime, really into like different materials from me. I use a lot of like Post-it notes and stuff. You could be really into cardboard. Maybe you have a lot of cardboard around. I don't use that stuff. Let's see here. So this is basically what I use the most, is the correction layers, because we've got a ton of texture with this. Like, as I said before, I can keep zooming in and there's still texture. If I have a really like flat piece, okay, well, this isn't my art, obviously, but this is a cover that I keep in my save because I really like it. It's got a nice story here. But anyways, this is just flat blue. It's cel shaded on a computer. You keep zooming in, it keeps staying flat blue. There's really like nothing for them to work with there in terms of texture. Meanwhile, there's so much here. Like, even in this, like, is this flat white? No, we've got the texture of the paper here, which is very important. I'm thinking, okay, you know what? I think that I've reached enough with this photo and this background, so let's get into 3D. I have Blender right here. I've been using this a lot lately for my illustrations. I think that an important thing is to be savvy with a lot of different programs. I have this city that I made. This was very interesting. There's I'm not good at 3D like at all. And so what I did was I went on YouTube one day because I was like, oh, I really want a city as a background for a piece. And I'm going to show you guys a piece that I ended up making here. It was, yeah, this Evangelion one. Let's open this up in CSP and see how it ticks. My files are all massive. Yeah, so I really wanted a city background from this exact angle because like this is kind of what the city looks like in the show. It's like on a hill and there's mountains in the back. Now, I don't live in a city on a hill with mountains in the back, so this was very hard for me. I would have had to like buy a drone and like go to San Francisco or something. That's really not within my realm of possibilities. So you got to get creative. You got to be savvy. There's like, there's this shitty 3D city that I made in Blender here. Let's see if we can turn on the actual textures. Look at that. This took me like a day. And it looks like crap if you look really far into it, but we're not going to look really far into it. We're going to be really far away, enough so that it's like kind of believable. And I'm going to do something absolutely forbidden that no one should ever do. I'm not actually going to render this. I'm not going to open up the renderer. I'm not going to do it like the proper 3D way. I'm just going to press print screen. And take a screenshot. Oh, wait. Okay, well, print screen isn't working right now. So it's time to find a photo of a city. Easy money. I should have one right here.
All right, Dom, and I'm chiming in for a moment. I have a question from Momiji Matcha asking,
yes.
would using a real photo as the background of a drawing count as mixed media?
Yes. Actually, if you could chime in with questions, that'd be great because I have no way to see the chat right now.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Did you
Thank
want
you so
to
much.
withhold them until the end of the panel and just have one big Q&A, or do you want me to
No,
go
no, let's keep this organic because like I'm working on this piece and I want to be informed by you guys as well.
Will do.
Yeah, if the background of a piece is a photo, yes, that can totally count as mixed media. Here's an example of a piece that I made once. It was a poem that I wrote, and I put it over a picture of the T ride in Boston. Mixed media is so multifaceted that sometimes people don't even realize that they're actually using it. Like, there's some techniques going on in like animes that you might watch, where it's like, okay, like we're going to use like a 3D camera and After Effects to like go through this stuff, and they're adding depth in a way that like normal pen on paper wouldn't. It's getting really seamless. A lot of my stuff isn't seamless. I would say that this is one of my most seamless pieces here because like you look at this and until you realize that this guy in the back is 3D, like it's hard to even realize that this background is of my doing. But if you look at the part before I mastered it with color grading, where is it? This file is called Evangelion Satiel, which means that it should be under E.
And while we're finding that, I have a question from BrandyBuizel. Is getting photos yourself vital to mixed media, or is that part of your style choice?
Ugh, that's a good question. Really depends on what you're going for. If people have been following me on Twitter, you realize that I've actually asked my followers for photos recently from cities that I'm not in, but I want to make the settings of some of my comics. I way prefer to use my own photos, but also like outside help is the best. Like if you have friends that are really into photography and they're willing to let you use their like work, like they have like a big photo like Google Drive and you just want to find like backgrounds for your characters, like that stuff is always incredible. I used to work with a big Google Drive folder that a friend of mine had of only photos in Providence, Rhode Island, and I made a ton of use out of that. But yeah, it really is about like what you're trying to say here. Like for this piece, I took this photo of the sky once and I just edited the crap out of it. And it was like important for me to get this exact like cloud shape. Sometimes working with other people's stuff, like you really just have to improvise because if you work with like your own stuff, you're gonna have like these limitations. Like me here, like I was like, oh, I don't have like a hill like with a city on it. Like I need to improvise. Like there's really no other option but to figure new things out.
Awesome. And Kibby Supreme asks, for the 3D you use in your work, how long does it take for you to create assets? And do you use free assets?
Okay, let me let you in on something evil here. I steal my art. No, I'm just kidding, not really. So there's a ton of like free resources full of stuff online. This is a site that I use all the time and I highly recommend. This is the models resource. And the models resource is made up of a bunch of glorious hackers and decoders and all sorts of people who rip models from games. Earlier, when I said, oh, I'm trying to get an emotional response out of something, this is a good example of that because like this is hitting the nostalgia factor. These are all games that we grew up with and there's just so many like models of them online. So if I go into S because I want to search for like Sonic stuff, like, oh, Sonic Heroes, there's models right in here. There's also, let me see in my utilities, Sketchfab. This site is glorious. If like I have not modeled at all in my time doing mixed media art. I've modeled like a few sparse things, like I know how to model, but for the most part, I'll just go on here, I'll search like, oh, restaurant. There's tons of like restaurants here. This one requires a payment, so we're not going to pay them $30 right now, or use screenshots of this work because that would be bad. But I am going to use a screenshot to demonstrate. So Sketchfab has like all these 3D models. You can just go around in browser. People like take rips from like old like Zelda games and stuff, and you can just move it around, like screenshot, based on the license, of course. Like you don't want to steal from these people. This screenshot that I'm using right now, I'm not going to use in a final piece. But then like boom, you've got this. Put a gradient map over it. Just make it look like really crazy. You want more texture? Like it's all these correction layers here. Posterize. Boom. Now there's even fewer values. Like what am I looking at? This is crazy. I love this shit. We've got these people in like thermal on the hockey over here. Yeah, you know what? I really need a photo for this background. I need something like city related. I think I'm going to take it from another project. Wait, this is a really cool example of what I do, but this thing right here, this is literally a model from this site for a Bleach game. And the model was like a tidal wave, like stage. And what I did was I went into the geometry of one of the tidal waves, and then I just took a screenshot of it, and I use it as the background here. It looks like nothing, but it's enough of like a texture that it's like really satisfying.
All right. Chromacy asks, can you use public domain stock photos in mixed media?
You absolutely can. In fact, me and my friend Sewane, we have been sort of like crafting up an idea for a trailer for my comic called Born Slippy, which is a mixed media comic. And there's tons of free footage online of just dash cams, like people driving through cities and having all that. And so we're just going to take that, we're going to posterize that footage, we're going to put a text animation over it that we're probably going to make traditionally and put some music over it, and boom, like it's literally for free to use. There's some stuff here that's kind of off the rails. Like for example, this here, I used Paint 3D to make this character, and I put him over this highlight, and I put him over a gradient mapped photo that I took of a Game Boy Advance box. This is fine, but if I ever wanted to like sell this piece on an online store, I would be in danger of copyright infringement, because there's art here that I technically did not draw, and it's also not manipulated far enough that you can't tell what the original art was. So like this is like an exercise for me, but if you want to like use stuff that's using artwork from other people, like that's usually a no-no. Like this, for example, I made this fake gaming magazine from the 2000s because I really miss those, like Nintendo Power and stuff. I took a screenshot of this Blue Eyes White Dragon model I found on the models resource in Blender. I cut it out, and I used some of my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards from when I was a kid and my Game Boy, and then I put this photo of the Dark Magician girl that I drew on it. There's like many different things at play here, but I wouldn't be able to like sell prints of this because it's using like Yu-Gi-Oh cards here, and I didn't draw those Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Those things are beautiful.
You say as if your art itself isn't beautiful.
Oh, enough.
I have Forge Frog over on YouTube asking, what's the best way to avoid a cheap look / make and to make it look more put together rather than slapped together?
Okay, I love this question because there's like two different ways that you can go about this. The first way that you can go about mixed media is like, oh, I just want to make something that looks cool. Like, I don't care if it like looks crazy. Like, I don't care if there's like all these different colors and posterizations and stuff like going on in this piece. Like, I just want for like something that's eye-catching. So you've got these people that have like these crazy photos fading into each other with these like eye-bleeding colors, and they're really amazing. And then there's another thing that people try to do, which is believability. Which is, okay, I'm taking this character that I drew, I'm putting it in something, and I want to make it look like it's really there. This is like what everybody wants to do when they see like the old Cartoon Network, like Cartoon City bumpers, and of course Gorillaz music videos. We always go back to that. And I would say that the best way to make it look not scrappy is to take into account the full composition here. So, like, let me dress up this file a bit more before we get into this. So what I actually preemptively did this. Like, look at how ugly this is when I take this effect away. What you're basically going to be doing here is you're going to put effects, you're going to put filters, you're going to put gradient maps over the entire piece that you have sort of like cobbled together, and it's going to like bring everything under one umbrella, like which is a weird term, but for example, right now this is a color umbrella. I have this gradient map that I made, and it uses these colors. And what the gradient map says is every layer under this layer is going to reference these colors. They're not going to have their own colors. So say you're making this. I'm going to add another photo in here. No, wait, you know what? I'm going to use a line tool and do some crazy stuff. Because this is going to look like, oh, whoa. No, thank you. Okay, here we go. No, this needs much more pixels. Okay, there we go. I'm just laying down some shapes right now, you know.
All right, and while we're doing that, and before we get into answering that other question, the Gabo Effects ask, have you tried using really old software and hardware in your mixed media, like drawing on Mario Paint or taking pictures with a Game Boy camera?
Oh, good question. That stuff is like, it's really cool, but I don't think that I'm like, a better example is like, I like to use old fonts. No, not fonts. I like to use like old like apps. Like I'll go into the app store and I'll look around. Someone made like some crazy like app that like turns a photo that you put into it 3D, and you can like change the geometry of it, like a glitch with an E at the end. That's an incredible app that I like use and just posterize photos and bring in here. But I haven't tried any of the oldie stuff yet, but I really want to. I find that sometimes like you're putting in a lot of effort to use those things, and they're not giving you much that you would get from just like importing things with a lot of texture and doing it on your own. But I don't know, some really cool stuff could come out of it. Okay, so as with the last question, we've got a bunch of different values here. We've got some white lines. We've got two photos. Like, what the hell is going on here? So I'm going to put a gradient map over this. And what the gradient map is going to do is it's going to make it so that everything is going to be on the same vibe. Which of these look nice? Oh, that's crazy. I can also change around these values. A lot of the like Lucky Boy layouts was basically just me like moving around gradient maps and moving around cool photos. So now that we've got that here, I'm just going to turn down the intensity of it. And now everything looks like it's sort of like a part of the same deal here. Like everything is in its right place. It's all following the same colors and the same values. The background is I'm going to get rid of the blacks in this gradient map. There we go. Now he really stands out from the background. You've got to keep like the composition in something that's like give the character a highlight, like make him stand out from the background. Always think about contrast and like think of it as an actual piece. Like for example, he's not really like standing out here too much. There's still a lot going on in the background, but if I give him a wide outline, it'll kind of help him a little. And then since I've made a gradient map that alters the color of every, oh, you know what? I like this gradient map more. Yeah, so now that I've got a gradient map that alters the color of the background, what I can do is I can take this same gradient map and apply it to the traditional art that I made on top. One sec, Clip Studio Paint is pooping. Okay. And so now I apply it to the silver drawing, but I'm going to lower the opacity on it. And now he before he was kind of a piece of the art, but now it's like, I'm sorry that this isn't a dramatic magician, oh, look at this, look at this difference, but literally it's all these little things. Oh, I'm adding a bit of the background magenta to the foreground character. I'm really trying to make him a part of the background, but since he's a foreground element, I still want for him to be unique. I still want for him to have different colors going on here. Let's add some text. Any other questions coming around?
Yep, I got quite a few here. From Belyayev's Fox, can mixed media animation be made with compositing software like Natron or Shotcut?
It absolutely can. All of those, honestly, I always prefer After Effects, but the thing is, that stuff's expensive, and those things that you listed are, perfectly viable. Let's put some cheeky text on here.
All right, and from Alt Puppy, they're asking, where did you say you got the dashcam footage?
Oh, just YouTube. If you search free dashcam footage, the thing is, you've always just got to search free, and then someone has made something that's available to you. You can check the licenses, but yeah, that kind of stuff is all over YouTube. I would also say don't be. I know that it sucks spending money on your art, but I feel really good about putting money into my art because I feel like your art is what's always going to give back. So if you find really cool footage online, it's got a paywall of $5, I don't know, just buy it. I think that one of my favorite things to play around with is this company made their name is Black Market without an A and without a C. And what they basically did was they made so much assets for you. They have papers. You can use different types of paper here. This is actually great because I just got reminded of its existence. They have folders full of paper. It's super HD. Look at us. We're still zooming in and there's still texture. They've got tons of stickers in here, stickers. So much crap. It's awesome.
Chico Fox asks, have you worked with other physical media besides markers and photographs, like watercolors or pencil?
I have. Pencil is actually one of my favorites. The thing is, though, I've gotten a lot of training as an animator, and during that training, like one of the things that happened was I started just really enjoying pens and going straight into pieces like without drawing anything under it. So I'm kind of out of practice with pencil, but yeah, 100%. Like I've tried out a lot of those things. All of them are super valid. There was even this one piece kind of wowed me lately that I made. Wow, that sounds stupid. But I made this. I'm not even opening the CSP file for this, and it's going to kill my computer. But this was a pencil drawing that I did, and you may be thinking like, oh, like this is mixed media. He made like a watercolor like painting, and he put it over a background. Like, no, actually, this was just a pencil drawing that I brought into Photoshop and then CSP, and then I found a watercolor brush, and I just faked like real watercolor, but on this. There's tons of like traditional brushes in CSP that can mimic real life things. And sometimes you're going to want to mimic real life things more than you're actually using real life things, because you got to figure out like what's easy and what's optimal and stuff like that.
Marble Mac asks, when it comes to found images and stock photos / videos, would you need to credit where you found each image?
Depends if you need anything worth crediting. I mean, for example, like all the stuff that I'm using here, like I'm not going to credit like Nintendo for making the Game Boy Advance, and I'm not going to credit Black Market for like making this sticker that is in a sticker pack that I bought. You have to credit things if they have like different licenses, which is stuff that I've like been saying during this to avoid. Like if you're using the art of another artist, you're going to want to credit it. But for the most part, no. Like you don't have to cite like the piece of cardboard that you found in the dumpster, and you don't have to cite like the products that you're using. This is another cool trick that I like to do. I like to take the character, color it black, and then I can get a shadow out of it. Check this out. Skew tool. Whoa. Crazy. Oh wait, that actually looks baller. Alright, sick.
Momiji Matcha asks, what initially got you interested in mixed media?
Oh man, I think I had like a really poetic story about this recently, and I've just like, and I really wished I had it here with me. But it was something along the lines of like, oh yeah, like early at my time at Mass Art in Boston, which was like a college that I went to for a while, I like really was taking like cool photos on my phone, and I was sick of like just like them existing in a different like universe than everything else. Like I had these cool photos, and like I had considered them art, but like my drawings were way better because like I feel like photography is easier than drawing, like to get a base knowledge of. But I really, really wanted to use my photos in something, so I like started to try to do like Jamie Hewlett stuff, like put like a character in front of a photo, and then I was realizing how hard it was to like make it look believably like my character was there, and I just got obsessed with experimenting. And then later when I went to SCAD and we started making Lucky Boy, it was more of like, oh, like, well, mixed media is the thing that I can do that like not many other people can do. So like the film should be like this. Like let's make something unique.
He asks, what multimedia pieces would you personally recommend?
Man, I was really hoping no one would ask me that. Only because like I really don't have like a database like in my brain like for stuff like this. Wait a sec. You know what? I actually do. Let's go to my letterbox.
All right, and while we're pulling that up, I'm actually going to ask you one from BrandyBuizel. Does Mitchell's versus the Machines vibrate your Among Us monkey brain parts?
Literally, it does. Wait, actually, I think I gave that thing an embarrassingly low rating. Okay, this is the best video ever. A dog that smokes weed. This is like the best mixed media video ever. Like, I love this one. I've got like a ton of movies on here that I'm like a huge fan of that use mixed media. Love, Death, and Robots. I think that this is like some of my favorite examples. It's hard to even tell like when they're doing this, but The Witness, this is a crazy film. Alberto Miogo, he was actually the original director of Spider-Verse, which is a huge mixed media inspiration for everyone. And he got kicked off of that project, and then he went and made that. Like, really pushing like 3D with 2D effects. That stuff is always crazy. Yeah, I would say that Alberto Miogo, like, you should totally look up his Instagram, because like he does a lot of observational stuff, but he also does a lot of like digital paintings, and he traces from a lot of like old cameras. It's really cool stuff. And Jamie Hewlett, like, I can't stop mentioning him this presentation.
Maya LaCookie, in animation, is it good to work with pictures or videos? I tend to enjoy recording videos for my background.
Animation, is it better to work with pictures or with videos? This is kind of a strange question, because, okay, let's bring up Lucky Boy. It's funny. I would actually say like photos more than videos help me out, because everything in the background here, like, it's not a video of the city. It's photos that I took and I put them on a 3D plane, and I make them look like, what I'm basically doing here is I'm using like 2D like Disney techniques, like, oh, a multiplane. We have a foreground tree, we have a background sky, and we move those at different timings to simulate depth. But I'm just doing it with photos. I find photos are easier to work with than videos, because photos are still like a 2D static element that you can work with the same way that you would work with drawings. It's very easy for me.
All right, so this is the 10-minute warning. Any last-minute questions you guys might have, please send them in now. From Puppy, can I get a link to that watercolor brush, please?
Oh, of course you can. I actually think it's one of the more popular brushes on here. These are a bunch of the brushes I've downloaded. Oh, wait, you know what? We can see this on my... Man, everyone is getting the dots that make up my passwords. Not very good for my internal memory and my safety. You all know how many letters my passwords are. Give me more questions while I look for this.
Of course. From Kibby Supreme, what were the most difficult things about working with the mixed media nature of Lucky Boy, and was it manageable?
My producers made it manageable, because, like... Ooh, that's a butt. If you search watercolor, it should be the very first one. But yeah, because when there's a lot more things going on, it's hard to unify them, you know? You've got like 12 different mixed media elements going on. And nowadays when I work with mixed media, I actually try to like keep it on the down low. Like this piece here, it's like, okay, I've got a drawing on the right. I've got like 2 photos of like patterns. And then I've got wireframes of 3D. I feel like if I add more, it's going to be a less cohesive illustration. It gets harder the more types of media you add. And that's basically as simple as it gets.
All right. From Cryptic Servine, I saw Lucky Boy was a SCAD film. Were there any professors that really influenced your work?
I wouldn't say like influenced my work specifically, but we had a professor here, Troy, who passed recently, and he was an incredible animator who taught me like everything that I knew about drawing. Um, Troy Gustafsson, if you want to look him up, he's got incredible effects work, and he sort of taught me about like niches in a way, because he's an effects animator, and effects animators for the younger artists in the audience, their job only goes as far as like, oh, animate fire, animate smoke, animate water, but he was just so impressive and professional in like how he held himself like for that like niche that it made me realize like the power of this sort of thing, and that like it's great to be like a type of artist that other people aren't really. Like it's great to like keep doing your thing instead of trying to be good at what everyone else is already good at, maybe. I kind of like how this piece is coming out, I'm not gonna lie. I've just been sort of like futzing around, but
Krampus asks how to blend IRL acting with art/animation.
Ooh, that's an amazing question. I love this question. Motion capture. IRL acting, for Lucky Boy even, there's like so many parts in Lucky Boy that are motion captured like hand puppets. Like, I think that IRL acting, I actually have that in my background because I used to be a theater kid, and it's really helped me write dialogue for stuff and like make my art and the conversations that my characters have really believable. But like it's really easy. There's like, I mean, you guys all see like VTubers and stuff, and that's kind of like a really simplified version of like motion capture, but like definitely look into that stuff and try to make videos with that, because the sort of advantage there is, oh, like I don't have to animate all of this, I just have to act it out. Like, whereas if you're only 2D drawing a segment, it can take you like hours and hours and hours just to do like 4 seconds of something. Motion capture animation can get you like a minute of footage, and all that you have to do is act in real time. Like, it's incredible.
All right, this is the 5-minute warning. We have a few more questions here, so I'm going to try to rapid fire through them.
Sounds great.
A very popular question today, but Stanpai asks, what are your favorite mixed media pieces and favorite creators?
Ugh. Man, that question was already kind of hard for me to answer earlier, but honestly, like, I feel like it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, where it's like, it's very hard for me to get inspired by other mixed media animators. Like there's a lot of really cool stuff going on, like especially after Spider-Verse in the animation world, that's like really changing the expectations for like what needs to go on in your animation. Like it doesn't need to be just drawing anymore. But it's hard for me to get influence from that, because like I get influenced by the things that interest me and then I put them together. Like Pokemon, that's not a mixed media thing, but it's a big inspiration for me. No More Heroes is huge for that too. Like JoJo, Sonic, like Air Gear, like old mangas. Like I'm combining things that I like. They're not really like mixed media pieces. They're things that I enjoy, and I'm taking like lessons from each of those to like make mixed media art. So yeah. Kind of a weird workaround for the question, but that's basically
it works. From Rude Boy, a generic question. Any tips for when you want to draw something but have no idea what?
Yeah, just draw some bullshit. I really like drawing Among Us when I like don't really know what to draw recently, because like they're really simple and all that you have to do is like get the blood flowing. So like at first you're like, oh, like this is as stupid as it gets. I'm just gonna draw Among Us. Like everyone's gonna laugh at me. And then you get really into it. You're like, oh, I'm gonna draw Among Us, but it's like a really buff dude. And then you realize, wait a minute, I'm using like anatomy in my warm-ups, like because I'm drawing a buff dude just because it's funny. And then you realize you're warmed up. But the thing is, like, just always keep the pencil moving, like, and then things will happen.
From Maya Cookie again, with the picture/video question, how can you make a picture look realistic to the animation?
Realistic to the animation? Well, if you're looking to make an animation that looks realistic in an environment, you're really not going to be able to unless you can draw something like literally incredible that's like on the same level of detail as the footage. But what you can do is you can do the believability thing where it's like, okay, I'm not trying to make something that is as realistic as the background, but I want to make it so that it seamlessly seems like it's a part of the background. So you add lighting, there's compositing tricks, you add like a gradient map over the entire thing that sort of like makes it look cohesive, strategies like that. Yeah.
Awesome. And I'm going to try to crunch this one in, but how did you learn to fiddle with tools in your program, like the way you cut out your art from your sketchbook, take out and enhance the colors, add gradients, etc.?
I think that a lot of it is you try things like one at a time. I have literally been doing this for like so many years that it feels mind-numbing now. And every single time it was like, okay, I'm going to take on one little thing. With this new drawing, with this new like illustration, like I want to work in like lighting, like cel-shaded lighting onto the character over the environment. And then another one, I'm like, okay, I want to work in like putting a post-it note in here and actually making it look nice. And like then over time, like all the skills sort of like compound. Like it's really irritating because it takes a little bit of patience, but as long as you keep making art, like you'll just have it before you know it.
And that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell everybody where they can find you so they can follow you for your beautiful art?
Yes, Domromart is my main tag. You can find me with that on Twitter, on itchy.io. You can find me with that on Instagram and Newgrounds. Of course, Newgrounds. Well, everyone should be following me on Newgrounds here that likes my art. Just saying. But yeah, it's usually Domrom and then Domromart because my name is Dominic Romano. Thank you guys very much. This has been really fun. I hope it was as interesting for you guys as it was for me. I'm going to upload this piece to Newgrounds later today.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com. Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
I swear I had something for this. I had an opener. I can't remember it for the life of me. But hey, it's me, BrandyBuizel. That's how I go by. You could call me Brandon. Not that any of you can actually talk to me right now, unless you want to write it in the chat. And I'm going to be going over absolute freaking magic, which is compositing. And specifically, I'm going to be going over clips from Lucky Boy, because that seems super popular, and I wanted people to come. I also have Bull Boy here, who's going to help me by reading out questions and gasping in awe to fill the silence.
Ooh!
All right. Well, you're going to need to up. You need to lower the latency there. Make it happen faster. So
when we sound like a monkey? Oh, sorry.
No, I do sound like a monkey sometimes. That's what my grandma used to tell me. So we're going to talk about compositing today. Right now, these are just clips from my compositing reel of a whole bunch of things that I've worked on in the past. To me, compositing is sort of like the art of making things look good, which I don't know if it's a definition that a lot of people are going to agree with. But it's also something that you could do with any application. And I welcome you to ask questions in the chat. Bull is going to be checking YouTube and Discord to see what any of those questions could be. And I'm just going to answer them during this panel as they come in. We're not going to have a Q&A section. So yeah, that's going to be how that works. And the reason I bring up questions is because questions such as, can I do this in blah, blah, blah software? Or do I really need After Effects to do this? It's not really applicable, because compositing is something that you could do in anything. Just like you could do with mixed media. Compositing just does what you need to in the software of your choice. You could composite it in Photoshop, even though it's a video. But I like to think of After Effects as way more powerful than Photoshop for video. It's basically the tool that I use for almost everything, because it can do almost anything. One time I tried programming a tic-tac-toe game in After Effects that you could play, just because it's that powerful and it can do all those things. So let's get started and let's talk about Lucky Boy stuff, because that's what everybody cares about, right? So here's just an After Effects project file. It's going to have everything that I'm talking about tonight in the panel. And this first thing that I want to show you guys is a clip that we posted on the Lucky Boy Twitter a while back, which was sort of like an animation test to figure out the style of Lucky Boy and how we were going to condense all these different mediums together. Also, I have a shitload of material to talk about. I have this many folders worth and about a third of the time to deal with. So we're going to see how much we can get done without bleeding into Stanpai's panel, which comes right after. So this... also, you might not be familiar with how this looks. After Effects is highly customizable in its workspace, and this is just how I like to use and envision things. I like to be very efficient with my space. And I tend to work with a lot more layers than I do length of the layers. When I work on After Effects shots, it's usually pretty brief, short, couple second clips, but I end up having dozens and dozens of layers. So I like to reorganize my workspace, and I encourage other people to do that too. I was watching the 64-bits compositing panel the other day, and they used the default workspace, which just like drove me insane because of how many layers they use. It's so much scrolling, and it takes up a quarter of the screen. Anyway, this first shot here is just like a test that we did, a test that I did in-house. It uses some 2D animation by our 2D lead Diley. It uses this 2D fire effect that's embedded into the scene. It uses these photo bash textures on buildings, and then also 3D models. And it was just like to prove, it was a proof of concept to see what the whole film was going to look like and our entire compositing workflow. So we tried to put as many mediums as possible into this test to see what works. And for example, one of the big things that I wanted to test out here was getting Dom's unique gradient map palettes down. I wanted to try and like replicate that in After Effects so we could use it in motion. And I just did it with like this very simple stack to get the colors and personality that his work employs. I could go over the specifics of how this works. Like, for example, I'll take the original image here that's rendered. We also render out an individual glow pass in 3D, which is just the things that emit light get rendered entirely by themselves. And then I combine that together. I change like the exposure. It's basically, compositing is a lot of playing around and pushing buttons to see what works. It's a lot of playing around and not knowing what you're doing, if I'm being honest. But as you go on and keep doing stuff and not know what you're doing, you tend to learn tiny little tricks that build up over time. And that's what all my work has been, because I've been using After Effects for 12 years. So I'd like to think I'm an expert in it at this point. Hey, Bull, we got any questions?
We do.
Just general so far. I know I haven't gone over anything specific.
So All Puppy asks, did you and Dom get different panels to game the system and have twice as much to talk about Lucky Boy?
No, actually, initially, we both applied to panels without knowing that the other person was going to do a panel. And his panel wasn't going to be about Lucky Boy, and mine was. And then I titled mine without Lucky Boy, but he titled his with, and it confused everybody. But excellent question. Here's a little compositing bit that I did from this animation I did of my character Yanni. It's a stop-mo animation. It's something that it has a lot to do with Lucky Boy because it's using real-life elements combined with digital CG elements, or even just photos that are tracked in with the camera. Like the first thing that we'll do usually when we're working on something is like we'll take out the screen in the background, which is super easy. You all know how to key a green screen because you've watched Twitch streamers. It's easy, but you want to be a little bit more specific when you're cleaning up something for a final rendered product instead of like your Overwatch highlights. Add in like a background sky, and I added in this like background environment to extend the desert. And I did this by repurposing other pictures I had taken of this set. And then I'll do something like this doesn't look good. This as a shot, you could tell it's fake, and none of this really feels connected, even though they kind of match with the colors. The sky doesn't feel like it belongs. And that's where we start to add like aerial perspective. You see there's this depth here with these mountains, this clearly stolen mountain from whatever photo website. And we add a little bit of like aerial perspective, which is just as things go into the background, air has a certain opacity to it. And so it gets a little bit lighter. And then like I'll add depth of field, which is just a little bit of camera work. So that way the things in the background that look like shit are a little bit blurred. So that way you can't tell that it looks as bad as it does. And then comes color matching and color grading. And so at this step, we're trying to make sure that these scenes over here and the colors of these rocks really blend with the stuff in the foreground. And it's a quick little step, but it's an important one of changing the subtleties. You want to transform them all so they meet with your base image, because the image that you have in real life is basically your gospel. It's where you want to hit. And once you get all of your fake details to match the real footage, if you apply any sort of correction on top of all of them together, they'll immediately feel like they belong together. And that's what I do. And now the scene goes a long way from where it started. And that's basically what we do with every single shot of Lucky Boy to a much grander scale. Like, for example, this first shot. This first shot's especially unique because it had to be re-rendered about 3 times over. And it uses this live action sock puppet. So Lucky in the shot is 100% real. We shot individual frames of him moving back in space using one of our softwares called Dragon Frame. It's the stop motion software that most people use. It's what Leica uses. And it's not super expensive either. But we just took one picture after another of Lucky moving into the background. And when we do this, all we have to do is, we have this original footage where the person is behind a green screen. We also have this green screen sleeve set up. So that way anything that's connected to Lucky is keyable, which saves us a lot of time that we don't have to manually cut it out and take the time to do that. And then we scrub through and he does the camera move. But this shot's a little bit unique, and I want to talk about this. Whereas the camera move that is originally played is really choppy. But in the end, we have this really, really smooth result. Now, man, I feel like I'm going really fast, so I'm going to purposely slow down the way I talk. So when it comes to stuff that is stop motion with Lucky, this shot is special because we didn't realize till after we had filmed it and packed up our stop motion set and our green screen and our lights that the shot looked like shit. He was very choppy and he started bouncing around and it didn't look very good at all. And I can show you what it originally looked like straight out of camera. And it's not great. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's jittery. It's moving all over the place. It's not smooth at all. And in the background, it's very, very distracting. And part of the magic of compositing is to make no element distracting to the focus of your subject. And when your subject is the distraction, the shot's bad. And I didn't want to pull a Black Panther final fight scene on this. And so I went to Google and I tried to figure out what tool I could use to fix this problem that we had. I could manually duplicate frames and then transform them and maybe fake it so that way the missing frames that we needed were suddenly there. Or I could use a tool. I actually used AI, and it works really, really well. You know that shitty AI interpolator that everybody applies to anime that looks like utter shit, 60 FPS, and you can never see a good upload on YouTube of the original just because you want to watch the opening? Well, I think it has a practical application when it comes to stuff like stop motion. It just makes the result smoother and nicer, and it's really good for us in specific because we didn't have time to shoot all those frames, and once we were done and our set was packed up, we had no way of reshooting this. And so it just came in as a little tool we could use to correct our mistakes. Everything that I'm using is a tool. I don't think it's cheating in any way, because why would it be? But some people do see it as it does the work for you. I would never use AI interpolation to make an animation smoother that I was animating by hand or something. But when it comes to stop motion, you have to shoot start to finish everything that you do. And you can only restart the process entirely if you want to do a shot better. You can't just insert something in the middle. It's not going to work. Because every tiny little thing in real life is just moving ever so slightly every time you redo it. And it would look more distracting if you tried to fix it like that. So we always shoot just from start to finish again. And since this is just footage that I had and we weren't able to reshoot it, interpolation. And it ended up looking great. Paul, you got any questions so far? Feel free to chime in whenever. You're also muted, my dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a couple. So we have Blaze Fox asks, is learning compositing a good way to improve animation skills?
No, absolutely not. It's not going to help you with your animation skills, but it will help you in the final presentation of that animation.
And All Puppy asks, do people interpolate stop motion often?
No. Actually, I don't think people do it enough. So the application I'm using is called Flow Frames. It's very accessible. It's 100% free, and it's really awesome. And I don't actually see people use it online for stop motion almost ever, which is almost a shame because it feels like it's built for that. It's the perfect blend between animation and real life. And it's also very easy to use. You don't even need a super good graphics card. All you do is add in the footage, drag and drop, say how many times you want to duplicate the FPS. So if you want to go from 24 to 48 to 96 to 192, and then you just hit start, and 12 minutes later, you got your footage. Highly underrated. Something else that we did in this shot here is we originally shot it without these walls on the side. When we planned it out originally, we were supposed to have these walls come in on either side to frame Lucky in. And You're going to be seeing this image a lot, by the way. This is how we planned out each individual layout in the cartoon. And to define what mediums were being used in every shot. It was just a way to stay organized. We wanted these walls to come in and frame Lucky, but the walls that we had looked terrible. They looked like this, and they didn't really belong in the shot at all, and I didn't like them very much. So after the shot was already rendered, I went into the same blend file scene, because we're working in Blender, and I deleted everything in the scene except for the guitar and the camera move, and I modeled out this windowsill exactly where it's supposed to be in the original shot. And so this is two different renders that I've now had to combine together, moving in and out in space here. And part of the reason I had to redo it is because we also had this render of glass in front of Lucky and the rest of the street, and the glass kept rendering out with these speckles and highlights that were just really ugly. So then afterwards, I had to go in. I also made a fake wall of glass. And so these are 2D elements that are being comped into this 3D scene, even though the end product, they look totally fine together. And that's just like the magic of using different blending modes or opacities. I went ahead and I really wanted this to feel like it was a stop motion set, and there was like big fingers on everything. So I started off the shot by importing this simple, well, it's this simple texture of fingerprints using a fingerprint brush on Photoshop, and just speckled all over the place. And then I decided to up the contrast, so that way there was some nice highlights, and then there was nice low lights, so that way it's really transparent and easy to see through. I had this thing called a light sweep, which is what you think of. It's like glare on sunglasses. Make it a little bit more intense, give it a second sweep. Then I edited the contrast again because I realized when I was working on the shot that it wasn't showing up enough. It was way too subtle. And so then I increased it. And you probably can't see this on stream, but it added this like big fingerprint over here and a couple ones over here, which is really nice. And then I just took it slightly out of focus. When you take it away, the street gets a little bit bleh. And it gives kind of like this nice haze over everything in the background, almost like the sun is shining into this corner, reflecting off. I hope you guys would agree. Also, when I'm doing everything, I talked about this earlier with the Yanny shot, but when I like to piece shots together with real life elements or 3D or 2D, they end up looking like shit together, or not very good at least. Like, for example, if I take up all the things that are making Lucky look good, he ends up looking pretty bad. He's very yellow. He doesn't match the lighting of the scene. It's just not great. And his blue is not very pronounced at all. It actually looks kind of purple, which wasn't good. And so I'll just like take the time to color correct him by adding in a couple different effects. So I just want to correct the color on Lucky. And the next thing that I did is, well, the keying process to Lucky isn't super kind. When we take him off the green screen, it makes this really smooth, gross edge, and it feels fake. It feels like we keyed him from a green screen and he's not in the scene. And a little thing that I did to add to it, so that way he would feel a little bit more at home here, is I would just spike up the sides of his body just a little bit. And it added this kind of like feathering and hair that a natural sock has. And you see, like, it's got this feathered edge now, but it kind of feels like it's stringy, like someone's pulling apart a fabric. So before, after, and all these small details sort of add up. Once I get everything to look sort of cohesive, even if it's a little bit ugly, that's when we get into like color correction. And so I have this first stack of color correction over here where I wanted to level everything and get it even more gray. It's almost like you have to take a step backwards to move 2 steps forward, just so that way they all feel cohesive. Like, for example, if you're out in a very orange desert like Yanny was, there's 2 different levels of orange to focus on here. So you have the actual ground here, which is like this reddish, purpley orange. It mixes all those hues together. And there's the bright orange of his jumpsuit. They're very stark and different than each other. And you want to make sure that when you get to the color correct stage, the subtleties that matter, like these 2, stay different enough while still belonging to everything else in the background. So when I was building this background, I tried my best to make sure that the rocks up here were matching the ground more specifically in those tones of orange than I would Yanni over here with his jumpsuit. And that's basically the same principle here, is I'm taking the tones away from this side and the red of the guitar, and I'm increasing the blue tones on everything else so they feel more cohesive. And then I could just add the rest of my color correction stack, which is really hard to explain now that I'm thinking about it. Man, I wish I had 3 hours for this. Be very uninteresting, though. Hey, Bull, hit me with a question.
Right. So, what would you say is the toughest thing to do in composition? Asked Brecky.
Toughest thing to do is Lucky Boy Sequence 4, Shot 4. You might know it as this one. That's taking just a second to load. It's easily my least favorite shot, and I ended up not even working on it until Christmas Eve. That's right. I was working on Lucky Boy all the way up until it got released. This shot looked absolutely horrid before, at least Christmas Eve, because Lucky was just a puppet at the point. Lucky looked a lot like this. And this doesn't look very good in your scene. It's not great. It doesn't feel like it belongs. And when he moves around, it doesn't feel right. So something that I had to do here was reinvent how I was able to match Dom's photo bash backgrounds. He does this thing that's super unique among creators that I'm aware of, where he creates these awesome little palettes. Let me see. It's in a folder somewhere. Anyway, he makes these awesome little palettes, which end up being these photo bash backgrounds. And I know what the key values of this background is. And actually, when we started Lucky Boy, we wanted every shot to look like this one. But I thought it might be visually too much, and I didn't have time for it. But I wanted to do Dom a favor, and I wanted to make sure that this shot reflected that. And so that this one would meet its standard. And so we take our ugly little Lucky Boy here. And what I would do is the same process that Dom does when he is photo bashing, is I posterize Lucky so I have unique clumps to work with. And even though it's really ugly, these values are different enough that I can now recommand them to be something else using another effect like CC Toner. And all I did was color pick his background that he was using. And immediately, he feels like he belongs. It's not too bad, but we can do better. The next thing that I'll do is I'll go in and I'll give him this nice rim, this nice highlight, so we know the direction of the light's coming from. And it separates him from the background, and it keeps him feeling like he's in this foreground. We also added in this shadow here. Something that's super nice about After Effects is that this shadow is in 3D space. You're fully capable of doing 3D shots in After Effects, which is super nice. And I don't know if that's in most compositors, whereas compositing softwares like Nuke, they tend to base more about like rotoscoping, keying things out, adding light bleed and color, whereas After Effects does literally everything. So I don't have to go to another software to do these processes, like add this 3D shadow that I just slam onto the ground. I tried to match what the ground plane was, skew it a little bit to influence where the light is, and then I also animate it as he's walking over to the right. The next thing that I want to do with like Lucky here is his hat is super iconic with that logo that's on it, but you can't see it at all when we do this posturization process. It's just completely gone. And so the next thing that I would do is restore specific colors, like the red over here and the red on his stripe at the bottom here. Because he's not two blue stripes, he's a red and a blue. It's about like visual clarity. You want to make sure that you're getting all the information out to the viewer. And then very specifically, I take the yellow from his hat. And I do this just by an effect called FL-HLS selection. There's tons of effects that do the same thing. But what it does very specifically is it allows me to pick out a singular color that's on the screen, and it keys that out specifically. It's very rough. It's not very good for stuff like green screening, but this effect has found a niche in being useful for this one specific shot for me. And so then I bring that back in, I add the pepperoni colors, and suddenly Lucky feels like he belongs in the shot again. I actually did something very similar when it came to his guitars, except I used actual photos of a Stratocaster that I had taken in different physical positions. I have a whole library that I had access to of a friend's guitar that I was able to just like position in whatever angle I needed for the shot specifically, and I didn't have to like do anything in 3D. Huge library. So I would just cut out a Stratocaster photo, and I would bring it into the scene, do the posturization process, and then it would fit in with Lucky.
Speaking of guitar,
yeah, what's up?
I think they deleted their question. Well, someone asked what the model of that guitar was that.
Oh, this is a Fender Stratocaster. We also have a 3D model of it that we made. This is supposed to be like the nicest guitar that there is. It's real classy. Anybody's like a guitar person knows this is like the Drake Bell guitar. Like this is the default cool guy guitar. And so this is the one that Lucky's always been after. And then we have the less enthusiastic Jazzmaster guitar, which is a little bit more beat up, and it's not as iconic of a design. It's a little bit cheaper overall than the Fender Stratocaster. And it's also, this is a tiny little thing that we added, but Squier is a brand that it's much cheaper than Fender, but it's a brand that Fender bought so they could have a low-level line of their better guitars. So this isn't something that you'll like catch upon first viewing, but even the stage guitar that he uses isn't a very good one. But it doesn't matter what guitar you use, because that's what our story was about. It's not about the guitar. But yeah, so we have a Fender Stratocaster, and then we have a Jazzmaster. Very similar. Let's delve into a shot that I know a lot of people are interested in. This is the nice little break. It's like the Ghibli movie breather point of Lucky Boy. It's where you get to slow down. Dom and I realized that the movie was pacing way too fast, and we needed a scene to really develop Lucky's character, as well as keep the pacing nice and chill. And it also added almost a minute to the total runtime, but I think it was worth it. And a lot of people like this sequence because Lucky's so relatable talking to his mom here. Now, when the scene was created, Dom actually did most of it himself, which was awesome. But there was a couple things he needed me to do, and there was a couple like areas where I thought I could plus this shot. And you might notice at the beginning, there's this sort of Game Boy Advance NES loading where in stepped fashion, you get more colors before we get the full color range. And so what we did there is limit the palette the same way I showed you with Lucky. Is with this one layer, I would then posturize the shot so that we had like nice chunks of nice chunks to like break up the shot into, nice fat color chunks. So break it up so there's like these nice chunks. We'd recolor it to be the one that we need, and then we'd let it play for a little bit, and then I changed the color to the next palette we were working with. So we started really dark. This is an effect that you'll see a lot in stuff like Mega Man, where they have to cycle through the color palette to make this unique fade. It wasn't intentional. It was more of a limitation of their medium, but I wanted to replicate that here. And so I took this limited palette that Dom had given me, and I tried to recreate the shot as best I could by cycling through them and slowly brightening up until we got to our full color palette. Something else I did in the background to make this change a little bit more significant is I actually changed the frame rate of the footage of the background. You'll notice here that the buildings move kind of choppy at the beginning, and with each color change, they speed up. And it's not that they're speeding up, it's just that their movement is smoother. And I thought it was like a nice subtle addition to call attention to what we were doing there and make it feel like the animation was increasing in both resolution and fidelity as it loaded up. There was a mistake in this shot, though, that I had to fix. You may have, if you were around for Dom's photo bashing panel, you would know, for example, that he likes to take things from Sketchfab, especially if they're free. And I found out he took this model of a subway train from Sketchfab because he left in a little bit of a mistake in the corner of the screen here. He left in the Sketchfab settings for viewing. So VR, share, what resolution, model, full screen. He left those in. And so we just, like Photoshop, we could paint it out with a content-aware fill. After Effects actually has a content-aware fill tool that animates. And so all I had to do was draw a square around this little area that was a mistake and let it process for an insane amount of time because it needs to process every frame of the animation. And boom, it's mostly fixed. I could manually fix it and take the time to do that, but I had a lot more priorities with shots, and this looked good enough that nobody noticed it. And so off in the corner, it actually looks like it's just a smudge on the ground. So compositing doesn't have to mean that you're making something perfect. You could just be fixing mistakes. Or making something slightly cooler. What else you got for me? Bull, my boy.
Yeah.
You got anything else for me?
There are no new questions. You guys gotta start. I want to see that chat filled. We need more questions. Brady is
there are a
dying.
couple questions. The interpolation program is called flow frames. Toughest thing to do in composition. Oh, you went over that one. And what was the name of the software? Stop blend? What? I don't know what that means.
I wants to know what the hardest scene was. Lucky.
I think the hardest scene for me was definitely this one that I was talking about earlier. Just because it was so daunting for me for the longest time. It seems really simple, but the actual execution of it, those steps that I listed out to you, was through rapid experimentation. I had to slowly figure out on my own how I was going to accomplish the look. And I was basically flying blind. It's a lot of trying out effects, seeing how they play out, going back and then trying something else, and merging what works together. So that was definitely one of the harder ones. This shot was actually surprisingly easy in comparison, because it uses a lot of the same techniques that's going on in the previous shot. So this is sequence 4, shot 5. It's also the one where Palo plays a hobo. And I had this beautiful 2D animation that was done by our animator, Noah. It's absolutely stunning. And what they did is just animate Lucky in perspective with the background that Dom had given them. So I had a really easy time with this. But we wanted a little bit more from the shot. So we plan out every single shot using these storyboard layouts, and then we color over what different medium is going to be in the shot, so we know ahead of time and we keep track of what assets are done versus not done. And we want to add this hobo as like a live action element. He was actually a character who was in an earlier storyboard where Lucky actually gave him a slice of pizza, and we were showing that he's friendly to the homeless. But we thought for a nighttime shot, it's more likely that he's startled and he's trying to make it home safe. And so we wanted this guy to look like really messed up and beat up. And he was actually pretty easy. We recorded a bunch of footage of just a real-ass puppet sitting in the corner. He was basically in the same perspective because we knew what the background looked like. And we were able to line it up. We got a green screen on the chair over here, green screen on the wall. It was fairly easy to comp out and key up. You'll also notice that the paper that's covering him is the Lucky Boy script. We just printed it out and slapped a bunch of highlight marks all over it. And then we just did some performances. He's got the classic Palo fro, because that's who it's voiced by. And then when it came into keying him into the short here, I just cut out the arm that I was performing his actions with. Just cut it out really roughly. It didn't need any like specific keying. And then we keyed this one section that remained in the shot while he was moving. Once that was done, we could then start coloring him. So this is him properly keyed. And I also did some warps. I used deformers to make it so that way the paper that I had jutted up with my arm would be nice and flat on the ground like it should be. Otherwise, you could tell that my arm's missing. And then we did the same exact process as before where we posterize his result. And then we just recolor the tones as we see fit. And then, boom, he's embedded into the background nicely. You can see this barrel here is actually familiar. It's from that early test that we did in Blender. I actually reused the exact same fire animation that we had created. And we just slapped it onto this barrel, cut out everything else in the scene, moved the camera, and rendered it out. Which made the shot pretty easy overall. The last thing I needed to do was animate this 2D shadow, which was also not that hard. I just manually went in. Anytime that 2D Lucky here had moved, I would also move his shadow. And it was that simple. To make the shadow feel real, though, this is a little bit of a compositing step, but if something's 3D and it takes up a 3D space, but your shadow is, say, flat, it's going to be really obvious. Your eyes are much better than you think they are at pointing out mistakes. You'll just inherently know that something's wrong. So I just took the time to make sure that as I was creating the shadow, it warped around the hobo here and the contours of the hobo rather than just calling it a day and letting it cover the entire hobo for a couple frames. And I think it lends to the authenticity of the scene.
He has a pretty good question. Wants to know, what would you say the top things you'd want to showcase in a compositing reel?
The top things you want to showcase, well, it depends who you're applying to. Like, for example, I'm applying to compositing jobs almost all the time because I want to work for a studio and do that. But it's not the easiest to apply to everybody with one blanket reel. For example, some studios that do 2D animation, they won't give you the time of day if you show them any compositing that's not 2D. So you kind of have to specify your reel for the specific things you're doing. Like if you're compositing real life footage or stop motion, they don't care. In fact, what they care about is way simpler and easier than you think it is. For example, in this shot, in the freezer, this is a really, really simple shot. That's why there's so few layers. We rendered this background animation of just the camera moving around subtly. We could even have done it with a single frame, but we decided to animate the camera in 3D space. And then in the foreground, we have this 2D character, a simple rim light, and a slight color gradient towards the bottom. And this is honestly what a lot of 2D studios are looking for. But if you show them live action stuff, they'll be like, oh, they don't understand what we need. And you'll pretty much just get written off because of it. So if you're applying to a studio for compositing, or if you're developing a reel, you might want to make sure that the reel is reflecting what that specific studio you're applying to wants in their cartoons. That's probably what's the most important. And the thing is, I say that this is easy, but this shot can easily look incredibly bad. Compositing is not the easiest thing in the world. In fact, here's the original version of that frame. See, it's slightly worse, and you can almost tell why it's worse, but it's hard to describe. It's worse because there's these hard, dark blotches that are trying to create this 3D depth to this 2D Lucky, but I wasn't liking it that much, and it wasn't fitting in. It's almost like there's a drop shadow on him and a drop shadow on the background right around him. It's kind of ugly, and it takes you out of it. And then I decided to accept the flaw and go, no, in this shot specifically, this Lucky is straight up two-dimensional. That's what he is. I know it's a 2D drawing, and let's just treat it as that. Give a very subtle gradient of color at the bottom here to show that it's slightly darker. Hit him with this rim light because there's fluorescent lighting up above, and pretty much call it a day. It's easier than you think. Sometimes you can overthink it and make a shot look bad. So compositing isn't all just like adding extra layers and work and stuff. I ended up having to take away all of the layers I did here and replace it with two simple things, and it sold the shot. Compositing is a lot of thinking. This was also a pretty difficult shot. These pipes here, I wanted to make them look real. And the only way to do that was to actually use real pipes. But that's expensive. So what Dom and I did was bought a bunch of PVC pipe from Home Depot, and we spray painted the crap out of it. We tape over sections, spray over these little striped labels that plumbers like to do, or city workers who are trying to identify what could be flowing through this pipe. And then we'd age it using paint brushes. And we would just like add little aging crevices of rust to sort of give it a little bit more personality and duration of use. And then when we were done with that, we would take our time and shoot it up against the green screen. We actually, and this is a stupid thing, Dom almost didn't let me do it. We could have taken a singular photo and then cut it out and just panned it along. But I thought it'd be great to get the sort of 3D depth of these pipes moving in physical space, which makes it feel authentic and real when the camera moves and you see a subtle rotation of the pipe as certain objects get further away. And so I would hold it from one end, Dom would hold it from the other. This is probably the best example of it. This pipe has a lot of depth to it, and it looks kind of flat from this angle. They all look kind of hunched together, and then as it moves over, they spread out. And that's just a 3D effect that you're not going to get by calling it a day and taking a singular photo. Very skinny and weird, and at the end of the shot, it's nice and expanded the way it's supposed to be. And so that's something that we did over here with this pipes sequence. The bottom here, it's just a 3D animation with our mocap Lucky. He's just acting through the bottom there. And then in this composition, we have the pipes, which I recolored the same posturization process as earlier because I'm reflecting Dom's style. I also added this slime from this free slime FX pack that Video Copilot produced. They took a bunch of industrial movie magic Hollywood slime, and they just took it against the black screen and poured a bunch of goops and let it react. And then they uploaded it as free stock footage, which is super awesome because that slime is expensive. And so I made this pipe a little bit slimy. These are separate pipes that I took the best takes. They move through the 3D space, have that nice parallax that I was talking about. And then our 2D lead dialy animated this cute rat. What was difficult is because these pipes were moving in 3D space, I actually had to do a camera track. So there's a couple little nulls here, which is just me tracking a singular point on this specific pipe and parenting the rat to it. So that way, whenever he moved exactly as that pipe was moving.
Let's see. We got another question. Lecture EPS asks, what do you think is the most innovative scene or one where you thought you can never do, but it turned out better than you expected?
Oh, best example. There's this one scene that absolutely kicked freaking ass. And I'm super proud of it, actually. So it's a very ambitious shot. It's this one. And I always knew it was going to be difficult. But I ended up pulling it completely out of my ass. We wanted this to be a shot during the battle that consumed every single medium that Lucky Boy had to offer. We had 2D character, 2D effects, 3D model, live action hands, stop motion puppet head, and then a fancy background and who knows what. And I actually pulled it off fairly early on, which made me a lot more confident about working on the rest of the film. And it's this one. Absolute, classic. I love it so much. We have these beautiful 2D effects that were animated by hand by our friend Drew. We have this bodysuit footage right here in this composition. We just have somebody playing guitar. They're playing the guitar. We got their hand. And then I had one of my awesome assistants. I didn't do everything alone. I composited alone, but sometimes there was tasks I could hand out to our other producer, Amanda, where she would then key out the person's body manually by rotoscoping them. And this is the result. I basically asked her anything that I don't want to see, that's colored in black, and anything that I do want to see in the shot, that's colored in white. And we're able to separate the two by using something called a Luma mat. And so she creates a Luma mat. I tie this footage to the Luma mat, and that's what's keyed out. I use the strap as a good separation of where the Lucky head should go, because it's a nice, clean, hard border, and it was a lot easier than, say, attaching it here. This would be a lot more difficult. So I just faked it, and I went, there. We also had a bunch of Lucky heads that I had to work with, but none of them were totally in the right perspective. And then we have this one. He was just grooving, and I was really liking it. So I just slapped the head on and keyed him out. I also added a couple little extra details. So the Lucky head is a different hue than the bodysuit. This is something that you won't notice, but when you cast shadows on certain objects, sometimes they have a little bit of a blue hue, and sometimes they have a little bit of a yellow hue. You'll see that this one has a blue shadow that's being cast by the guitar, and then you have the sunlight here, which we just faked and pretended was the lights on the stage. And then we have this bounce light from the ground that's reflecting up. And because the sun bounces out mostly warm light, that's what's being caught at the bottom here. But completely in shadow, the suit looks very blue. This Lucky, he didn't look blue at all. He's kind of yellow. And so just what I did is I took this bottom half of Lucky and I forced it to be blue, right under the chin. I animated this little scribbly line that would follow underneath his chin very loosely, but just so that way I could change the hue to be the one that I needed. And now it was blending a lot better in with the bodysuit, but it wasn't totally perfect. And then just a little bit darker, right in that one spot near the neck strap. Because it's kind of weird if the neck strap is right next to a highlight when it should be casting a bit of a shadow. pop it out into the scene. We have this nice wobbly 3D background. It's just a little bit of camera wobble in 3D space. Super simple. But I made the camera wobble match the movements of Lucky because I had this stop mo footage to work with and this live action footage to work with. And since I couldn't change those, they had to dictate everything else I did. So the background was done afterwards. And I matched the movement of the background to the way that Lucky was jamming. So it looked like he was kind of orbiting around it the whole time. Then we slap on those 2D eyes, slap on the 2D effects, and then I slap on a couple other things. So this is what it looks like with all the pieces together, but we still have to do that step where you make them blend as if they're in the same shot together. They still look like pieces. And we do this by color correcting them all together as one whole. And I'm actually using a thing called a LUT here. It's called a LUT, or a lookup table. That's what it stands for. And it's basically a way that I can create a color correction once, or I could download somebody else's color correction, and I can reuse it anytime I want with one simple effect. Now, these are actually a bunch of LUTs that I created in the past, and they were a way for me to quickly see how I can make it look super, super good. You can download LUTs online. I personally don't like it. I like to make my own color corrections, but the advantage to a LUT is just having it be that one effect, rather than having a whole stack of different things happening to create an effect.
Kid, let's see. Maya's got a question here. It says, how do you do the scene where Lucky is walking away, but the puppet master was in the shot but edited out?
Oh, that one. Yeah. So this one's fairly straightforward. This is actually the shot at the very beginning of that sequence. So he's not walking away with the pizza. The pizza was actually a it was a box that we shot in stop motion, and I just kind of bounced it around on screen. So it would have that nice stepped animation effect to match with Lucky's puppeting. But it was just that simple. As we keyed out the background, but we left in the puppeteer. And when the shot was completely over and you see the media offline screen, I just took a screenshot of when Premiere does that. And I overlaid it to be exactly the shape of the puppeteer for that couple frames. But what we do here is with the 3D scenes is we export them using a depth matte. And depth matte is just basically the closer it is to the camera, the closer it is to black, and the further it is from the camera, the closer it is to white. Because this is an indoor scene, it doesn't get very far from the camera, so we don't get all the way to white. But the stuff in black is very starkly different than, say, the counter that this character is behind. And we want Lucky to feel like he's embedded in the scene. And one thing that we can do is just put him behind these chairs. And it's as simple as taking this depth matte, adding a bunch of contrast to it, and using it as a luma matte, just like we did with the guitar player. And it's very easy when you export it in 3D. All we have to do is export it twice. Once with the full color and everything, and then once as a depth matte. And then they have the exact same animation throughout. Same wobble, and they match up perfectly. Depth mattes are pretty magical.
Maybe has another really good question. It says, assuming you've worked with Toon Boom in your time at SCAD, how would you compare Toon Boom compositing compared to After Effects compositing, especially with the abundance of nodes?
It's weaker. It is weaker, but it does have advantages in the fact that it understands Toon Boom's individual strokes. I've actually dabbled a little bit in Toon Boom compositing as well, and we use Toon Boom a lot on this film as just 2D animation. But Toon Boom's compositor, it has a few advantages in the fact that it knows the individual layers of your animation, and it understands the individual strokes in those layers. Whereas when you bring it into After Effects, it's just a flat image. After Effects doesn't know what's going on. It just knows what it looks like at the end. So that's a couple advantages that it has, but the compositor itself is much weaker and less capable than doing everything in post like After Effects. Because then the sky's the limit. There's nothing that you can't do. But in Toon Boom, you have I want to say 60 total ways to transform the image. It's not a lot. It's a good question, though.
I have a question. I got a question
Yeah,
for you. What do you say is a good way to start learning After Effects? Like a good
Have a
starting
goal.
point.
You need a goal. When learning literally anything, you just need a goal to focus on, because you can't learn something aimlessly. If you're watching tutorials or following along, I always find those very uninteresting for me personally. And I think the reason why is I'm not invested in the end result. Unless it's something I explicitly want to make, I tend to fall off. But if you have a goal in mind, like say a short film idea, and you know there's this one impossible thing, you don't know how you're going to pull it off, but you have a hint saying After Effects might be the key, you can take that opportunity to use After Effects to learn how to do that one specific thing right. You just need a goal in mind. I wouldn't make a goal as big as a film like Lucky Boy, but there's even a shot that you want to try. Like, for example, you want to make fire in the palm of your hand. You might be like, oh, that'd be super cool. Like, I want to do this. There's a bunch of fire tutorials like that, but unless you have a specific goal or footage you want to use it on, you're not going to do it. It's why people love meme edits. People do meme edits and like learn how to do stuff like rotoscope just because they want to make a good meme. You know, they'll cut out Danny DeVito from Always Sunny and make an awesome meme out of it, but they would have learned how to do that if that wasn't the case. They wouldn't have just learned rotoscoping unless they had that specific goal. If you want to like follow a tutorial where you have fire in your hand, you might want to take it a step further and go, I'd like the idea of taking this fire in my hand, throwing it at my monitor, and then setting my monitor on fire. And you're like, all right, well, how do I do this? I need to break it down into steps. First, I need to figure out how to get the fire in my hand. And the second thing I need to do is figure out how to get the fire on my monitor. And then the third thing I need to do is find a way to blend those two things together. And now you have 3 goals that are manageable to start learning. And that's where Google comes in. You just start typing in those specific 3 goals and do them in the right order, and you'll have learned how to do it once. And then you can do that with any task. Goals are important. Oh, I like this composition a lot too. This is a very special shot where Lucky falls over and breaks a guitar. It's got a few different elements in it, and it was actually really simple to do overall. So the first thing that happened is we needed Lucky to eat shit. And that's why we the eat shit composition. It's just this footage of Lucky falling over. We filmed him on just a green screen mat. We laid it out on the ground, and we just filmed a bunch of times of Lucky flopping over, which was step 1. It was literally just this over and over again. I would curl him up, pick him up, and then we just drop him and see what it looked like on the phone. Just phone footage. And then in the end, we picked out the 4 best takes that we had. And we actually did this as a poll on Twitter where we posted it and we said, all right, tell us which shot to use. And this will go in the film. And the one that was picked was this one. There's a tiny glue piece under his hat so we don't have this needle prick the puppeteer. And it's used to block the needle. And it fell out and it kind of looked like a tooth. So we're like, oh, this is the shot for us. So we took that shot and I keyed out the green screen, which was fairly simple. It's not very hard at all. The first thing I do is I try to key it. And then there's a little bit of sloppiness over here. And then I'll go back and I'll change that color to be the part that's sloppy. I'll change the color to match the rest of the green screen. And now it just keys a little bit nicer. I find a lot of people don't do this step when green screening things. It's nice to like accept the faults of your green screen. Like this is too dark for it to understand it's the same color as this over here. The values are just way too different. And so I just fake it and make the computer think that they're the same value. And then I green screen it. I do a little bit of color correction. It's looking a little bit yellow, so I want to blue it up. I also want to fix this stripe. I have this very specific color in mind for Lucky Stripe, and I try to keep it consistent throughout. Add a little bit of color correction here, and I'm like, all right, it's ready for the next shot. But because Dom was holding the camera that we recorded this Lucky with his hands, it wobbles and shakes. And I was like, okay, well, this is going to be really hard to track onto a scene. So instead of tracking Lucky to the scene that he's going to be in, I decided to take out the green screen and I track specific points and wrinkles. I just track the little wrinkles all over the shot. And then I feed that information into a flat image that I rendered out of Blender. And so now this flat image is moving in 3D space the same way that Lucky is. And so when they move together, it just lines up. Then we add this 3D asset of a guitar. I recolored it a little bit. And I added this spotlight onto Lucky here to imitate the light that's above in the scene. That didn't get rendered out because Lucky wasn't there in 3D space. He doesn't exist as an object there, so I have to add that light in post and pretend he was. It's actually a very simple shot to do. And once I figured out how I wanted to do it, it only took me about 7 minutes, and I was already at the final product. And then the next step, I always add extra little color and make sure the scene is telling the story I want. I have this nice little purple vignette to really show that the spotlight is only getting so much. Street lights aren't that powerful. Oh, this is another good shot. Something very special about these two shots of Denver is he has these really cool hands. And they're actually photo-bashed hands. These are Dom's hands doing the performance, and then I had him scribble over those hands. And you might be thinking, holy shit, are you telling me he seriously just like drew over these hands the whole way? Like every frame of it? Well, no, he didn't draw every single frame. In fact, for this entire animation, Dom only drew 3 hands. And that's because we're using another piece of software as a tool. Dom stylized 3 hands, or 3 drawings from this entire sequence here. And then we ran it through a program called EBSynth, which is this amazing tool that I highly recommend, where you insert this reference drawing and it tries to map your reference to the animation or the video that it's coming from. It's super good at what it does, and it's not even AI based, so you don't need a good GPU. You could download this right now and do it. You could add color to somebody's hair. You can remove wrinkles on somebody's head. It's really good at adding details onto something that exists, but it's not good at adding details where there isn't something. Like, for example, if her head was tilted this way and her nose was poking out, it wouldn't be able to map the mask onto her properly because there's a gap between where her nose is and the mouth, like a protrusion. It can only map things onto pieces that actually exist. So, like, for example, this here. This is absolutely beautiful and fantastic. It's a great use of EBSynth. But what it's good at doing is adding details specifically onto the person. It couldn't like add a baseball mitt or a glove onto this hand unless it was exactly wrapped to the exact hand's space on the screen. It's a little bit hard for me to explain, but I'm just going to assume that you guys get what I'm saying. It's a really powerful tool. And so I just had Dom draw a couple frames of it. We ran it through EBSynth, and we got this beautiful animation in just like 10 minutes. And now the hard part was just getting the rest of the shot to look good. Oh. How did you determine what kind of Lucky to use? Puppet, 2D, 3D, etc. That was very early on. I keep referencing stuff like this. And so early on in the storyboard phase, while we were still in pre-production, I took every single layout and storyboard for the entire animation. And I sat down with myself, my co-producer Amanda, Dom, and our 2D lead, and we just went in and highlighted each aspect of every single image in the entire movie to figure out what medium it was going to use, and we described what it was and why. It was usually to sell the joke or just what wouldn't be physically possible. Like, for example, it's really funny that an actual Lucky just eats shit. Like, we just throw him on the floor. That shit's funny. So we do that specifically. But then we'll have other shots where it's not super possible, like the pipes here. It's really hard for us to shoot this high angle on a Lucky puppet and have somebody masked out and green screen them away. So we use the mocap Lucky. So this one's dictated out of necessity instead of trying to sell the joke. We also have shots like this one where we feel like 2D Lucky can express a certain level of personality and shock that a stop motion puppet or a filmed puppet just couldn't. You know, sock puppets only have so much range of emotions, and having this 2D one, we can really sense how scared Lucky is while moving through the scene. So that's one of the ways that we chose. It was usually out of exemplifying a single joke or necessity.
Krampus asks, how would you go about adding motion/emotion to static pieces like masks and prosthetics?
Motion and emotion to static pieces like masks and prosthetics. Can I ask for a follow-up example from that person? I'm having a hard time picturing what they're trying to ask. But could you give me another one?
Let's see. I think that's everything. Let me think. Let me think of something for you.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm getting to everybody's questions if they have one.
All Poppy's typing. And then they stop talking because I put the pressure on.
But yeah, we always plan out shots ahead of time and what medium they are. Denver is also a sock puppet. And so we like to film him in stop mode, but we knew we wanted him to have a physical hand to hold this cigarette. And that's where EB Synth came in with the live action hand. So it felt animated. Every shot is planned. This is one of the storyboard panels that I did, where I wanted to make sure I incorporate a bunch of different mediums. It's the shot where Lucky is made out of sticky notes. And
we got a good question.
He's this cute little animation up here. For compositing's sake, he's really simple. I colored him like everything else that exists on the screen with one little difference. I also gave him a drop shadow. And the drop shadow is all you need to sell that he's onto this piece of railing here. So sometimes compositing is just that easy. It always depends on what the shot demands. Yeah, what's your question?
All right, so Rascal wants to know how long did it take to make Lucky Boy?
18 months. It was our senior thesis project, so we started in July of 2020. And, we wrapped production, quote unquote, when we graduated at the end of May in 2021. But after we wrapped and everybody else moved on, they were applying to jobs, they were dealing with their new lives, leaving school, I spent the next 6 months on my own compositing. And then in December, Ryan Storm joined me to do sound effects. And we did a little bit of a crunch in December to make sure we can make our Christmas release. So yeah, 18 months.
What would you say is the average for depending on the shot you're doing? What would you say your average session length is editing in After Effects?
If I have all the assets, I could probably get a shot done in 2 hours. So there's some shots that take a really short amount of time. Like I showed you earlier, the one where Lucky eats shit. Once I figured out what to do, it only took me 7 minutes, but it took me an hour to figure out what to do. Because the answers aren't obvious. I have to work backwards and go, well, this is the footage that I have. I have to be married to this specific footage. What else can I change to make this shot look best? And so after that hour of experimenting and planning, I figured out what I needed to do. 7 minutes later, I was done. And then there's other shots where I'll just spend absolutely forever overthinking it and trying to figure it out, like this one, where it took me maybe 4 hours once I had the idea in mind. But it looks really simple, so you never know.
What sort of movies, shows, aesthetics would you say did you reference in the making of Lucky Boy's composition style?
It's hard to say for the compositing style. I was mostly trying to marry the visuals to Dom's specific blend, but I always say that our biggest influences are Spider-Verse and Amazing World of Gumball and Scott Pilgrim. Those are usually the Lucky Boy influence. And then Mitchell's vs. the Machines came out, and all of our classmates actually gave a shit. Where they're like, hey, look, they're making your movie, guys. It's already out. That's a great movie. I freaking love it.
I love Mitchell's vs. Machines.
Yeah, it was very coincidental timing when it came out.
So we are at about the last 3 minutes. So Stanpai says we can answer a couple more questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Puppy's got to type fast.
Oh, this is an especially good shot right here.
Well, if no one asks anything, then feel free to ask your very long question.
Yeah. Keep asking your question. I'm just gonna go over this real quick. Where we have this Lucky sobbing, which I love because it took me 30 minutes to animate the tears.
We got it.
Which means that the puppeteer had to actually hold still for 30 minutes and act out Lucky while I slowly moved each teardrop. That was a physical tear on him.
All right, all puppies questions dropped. I'm just gonna read out the question part. If you want to read out the rest of it, there's a lot of compliments there for you, Brandy. I wanted to ask, how do you even begin to get into this type of stuff? As in, what type of goals did you have in mind when you started learning compositing? Did you even want to do compositing at the beginning? And what did you have in mind when making something like Lucky Boy? Did things change?
Okay, so the reason I got in compositing was out of necessity of other things I wanted to do. I had started learning After Effects a long time ago because I wanted to make an intro for my YouTube channel. And I was a Let's Player in 2010. And so I needed to learn it for that. And then After Effects could do more things. And it's not like I had a camera to film a lot of footage with, but when I got a smartphone, I suddenly had footage and I started learning how to color correct. And then I got really into like adding VFX into shots. And then I got into 3D camera tracking, where I could put in like 3D models into different things. And I was learning like 3D Studio Max, Cinema 4D, Maya. And I was learning how to put in 3D objects and 3D models into scenes. And then I learned how to do 3D animation so those models could move. It was really an organic flow of just curiosity. And then when it came to stuff like Lucky Boy, I knew that I could make this film look awesome. And Dom had a lot of trust in me to do that. I should be talking about Dom's trust in me a lot when it comes to Lucky Boy. Like, for example, this is the original opening sequence. I think you guys might be, if you've seen Lucky Boy, you're familiar with how awesome the opening sequence is. This is how I pitched it to our class. Yep, it's 3 slowly moving images with brr at the bottom of the screen. But there's enough trust between me and Dom where the final product came out amazing just because he saw that and he went, yep, do it. Have fun. And then one day I sat down and we had this beautiful thing. It's just 3 images he gave me of the bus. We extrude like specific parts of the bus so that way it has a little bit of depth. We make the camera super, super shaky. You know, spin the wheels. And we also have these little background elements, which is just from Google Earth, where I navigate Google Earth all across the city of Boston from location A to location B. And it's being reflected in the windows. And it's also emitting light, so it's influencing the light on the bus. And Dom didn't expect me to do any of this stuff, but because there was a lot of trust between us and he knew all the experience I had, I was able to just pitch this idea and come out with the end result in the end there.
Right. I guess this will probably be the last question if we're able to do it.
Sure.
Jamie asks, you talked a lot while not knowing a lot of things to begin with. A lot of times I'm the one who ends up being the compositing guy when I'm working with my friends, even though I don't really know anything about it, and usually end up doing things the wrong way. How do you stay sane and motivated while doing all that?
You don't. All right, what do you mean? How do you stay sane? Crazy. I'm working even though I really don't know anything about it and usually end up doing things the wrong way. I don't think there's a wrong way in compositing. You always end up with a look. Like, for example, this scene could have looked completely different. This is the raw footage that it came in, and I made it look like this. And it was really simple how I did it. I just applied all the knowledge that I had in the past, where I took this scene, I shoved this guy into place so that way he made sense to the camera, and he has this beautiful 2D animation. And then I do what I did before where I export a depth map so I could tell how far away from the camera he is versus the background curtains. And once I had that depth map, I was able to add things like lights in front of him or behind him. So this light goes behind him. It really fills out the screen here. And then we have lights that go sort of in front of him. It kind of dims him to the audience because he's being backlit. But without all those things that I chose to do in my style, the shot looks like this. You could take this shot and you can make it look like absolutely anything else depending on what your style is. I could do the posterize effect that we were talking about earlier and remap all the colors, but I don't think there's a bad compositing. It's just the look you ended up with you didn't want, you know? And if you have stuff to reference, you can start breaking down the specific pieces of why you like that look and start imitating them. I hope that helps.
All right, all right. I guess that is Stampai's put the cutoff for questions. But Brandy, is there anything else you want to say to this big, beautiful audience here?
I wish I had 3 hours. I would have gone so much slower. I can't believe I forgot about this shot. It's a beautiful one, and I know a lot of people want to hear about it. But the truth is, it's very simple. It's actually just a lot of subtle gradients here over my footage that are really selling this look. Like that's mostly what it is, and then it's tracked in place. There's only so much to break down. It's a fairly simple shot when you think about it. But I wish I had more time. Thanks for coming, guys.
All right, everyone, give a thumbs up in the chat. What do you do in a virtual panel?
Oh, not a clue.
All right, well, your own form of applause, I guess. What's up? Round of applause for BrandyBuizel.
You're supposed to applaud me, Bull. You're my hype man.
I am. Hold on, I am turning off
this.
Expression.
A little bit of this. Stay tuned. Stanpai is going to tell you the making of something. It could be the making of that animation from the very beginning of the fest. It could be the making of this festival.
Stanpai was there when it was
which I personally hope it's not, because it sounds like twice as many spreadsheets as the first thing.
Hello, everybody. This is Stanpai with the Making of panel. And it is our last panel of the convention before we move into closing ceremonies. It was obviously titled rather ambiguously because what could it be? I don't know. What could it be about? Well, some of you probably have a few theories. Brandon mentioned toward the end of that last panel, making of the opening animation, making of the Winterfest. The answer to your question is it is a little bit of both. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the startup of one of these festivals, how it happens, how it goes down, and then we'll talk more about that as well during closing ceremonies. But I also want to spend a lot of time talking about the animation production, because much like you guys just got to see with the Lucky Boy production panel with compositing, there's a lot that goes into making one of these opening animations for the festival. And a lot of people are involved, a lot of effort is required, a lot of organization, and of course being mindful of deadlines. So with that, I'm going to just jump right into things. Make sure you take a look at all the little itty-bitty details just so you know what's going on with this thing. But we're going to make it happen and take a look up close and personal, starting with the opening animation itself. So for those who have not watched it already on Newgrounds or in the opening ceremonies, we're going to watch it again. Let's take a look. All right, so as you just saw, that was the opening animation that we had for the festival. A lot of crazy stuff goes into making that, as I said before, so we're going to be kind of taking a look under the hood, but before we do that, I want to talk about kind of the inception phase, right? So first off, back in the Summerfest, before Summerfest began, I had this idea very suddenly. The Daikon 4 classic anime opening for a convention back in, I think, the 80s. I thought, man, wouldn't that be sick to be able to do that for the festival? And so, that's what I wanted to do. And it was kind of a pipe dream at the time because I thought to myself, that's a lot of work. That's a lot more than most people can probably set up in such a short amount of time. So what I instead did was I kind of polled people for interest. And based on who was available, who was willing to work, skill levels and things like that, that was pretty much how I determined whether or not we'd make a summer cartoon. So as it turns out, the summer thing did happen, and I wanted to try it again. So the very, very, very first step when you're making one of these is, of course, having a plan of action and finding talent. So we're going to take a look at the initial post that went out when I first announced the Winterfest, because that's kind of where everything begins. So we're going to head back on over to my Newgrounds page here. So here we are. Oh, let me turn off that snowman. What's he doing over there? Silly guy. All right, that's the last time we'll see of him. Anyway, so here we are on my Newgrounds page. And I made the announcement on November 20th for the festival. Now, of course, I had already been talking with Spook about this and kind of planning for the event. And, knowing that we were going to be doing this thing, ran it by Tom to find out when was a good weekend. And then, what do we want to announce? So it's the same as before. You want to make sure you get all those important checklists. But then I mentioned somewhere in here getting involved, right? So here's the initial announcement. We telling people it's going down, right? Then announcement number 1 comes out shortly thereafter. Winterfest update number 1. This was December 6th. December 6th, I put out the official call for people to come and check it out, right? So that's kind of gives you an idea of our timeline. I announced to people, this was not a secret, this was never hidden anywhere. It was an open application for any Newgrounds users who were interested in participating to let me know that they were available, what their portfolio was, and things of that nature. And so I, of course, provided the original Summerfest cartoon as a point of reference, and just in case anybody was curious about what I was asking for. And from there, share your portfolio with me, tell me what you do, if you're an animator, illustrator, etc. And that's kind of how we get things going. So that's really the initial step, is building your team. Momiji Matcha in the chat, damn it, I should have read those updates. Yeah, you should have. You think maybe I wrote them for a reason? I don't know. But, could have been your name on those credits, but it's not. That's the lesson you get for not reading. You should have read the instructions, just like they told you back in school. So in any case, it was right there in plain English for anybody to audition for it. And that's really all that it comes down to. Now, of course, we also had people who previously worked on the summer one. And so, they'd already kind of cut their teeth on that. And I knew that they were still around. And we had spent plenty of time in the same server. So I just went back into that server and used it again. And we kind of picked up where we left off. So I'm actually going to show you guys a little bit of that server shenanigans in a bit. But the next step, once you're building your team, for me, it's always important that these are kind of a music video, right? So that's where we go into the audio portal. Now, as you guys may or may not know, the audio portal is an amazing resource for creators to be able to get whatever music they may need for their productions on Newgrounds. A lot of different things are available to use at no cost, and the permissions have already been set up by the creator that say that you can use it for web-based animations and things of that nature. So let's say we're here, let me turn off the adult filter just in case. Wow, apparently there was something adult there. So let's say we're looking up some music, and you can pick any genre. For Winterfest, my whole thought process was, this is a snow theme. So maybe we should do something that's either easy listening or classical. So first I started with classical, and then I typed in the word winter. And I just began with this, right? And so you go to advanced, you can select the commercial use permitted, web-related use permitted, etc. It doesn't hurt to go with commercial use because that includes the other ones as well. So this is really the only way to quickly surf through the audio portal and get what you're looking for. Once again, select winter, classical, and then commercial use. So, you could in theory find anybody's music here and find somebody's stuff that's appropriate for your project. So, for example, maybe it's Wintertown. You can listen to this one. Give it a listen, see if it fits, what you're imagining. Now, my process for how I select the specific music that I'm going to use for these festival cartoons is I listen to what it makes me feel and what images come to mind as I listen to it. So the one I'm listening to right now, it's a winter town, right? But when I think about it, I almost get images of like a winter town that might be in a Middle Eastern locale or something of that nature. I might focus on certain kinds of characters, who knows what, but generally you can know pretty quickly, is this or is this not the right song for your production based on what you want to achieve. Now again, I wanted two things in this one. I wanted to have some of that Christmas spirit of winter fun, and I also wanted to have snowball fights. And so we wanted to find the right song for that. Now, keeping going through everything, you really, again, you never know exactly which artists are going to be the right fit for you, but totally conveniently, I had already previously found an artist whose music I really love by the name of Mitty, El Mitty. And you may recognize the Senpai Sim Date project that I made with Onosi and Anisloth back during Pico Day. That was actually all using El Mitty's music. So I figured it wouldn't hurt to take a look there. And unfortunately, I did not find something that was quite appropriate for the animation, but I did find something that a few of you guys have heard all throughout the weekend, and that is just the general winter theme that I've been playing as we go through. So, you can hear this one. Again, it's Melody and El Mitty. And I thought, this is a really great song. I love how this sounds, but it's 4.5 minutes long. And but it really captures that fun Christmas easygoing tone, right? Very nice, very pleasant. And eventually it picks up. It gets a little bit more intense, a little bit more exciting. I imagined Pico waking up on Christmas morning and going down and getting his presents and whatever. But doesn't quite change from that tone of just being fun Christmas. And so I felt like it was really great to have on hand, but maybe I could find something a little bit closer to what I'm looking for. So I kept on looking and I kept on looking, and then I came across an artist named Soundholic. Now, this was a pleasant surprise because, one, I really enjoy their music, but it started with this track, Infinite Rebirth, was the first one I actually considered for the festival song. So we'll go ahead and cue this up. And this is, again, this is on the audio portal. You can find it. So when I was listening to this song, you know, it kind of gave me the idea, you know, this sounds a lot like an anime opening. And I'm down with that. I'm down with an anime opening. That could be fun. Maybe we should do an anime opening, you know? So, you know, I had already thought about how we could do things a little bit differently this time around, and the anime opening thing really made sense to me. And, you know, you can kind of hear the same upbeat, fun spirit that really captures, like, yeah, Newgrounds, winter, fun! And so I had actually played around with this one being the song we go with, but I kept looking around, I kept shopping around, and, you know, when you find an artist whose music kind of does the job, then you can narrow it down and look at the rest of their discography, and maybe you'll find the right one. And yes, it does remind you of Toho, Voodoo says, and that's exactly what I thought too. I thought of Toho, I thought of, you know, old Pokemon music, particularly on the N64, like Hey You Pikachu, which is just really fun. But in any case, I like this song a lot, and I feel like it really has a great thanks for letting me know the music was a bit loud. But yeah, so, you know, I had a really great idea that this could be close. This could be it. We could use this song. But it was missing that slow part that I wanted for the beginning. And that's where I found Abyss of Destiny. I started listening and watching it, and I thought of the opening of Evangelion, and I started thinking of all sorts of different stuff where the music starts slow and then picks up later, and I was like, you know what? This is it. This is the one. So, you know, we kind of go from there. In any case, that's how it went down, and from here, there's the snowball. It changes tempo, it gets more exciting. Okay, this is the song. I got it. So now from here, you got to start drafting, right? You're going to have, what are your artists and animators and illustrators going to be working on? So from here, we go directly into what I consider to be the storyboarding phase, which is where I just sit down, I listen to the song, and I draw what comes to mind. For some people, this is a process that just kind of comes to you, and for others, it might not be as easy, but I am a person who visualizes music pretty easily. I don't see it the way like Synthesia works, where you like see music notes, but I do see images. So if you can think of like, you know, you're watching, you're watching like a show and you're thinking of like how music can tie in and stuff like that. That's a great way to do this in reverse. Or if you think of classical composers where they have these movements that are named after like, you know, they're named after some sort of thing going on, like winter. Right, maybe the name of somebody's orchestral piece, and it's supposed to be the different movements are representing different parts of a story. So, you know, that's how music kind of works for me. And so I'm listening to this, and I decided to draw along. So what you guys are about to see is everything, everything that I provided to the team once the animatic, in quotes, was complete. These are the storyboards. And you'll see what parts were kind of pre-planned from me and what parts were open-ended for the team. So enjoy this look into my mind's eye of what songs inspire. And you'll notice the different notes for the direction. I make notes of like the kind of transitions I'll use, the opening in the snow, trekking through the snow. We've got a tank man shivering, and it looks there. We've got Captain and Steve. Oh, hey, look at that. Everything's happy and fun. Oh, it's Bill. We haven't seen Bill. Oh, Bill gets shot in the head just like before. And I'll let you guys just watch and infer the rest. So as you just saw, that's, yeah, those roughs, those thumbnails, whatever the hell you want to call them, that is how I plot out the contents of these animations and really, let the team know what sort of stuff they're going to be working on. It's just to give like a rough idea. And of course, it is open to interpretation, especially those scenes where I just used words like winter fun. I really wanted to let more this time than in the Summerfest, let the team have a chance to explore their own creative expression as artists. And so I didn't want to dictate too closely, other than maybe suggesting like which characters should appear and things of that nature. So now we're going to go ahead and hop straight into the timeline here in Premiere, where I do all of my compositing and things like that. I don't work in After Effects very much because, frankly, Premiere is just where I'm more comfortable. And I also like working in Flash. So After Effects does get used. It's in fact where the snow assets that are falling here. I know Kibby did some in After Effects, and I also used After Effects to produce some of the extra snow in this as well. So this is one of those situations where, we use whatever tools are available to us. And I know everyone on the team kind of has a different approach to what they work on and how they work on it and using what tools. So I figured it'd be kind of neat. You guys have now seen the production. You've also seen what it looked like after my initial descriptor of it. Now we're going to take a look at the spreadsheet. Now the spreadsheet, as some of you previously saw, oh, and I didn't realize I didn't switch my camera back over until now. Okay, so the spreadsheet, this is something that those of you who are watching in the very beginning of the festival, when we had on Saturday, the 64 bits production workflow panel by Niels, this is a very similar approach to how we make this work. So this is the finished spreadsheet where everybody's parts are already done, and you can notice here how it's kind of coordinated. So here's the scene number, here's the timestamp in seconds, here's the description of the scene, here are some extra notes, and here's the assigned team member and participants who are interested in the part. Now, the way this works for me, there are certain people who, when I'm making a specific scene in the original animatic, they come to mind right away because I'm recognize what their work is when I brought them onto the team or when I've worked with them in the past, or when I look at their portfolio, I see something that I know in my head is like, this is a perfect match for their skill set. And so that's the exact approach I took with this. And, much like Brandon was talking about, where there was a lot of trust between Dom and him, about assigning certain things, knowing it'll get done correctly. I have that kind of trust. I'll give two names up front. Kibby Supreme, absolutely could rely on her. All the involvement that was done in the Summerfest. Kibby was pretty much like the, if there was a number two working on who was organizing that, I mean, Kibby made the color scripts for both of these productions. I knew I could count on her to absolutely knock it out with, the specific shivering of Bill and all that stuff, and getting hit in the head. And another example, the Gabo effects. I know Gabo, and I know Gabo's degeneracy, but I also know Gabo is good at animating Friday Night Funkin'. So it was not a concern for me to assign the Friday Night Funkin' / Meet and Fuck sequence to Gabo. And of course, you guys saw that entire section was all Gabo. And I think Gabo delivered, definitely. Another example of this, the Shook Kitty. The Shook Kitty was given a sequence of 3 shots. We were talking the initial breaking through the ice wall, the Starbarians standing there with Junior tied up to a chair, and then Dad versus Kilgar in the test of strength. Now, the Shook Kitty, as an artist, as an animator, extremely talented, extremely reliable. I know I don't need to do anything other than offer a couple reference pictures of what I have in mind. The rest of it, I leave it to you. You always deliver. You've never let me down, and we're 2 conventions in, and sure enough, you delivered above and beyond, especially with how closely you matched my original drafts of what was essentially like really stupid looking stuff. And we're going to take a quick look over here as we get over to inside of the ice fort. So okay, so this is the original concept, right? So this is what we got, and down here I'm going to hide everything else. This is what it was based off of. So this is the original based off of concept. my rough thumbnail using random assets, this is what was delivered. We discussed including the mastermind henchmen along the way, but you know, just the original idea, ice wall villains, and then suddenly, just like an Attack on Titan when the armored Titan breaks through the wall, I kind of wanted something similar to that. We got Dad busting through the wall, and additionally, the heroes that were supposed to be on the sides, right? We have, you know, allies. Well, look at that. Look at the exceptional quality. And when we discussed this scene, I sent pictures of the clock crew. I sent, you know, pictures of the henchmen from Mastermind, and that's kind of how we went from there. The rest, it's up to you, Kitty. You kill it. I know you will. And once again, just jumping forward a little bit, we've got, you know, the Kilgar and Hogstrong. You know, like, this is the original sequence as I conceived it. This is the hilarious version we received with a chainsaw and the exclusive cookies featuring Ina, Blockhead, and Salad Fingers, as well as the included Tankmen 2 characters. The wanted poster was preserved. So again, artistic freedom really left where it belongs. Now here we've got the macho muscle test of strength. In the original notes, I provided some Gachi Muchi as source material. Just for reference, of course, you got to have our guys wrestling, but also some other stuff as well. This is what Kitty provided, and then even further down, if we can go to the original asset, this is what was sent, as you guys may recall from earlier. So it's really about making sure we line up and match with the original stuff. Kitty, you are amazing. I love everything you've ever produced for these animations. You have never let me down even in the tiniest bit. You've exceeded expectations every time. Thank you. So yeah, I just really want to give you full credit where it's due. Another absolutely invaluable person that I have not talked about yet, but I cannot understate the importance of, is one Slimy Goo. Slimy Goo is somebody who did not work on the Summerfest cartoon, but I've known about the quality of work ever since we started becoming pals way back when we started getting banned for doing Peter Griffin roleplay. You know, we've been friends ever since. So as I scrub through this production, we can quickly find in the first Winterfest scene of like people having fun right after There She Is, we then go to this Corvid Kids scene. This is all done by Slimy. Background, animation, you name it, it's him. And it's just, let me make this a little bigger for you guys. And, you know, obviously it's gorgeous. You know, Corvid Kid definitely being one of those up-and-coming IPs in the Newgrounds extended universe. We absolutely wanted to make sure that it was represented this time around, as well as some other characters that made it in. But who better than Slimy Senpai to handle, or Slimepai, to handle this scene? But it did not stop there. So once this was done, and again, you really can rely on people based on their speed and work ethic, you know, you can then start assigning them other parts. And we'll talk a little bit more about that process in a bit. But Slimy handled this full sequence. And then we also, in the very beginning, right, we've got these backgrounds going on as the tank man walks through the snow. This background was also actually illustrated by Slimy. It's very good to have contingency plans. So, you know, Slimy was like, yo, you got any extra work for me? I was like, yeah, man, can you please make a couple of extra generic backgrounds that we can use just in case we need a background? And, okay. So Slimy made 4 different backgrounds, one for each section of the of the cartoon. And they ended up being used in sequences. So, you know, we've got, this is that same background zoomed up close. As far as how we did that footstep, for those who might be curious, you might notice on the, let's see, which layer is it on? I think it's, here we go. On this layer, there is there's a brightness and contrast applied with a mask. So I actually masked out the footprint for those of you who caught those kind of things being done during Brandy's compositing panel. It's pretty much the exact same kind of experience, albeit much less complex than what was going on in Lucky Boy. It's a lot of the same stuff. So, you know, that's kind of where we can make little things happen to add a little more soul. You know, another thing that's really important as we look at Tamago's scene here, I want to emphasize the essential importance of your portfolio on Newgrounds, because you really have no idea what will end up getting you work and what will get you on a project. Case in point, for those of you who've seen Tamago's page, during the Newgrounds and Summer Animation Jams, one of the bumpers for the Saturday morning Newgrounds involved the Tankmen fixing a TV that had no reception. And so that's on Tamago's page, and I was just like, yo, wait a minute. We have Tankman building a snowman. That's one of the things I want to include. So let me go and grab that just for reference, because again, it's so important to kind of see like just how that kind of thing can translate into you getting brought onto a project. So this is the Newgrounds TV bumper. And I mean, you can really see the parallels, right? I mean, wow. Talk about similar. So I saw that this was already done once before. You know, then I know you can do a great job doing it again, right? And that's exactly the approach I had. So from there, we were able to say, hey, you're in charge of making the snowman building Tankman. The carrot and snowballs on the bottom, anatomically correct. That's actually from the original notes as well. For those of you who were paying attention during the roughs, I did make a snowman cock joke. So do tune in for that. And yeah, there's just a juxtaposition of different things going on in this. I mean, I used more blurs this time than I did in the Summerfest. But one of the definite themes I wanted to maintain was anime opening, whereas the Summerfest was more of a Western vibe because of the music that we chose. This one obviously sounded like it's a proper, anime. So I wanted to give it that kind of an anime intro, and you guys can probably see the parallels. Even though it's kind of going to chug along, that's one of those things, right? There are so many effects layered here, and my PC's chugging with it. So every time I tried to preview these things, it was slow. But the original Evangelion opening had a lot to do with how I wanted to create this opening, as far as just that very opening sequence where it's like blue, where it's going, Zangoku, guy next, right? So I wanted to really get that kind of a feel before things pick up. Then we had Kenneck take over after Kibby's snowball assault. And one of those key things that we had to figure out is like, what color are the earmuffs and scarf going to be? Because we had the initial colors chosen and initial character costumes. I think actually, was it Seti Spaghetti who did the original? I think it was Seti Spaghetti who did the original drawings. That of like what their winter outfits look like. And so we stuck with those for the entire time. And what would often happen is people on the team would provide reference sheets of what their characters looked like, so that we can make sure that we were, properly following continuity. So here we are again with Cap with the blue scarf, light blue earmuffs, and Steve with the hat, and Dive, the angry fake, right there you go. Snowman demolished. This was a scene that we added this little camera shake as well in post. So you may recall I very specifically denoted homoerotic panel. I wanted to really play up the Top Gun has gay overtones aspect of the Tankmen series. And if we go into the notes here, this is it right here. Stephen Cap Yowie Boys Love close-up shot. Top Gun has gay overtones is one of the notes, because I really wanted to make sure that we got that. And you'll notice, we had a few different people like interested in doing that part. Queen Boo, I cannot stress, like if we look at the spreadsheet here, you'll see how many times you see the name Queen Boo. And then see how many times Queen Boo's name was attached to those scenes. You want to talk about people who went above and beyond the Call of Duty? Queen Boo is one of them. Backgrounds, animation, illustration, who knows, man. There are so many parts where Queen Boo raised a hand, but there's also a time where you have to kind of make an important decision about when to and not to assign somebody a part. So I appreciate the eagerness, right? But we also have to make a decision as a director. If Queen Boo is working on this and working on this and working on this and working on this and working on, isn't that too much stuff? So, basically during the production, we kind of had a conversation about it, because I would ask, okay, we got another scene open, who's available? And just for comparison's sake, I can open up what the sheet looked like on January 19th, just to see how different it looks, right? So on January 19th, this is where we were in the production, to kind of, wow, oh my God, I guess we finished pretty to the minute, right? So, and again, green means that it's already done. Orange means that everything's done. I just need to compile it. Yellow means it's in production. Purple or fuchsia means that a lot of people need to contribute to it, and it's open for additional contributors. Red, which you don't see on here, is we lost the participant, or it's really important that we get someone on it earlier. And blank is it's just not assigned formally or hasn't been started, but that's okay. So, you know, once again, you got to really make sure that you don't over assign people, like, and you have an open conversation with them, because otherwise your project will fall apart, and it happens very easily. Keep in mind, the production timeline was only 2 months for this animation. We could not extend any time, because if we did, that would mean that we'd miss the festival. You don't want to have that happen. So keeping to your timetables is extremely important. It also means you need to know when to tell people no and when to tell people, sorry, can't do it. One of the other major production hurdles that like really messed up our team, like across the board, several of us got sick with COVID during the production of this cartoon, myself included. And when I was that sick, I know like my ability to work on things diminished severely. I became like extra stupid for a week. And the only thing I could really do during that time was data entry and working on like the panels and stuff for the actual convention. So I didn't touch the cartoon much other than just making sure people were on task. I know Zach got hit really bad with COVID, for example, and you know, we had to kind of shuffle parts around because it was just one of those things where, you know, when you can't work because of an external factor like that, you know, you've really got to make kind of tough calls sometimes. So you know, knowing Zach was going to be overwhelmed with that, I mean, it really was just, look, illness is illness, and you can't do much about it. You just got to roll with the punches. So we had one of our other animators who's absolutely been invaluable to this production, Chipolo, step up. So in the original draft, the idea was we were going to have this sequence with the gang in the car transition up to the sky, and then you know, fade over to the snowboarding sequence, which Chipolo took care of, right? So, you know, initially I wrote Pico as a placeholder, but maybe Stan from Nightmare Cops. Well, Chipolo was like, yeah, I want that scene. Sold, done. Look how fucking beautiful this is. Absolutely gorgeous. So much great detail. But we reached a point where Zach was, you know, working on this, basically during the last week of production. Zach was still working on this part and also had to take on the part following it. So, you know, without any further delay, I was just like, yo, Zach, I want to reassign the second part that you haven't been able to start on to another animator, because we want to make sure that you're not overly stretched out, you know, spread too thin as you're trying to fit, you know, everything you need for the end of this production timeline. So Chipolo picked this up, had extra time, and from what I understand, even was working on this at a friend's house on a laptop without a tablet, but with a mouse. So really, I want to give shout outs for that. We kind of talked about this in our production server. Speaking of production servers, I think it's about time to let you guys take a look at what it looks like on the inside. This is just kind of to give you a quick glance. I'm not going to stick with it too long because there's all sorts of stuff that we shouldn't necessarily show on stream. Who knows what'll pop up in here. Concepts, suggestions, Winterfest, Summerfest, it's all here. So you really want to be careful. Slimy Goo working on different concept art for what the Uber kids are going to look like. That was an example of what was shared. And during project specifications, this is one of those channels where we share that really important stuff. So these are the original drawings of what the Tankmen would look like in their winter outfit. And obviously that's going to be very important because we need the continuity. So these were originally Seti Spaghetti's drawings, and then Tamago took over the scene, whereas and Seti Spaghetti was assigned to handling the There She Is part, which was absolutely beautiful. And then as we needed additional help, well, once you finish your part, you can take on more parts, right? So we kind of went with that approach. I'll show more of the spreadsheet in that part later. But here's the color script. This was actually shown during Slimy's panel as well. These are provided once again by Kibby Supreme. We discussed this between the two of us. What's essential? What colors make sense, and then so grab those 4 reference images. Same thing for sequence 2, where things are fun, right? After everybody's having a good time, these are what the colors look like. Sequence 3 during the Ice Fortress, which is what I refer to as the battle sequence. It's the Ice Fortress where all the allies are charging. And then finally, post-explosion, after the nuke goes off, that's where we end up with our cast of characters all laying in the snow with, pretty much these themes around color-wise. Refreshing water. Hydration, it's important. Don't forget to do it. Okay, let's take a look real quick at, if you guys have any questions as well, please do share them. I will be keeping an eye on things. Let me see. Panel questions. Were there any scenes that you considered for the intro that got cut? I gotta think about that, but I don't think there were. I think because of time management and making sure that scenes are described. Actually, the opposite happened. We added too many. The original draft only called for 3 action sequences, right? It said, you know, A, B, C for when the fighting is taking place. And so, you know, we can kind of cut over to that where everyone's fighting each other. So, you know, scene 1 is Dad versus Kilgar. And then scene 2 is Kenstar versus Yusuke. And I had originally considered adding more into this sequence, but this is one of those ones that we just like, let's put the seal of approval on it and move. Then we also have, you know, originally it was just supposed to be 1, 2, and 3 scenes, right? But we ended up having more time with people who were done and more characters that we could represent. So why wouldn't we take that chance, right? So, you know, taking a close look, Kenstar versus Yusuke, handled by Miro, with help from Queen Boo, once again, the invaluable MVP. And also the team also just collectively helping out with offering tips on how to handle the smoke and effects and things like that. Then we look at this one. This was handled by It's a Blue Banana, who also did quite a few things we'll talk about as we proceed. This was I Can't See Help with additional soldiers in the background by Prosciutto Man. Bastard Man. This is something that I had Bastard Man getting punched in the face by Burnt Face Man. So for those of you who are fans of David Firth, Doki, and not just Salad Fingers, he's got plenty of other cartoons, and I felt like Salad Fingers was not really an appropriate fit for this particular festival. So in the original draft, I asked everybody after we had, you know, all the stuff written out, I asked, hey, everybody, write the names of characters you'd like to see in this. And so, you know, I wrote Burnt Face Man myself, and we reached a point in production where, like, everybody was working on stuff. I had some time. I was kind of mostly over my COVID, even that you guys still hear me coughing about it now. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to make Burnt Face Man. So I sat down, I rewatched Burnt Face Man cartoon episodes. It was hilarious. And, you know, and this is actually like pulled straight from episode 2 of Burnt Face Man, where Burnt Face Man is called gay by Man Spider and Bastard Man. And he's like, I'm not gay. I have a naked women's calendar at home. And Bastard Man just goes, liar, liar, liar. And finally, Burnt Face Man's had enough. And he just yells, I'll rip off your fucking ankles. And he punches him in the head. And so if you watch that particular clip in Burnt Face Man 2, I imitated it as closely as possible down to the impact effect that I made in Flash of where he gets hit in the head. His head bounces. Additionally, during this sequence, I could ask Slimy Goo for stuff, right? Anytime, because Slimy Goo's the man and he works really fast. I was like, hey, here's Burnt Face Man. You know, this is kind of interesting on its own, but it could be more interesting. By the way, this background also by Slimy. Hey, Slimy, do you think you could make a single illustration of a bee for me? Can you draw me a bee? He's like, okay, here's a bee. So he gives me a bee. I threw that bad boy in After Effects, and I made a swarm of bees. And that's where this comes into play. So, you know, why do we have a swarm of bees? For Dr. Bees! Why? Because once again, one of those things I asked Slimy, I knew early on that I wanted to have this sequence in the original animatic and, you know, of the charge, right? So, this one here. I knew there were a lot of things here, and I'm glad you pointed that out, the metal. One single bee, right, in the most recent Dr. Beast cartoon, the request, when B-Boy Omnipotron, a box containing 1 bee. So I thought it was funny to ask Slimy for exactly 1 bee. But here we have all the different characters, and if you want to talk about mixed media, I think this is kind of a fun way to go about it, because look at all the different art styles that are here. So if I try to remember everybody who worked on this section, it was, let's see, Tamago with the tank and Hank. I did Burnt Face Man. We have, of course, Crassus with Tarboy in the front. And I like having Crassus on projects because 3D is something that is like unique. And we had Ina last time, but this time we had a 3D Skittles as well as Tarboy. So I really like throwing those into the project. We also had from Mila Cookie, the Blue Knight, and our little Meat Boy. And then the car filled with the gang there, that was handled by It's a Blue Banana, I do believe.
And lastly, oh yeah, Gabo handled Power Trip Guy, which if you'll notice, it's kind of like weird looking because the way Gabo illustrates, he does all of his work on Flipnote Studio, and that can cause issues sometimes. We'll talk about that in a bit. And lastly, I was like, you know what? Hey, Slimy, can you do Dr. B's? And look how funny this is. Look at it's the B-mobile from the Dr. B's cartoon is just a fucking mattress pulled by an old woman. So Slimy put Dr. B's on the sled, has the old woman pulling him, and Dr. B's. And then we cut to this 3D part. This is also what I love, seeing the 2D and the 3D together. If you remember in the original roughs, I had Suction Cup Man appear. So we get a close up and we can see, Skittles is observing everybody. Suddenly here's Queen Boo's Suction Cup Man. He's popped in. He's climbed up the ice wall. And then we get into the action sequence. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Will the YouTube streams have timestamps based on the schedule? Yes. And once again, guys, be sure to ask your questions, especially in the Discord. It's easier for me to keep track of them if you use the panel questions tab. So let's talk about some technical challenges we ran into, starting with this M and F sequence. So Gabo illustrates in Flipnote Studio, right? This is the animation program on the Nintendo DS. Now, there's a problem when you animate in Flipnote. The aspect ratio, it's not going to be 16:9. And that's an issue we definitely ran into. So if I was to take a closer look at the footage, you can see up here on the left, this is what actually gets taken up. So this is the full animation here. I'll show you guys without it being cropped. This is what it's supposed to look like. What? But unfortunately, we had to cut because of aspect ratio continuity. So here we go. We've got, this awesome sequence. And what I ended up doing is I actually had the camera pan down for Santa Claus, cut over to Mom and Dad, and we cut off, parts of Boyfriend and Girlfriend. And, but here's where we ran into an issue. In Gabo's original illustration, we needed to keep the aspect ratio because otherwise this entire reference to the Meat and Fuck series would be ruined. Because if we went, the proper aspect ratio for this one, it would have looked like this. Let me see if I can zoom in on it. So yeah, this is what it would have looked like. Where in my effects tab? Here we go. Had we not had the means, it would have been like this to fit into the proper aspect ratio. Well, obviously you lose data, right? You lose information. Either we have to sacrifice the bar or we sacrifice the question mark. But I don't want to sacrifice either one. So I decided to do what I did for the other projects I've worked on in the past. Just make it look kind of gamey. So instead we turned a problem into a solution by giving it a stylistic Super Nintendo style border. I've heard people compare it to Earthbound. Originally I was thinking of Tokimeki Memorial, which, as a little piece of trivia, is the reason I made Senpai Simdate the way I did, because week 4 of Friday Night Funkin' is based on Tokimeki Memorial. That is the most critical piece of influential media when it came to what inspired them. So that square background is also a nod to Tokimeki Memorial, and then it ties everything in with a nice little bow. Then we transition over to the anime O-Face. This is illustrated by Sailor Jan, who also handled Girlfriend and Boyfriend in the Summerfest. I actually reused an asset from the Summerfest. Those sparkling bubbles that you see up on the top of the screen, those were used in the Summerfest, and I repurposed them. I cannot tell you how many times Jan and I went back and forth about the exact way we wanted to have this orgasm face. There are 3 or 4 versions that are sketches before I was like, no, let's go with this particular angle. The arrows in the background, I wanted to add something kind of fun. It almost reminds me of old Toho animations that you find on Nico Nico. Like Marissa Stole the Precious Thing or whatever. But in any case, so this is what we got. Snowball comes in. Boom! This is actually the first time anybody has ever seen the snowflake that we used for the Winterfest logo. I used it for this effect of being hit. And Seti Spaghetti, as if like poetry, just like in the Summerfest where we had Sailor Jan transition to Seti Spaghetti, we did something similar, or rather having the two of them work on Friday Night Funkin', I should say. Jan introduced me to Seto back then, and sure enough, here they are working in tandem once again. This was done by Seti Spaghetti, girlfriend being pwned, utterly pwned, or owned, whichever way you pronounce it. I love how this is animated. So this is one of my favorite shots because it's got so many elements to it. So first off, we're going to break this down. Here's the original image. This is the original reason that I invited Maya Lokuki to the project, and then Maya found extra things that were cool. So once again, I want to really emphasize that you never know what on your portfolio will be the reason that you get into something like this. I mean, it could be some random thing you've done. I know as an actor, when I have a voice reel of things I've done, it'll be like, hey, this particular voice you did in your reel, that's the one we like. So it was actually this particular shot. When I saw Maya's application, I was like, wait a minute, this is kind of a, on the subject of the Lucky Boy stuff, right? Live action and cartoon. So here's a video from, once again, the bumpers. And look at this beautiful environment. I was like, wait a minute, that looks really sick. I'm kind of curious in seeing how we can adapt that. But then I asked Maya a question. Where did you get this footage? The answer? This is my town. So, okay. Read the description. I recorded in my town. So I said, hey Maya, is it snowing where you live right now? The answer was yes. So Maya went out and took pictures, by my request, of different places in the town that had open fields like this. And so this is one of the images that we stuck with. This was the one that I felt fit the scene the most. So you could see it here on the left side of the screen. And, you can see I touched it up with some color correction to give it more of a cartoony vibe to match the color script more closely. We also have the Uber Kids. Now, when I spoke with Prosciutto Man about working on his part for this, I remembered the cartoon Gooby's Lament, which is hilarious. I thought to myself, I would like to have something similar like what was in Gooby's Lament. And so I said, like, here's the clip in Gooby's Lament I want you to reference when you work on these Uber Kids. And then Bingo Waiters, who has many times stepped up to offer a helping hand, did the very same thing once again by drawing those Uber Kids in the background. So we actually have 3 different people represented in this scene. We've got the photo by Maya. We've got the background Uber Kids by Bingo, and then we've got the front Uber Kids by Prosciutto Man. And then once again, cut over to Seti Spaghetti with the scared BF. This was another scene here. We have MK Mafo cutting in because I knew I wanted to transition once again. Oh no! Suddenly they get scared because they just about to get hit with snowballs. Boyfriend's scared because he thinks he's about to get completely demolished by these Uber Kids. Huh? Whoa! It is I, Chad Pico. So the Chad Pico... The Chad Pico is something that I really wanted to have in this production that I didn't let anybody on the team see until it was done. The artist who did this is Witch Aries, and I've worked with Witch Aries once in the past. The same place I met Kibby Supreme, I also met Witch, and I've been trying for months and months and months, maybe even years, to get her to sign up on Newgrounds. Finally, it happened. And again, I was already familiar with the level of work and quality, so I was like, are you interested in working on a project? The answer was yes. Cool. This is what I have in mind. And this is what we got. So if you look closely at his arms and at his arms, you notice they move a little bit. So what we did for this piece was actually a little bit of something cool, you see, in my personal opinion. Now you can import Photoshop files into Adobe Premiere. So I asked for everything to be put on separate layers. And if we look closely here, these are all the different layers that Chad Pico is actually composed of. And I shouldn't have deleted it, but I actually recently just deleted the image where I marked all the different parts I wanted to be separate, which included like parts of the coat, the arms, the head, and the torso. And so, if I click on right lapel, like this is just his lapel. This is just his head. Come on now, show me in the preview. Unfortunately, this is the one part of the production that also like causes my computer to chug the most. But we can like make the head disappear, for example. This is just his head, right? So that was just kind of the idea. I wanted to have all those different parts as separate pieces, kind of like puppetry animation, and I just moved them as the scene happened. Unfortunately, this particular scene always causes me a lot of slowdowns and things like that, so I don't think we can look at it too closely. But that's just pretty much how it works. What I often do when I take scenes out of Flash, I like to put them on green backgrounds, export them in Swivel, and then use Ultra Key to remove the green. I'm sure there's another way to go about it. That's the way that works for me. But in any case, this is the Chad Pico scene. Absolutely stellar. And just one of those departures from character model, because I wanted... And if you like look down here, the Friday Night Funkin' characters are totally on model for the most part, but Pico is not. And that's just for humor's sake. So yeah, we talked about this already. I'm trying to think if there's any other stuff. I want to do like a close look up at some of these. So like, yeah, we've got this. This is awesome. Originally, we had Hattie from Battle Block Theater in this scene, and we had to I had to ask please remove, because it turns out Hattie appears in another scene as well. So as you can see in the background, we've got this this Christmas tale of Scrooge giving the present to Tiny Tim, but it's Hattie version. So yeah, let's see. Looks like YouTube's chugging a little bit. Hopefully things will be resumed and have no issues. But again, this is just all the different parts that come together, and how do we make them? Here's something I love to talk about, right? Norala. Norala does these really great detailed illustrations, and one of the biggest tragedies of this fact is, okay, who's going to handle the backgrounds for these sequences? I did the tank men here, and I also did Skittles stuff here. So the idea was I wanted to have this boys love scene, and in anime, like whenever this kind of thing happens, especially the number one thing you probably think of would be in Ouran High School Host Club. This is where you'd be seeing, the sudden like roses appear, that kind of thing. Oh. And with sparkles, I've reused this sparkle asset in bazillion things I've ever produced. I keep it in my generic video assets folder. These roses were all hand done by Norala. A lot of effort went into them, which is why, all right, look how little it's on screen for. That's it. That's the only time it's on screen. And it's like so much content, so detailed. And even then it gets cut further because I wanted to put the binoculars thing. And we have Skittles being maybe homophobic? I'm not sure. Fire! That's one of those things where he was actually saying something, but you can't tell unless you actually... So it's fire! Yeah, he was telling them to fire, and it was going to be another salvo of snowballs. These two get rescued by the Madness Gang. So this was also another thing. I felt like in the Summerfest, we covered Hank quite a bit and Tricky and stuff, but we didn't really give Sanford and Deimos enough of a shot. So that's why in the original draft for this, I only put Sanford and Deimos. Now, as it turns out, Hank ended up being included anyway. So that's just how it worked out. But I really wanted to give these two characters a chance to shine because, again, we had two different festivals. That means two different things that we could have focused on. And I really wanted to make sure that they got their due. Now, once again, I've been talking about a lot of this stuff, and I think we're kind of running low on time. I mean, I'm running the convention, so I know we can, stretch it, and I know it's not going to be that big of a traumatic incident if you guys have questions, but I do want to go ahead and pop back over and just look at the spreadsheet and talk about some of the different decisions that had to be made along the way about making sure we stayed on time. Organization is utterly essential when you're working on something like this, and so is being able to make decisive choices and talk with your team about how things are going. So one of those examples, how do you make the decision to bring on more people? That was something I decided as we were going, because I felt like it was essentially, how are you gonna finish this in time without additional people? Well, maybe there isn't a way to do so. Actually, there's one more thing I want to focus on because this was in the notes for the production as well. First off, Devoid Gazer, beautiful job on the explosion here. Oh, I almost missed this. Okay, so earlier the question was asked, was there anything you had to cut? The answer is no, in the sense that we ended up adding extra battle scenes, right? Queen Boo did this amazing Fernando. The question was how much, or what characters should I do for an extra one? And I was just like, give me some Sexual Lobster, either Gooseman or, no, actually Fernando versus a giant squid. And so then Boo went and watched Sexual Lobster's content and now is also a fan of it because it's awesome. And so we have Fernando getting to fulfill his role of hunting a giant squid. And so in the nuke part, this whole sequence here was done by It's a Blue Banana as well. Originally, I had like Girlfriend like popping up and like looking all feral, but Banana was way more creative about it and had the idea to make something that looked like the end of Evangelion. So here's the eye goes nuclear. End of Evangelion Girlfriend. That's awesome. The nuclear explosion goes off. And we're going to scrub through this. So we went through all the battle sequences again. So this is, you know, they're still fighting. They get nuked. 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 And then, of course, they're still fighting. And finally, nobody sees this, but I'm showing it up close. This was not in the original battle sequence. Instead of Fernando, we swap it out with these three characters illustrated by Bingo Waiters. And I just want to play it for you real quick. Watch closely. When I was showing this to the team for the first time, the hamster by Pello is so funny, dude. Like, I laugh at it every time. So he just comes into this ooh during the nuke. It's utterly hilarious. Most people miss it the first time and the second time, but I've now pointed it out to you, and it's just one of those little tiny details to appreciate. I recommend scrubbing through this thing frame by frame. So, okay, if we take a look at this now, the nuke goes off, and then what happens? Pico wakes up. Oh, awaken Pico. What is the opening of the Newgrounds Summerfest? It's Pico waking up. I wanted this to be one of those continuity things where it was the same shot, but this time from a different perspective, right? So it's kind of like we've gone full circle on the story of Pico. So Pico wakes up, this time not for a fun weekend of summer, but instead wakes up after a brutal winter. And so who better to animate it than H-Part and Loops to Loops with backgrounds, right? And H-Rod, Lost Chronology, doing in-betweening as well. So we had the same people working on this one that worked on the original Pico wake-up scene from the Summerfest. And this is like a personal thing I wanted to do. It didn't need to be that way, but I felt like from a just for poetry's sake, I really wanted to do it that way. So that's why it's like this. And then, of course, we can't be without our man Picanjo. So he's included in this original draft. Pico stands up. He sees Picanjo. And I assigned this part to Skolger once again because you got to look at what people's works and skills are. Also, yeah, Legendary Frog has been pwned by Picanjo. For those who didn't notice, he was in that sequence. Skolger does really cool stuff, great artist, and did a sequence of Pico in the original festival. But this time around, I knew that we have this barbarian version of Picanjo that exists, right? The most recent iteration of what Picanjo looks like. And I thought, well, that's convenient, because as it happens, our boy Skolger, when I first was looking at artists and applicants for the Summerfest, and people who I thought were potential fits, well, let's take a look at the very first thing that Skolger ever uploaded onto Newgrounds. It's called Vikings. I'm gonna make sure the audio's off just in case. But, like, you know, this was uploaded back in 2018. It was a project for Skolger's graduation, and I thought to myself, well, wait a minute, I know you can do this. I'm assigning, like, I didn't even have to ask. I was just like, as long as you're available, I pre-assigned this part to Skolger to do the Picanjo Barbarian, because, again, it's already been done. Like, you've got the experience doing this in the past, and look at that. It's one of those opportunities to play to your artist's strengths. And I think as a director and producer of an event, or of a production, I cannot stress that importance. Don't set people up to fail. Don't give them things where they're not going to succeed. Give them things where you know that they're going to shine, because it not only makes them look great, but it makes the whole project look great. I knew he would kill it in this one shot, and so I drew it and had him in mind when I did so, just like I had Gabo in mind for the lewd sequence. I did the logo myself this time. Pro tip, if you're ever in a production lineup, make sure to read all the announcements so that I don't have to redo the credits 3 different times. That's just a personal request. Thanks. But yeah, so I mean, that pretty much covers most of the stuff. I mean, you know, we could scrub through each of these one by one, but again, when was this project finished is a great question. The answer is it was actually finished on Wednesday, with the convention on Friday. So we wanted to make sure that was all in case. Also, this is one of those winter fun scenes where, like, I didn't have an idea explicitly. Queen Boo came up with the idea of Podchan drinking, and I was just like, I can't say no to this. It's too perfect. So that's how that happened. Santa getting lit up. But yeah, I mean, once again, guys, if you have any questions about the production process, I just really wanted to cover each of the different parts. And again, know when, you know who's willing to do stuff when they volunteer, but sometimes you also need to know who among your team is the best fit or has the most availability. So originally, I had assigned Simigu to the Uber kids getting hit with the snowball scene, and that's why you guys saw earlier there was illustrations by Simigu of the Uber kids and their outfits. But I ended up reassigning that part to Prosciutto Man because I realized I was giving Slimy too many different things to work on, and I really wanted to make sure that he got the most essential stuff done. Then, once that was taken care of, Slimy kept working on other things. But once again, we can kind of take a look at all the different names on here and see, who did what, and the production process. Again, this was January 19th. Then by the time we got done with that, we move over to the last day. Everybody's done. All the different parts are compiled. And that kind of falls to me. So once again, last call for questions. I know we're kind of wrapping up the panel, but this was an under-the-hood look at the making of the Newgrounds Winterfest opening animation. Once again, thank you to everybody who was involved in this particular production. You guys are incredible. You're so talented, and you made this festival that much better by giving people an amazing opportunity to check out something fun to start off the event. It's never a guarantee that these things are going to happen because, frankly, they're extremely production intensive, and if something goes really, really, really wrong, you might lose the whole project because you won't finish in time. I'm not a fan of releasing unfinished projects. I'd rather delay them. So there would just have been no intro other than our amazing Pegasus TV 12 Days of Newgrounds. But I do want to also just once again say thank you. Thank you for signing up to work on the project. Thank you for your involvement and your communication with me. You guys were absolutely stellar people to work with once again, as well as the new people who joined onto the project. I can't stress enough how thankful I am. I will say this, of all the things that go into making the festival, the cartoon is by far the most complicated part. Making a panel schedule, blah, 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 whatever it may be, that is work. But it's not work that requires 28 people to coordinate with each other and be on time. It's not work that requires explicit, work ethic and things going well. Love you too, Queen Boo. I love all you guys. Seriously, thank you so much. So yeah, with that, that pretty much wraps it up. Belyayev's Fox asking, are you open to other festivals? So any questions about the festival itself? Let's save that for closing ceremonies because that's going to be Queen Boo and I, not just me. But once again, if you guys haven't already, go check out the Newgrounds Winterfest opening animation on the Newgrounds front page. Thank you for the front page and for Daily First yesterday. You guys are awesome. Thank you for voting us up there. And thanks again, Tom, for plugging this morning. Or was that yesterday? I don't even know. It's all a blur, right? These weekends are a blur. But yeah, if you have any last questions about the production or about how it's done, please ask them now. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and start wrapping up and moving on to closing ceremonies. One thing I will mention, it's better to not bite off more than you can chew and screw everything up than it is to have something simple that ended up working. Look, there's nothing wrong with simplicity. If it gets the job done, do it. Know when to cut, when to cut things off and say, okay, this is done. You don't have time to work on it forever. So having a hard deadline is a very good way to stay on task and finish your project in time. I cannot stress that enough. Thank you all for the love in the chat. I appreciate it. I see questions once again still being typed, and then we'll be wrapping things up in just a moment. But yeah, be sure to stay tuned for closing ceremonies. It's going to be on a new stream. So I'll be wrapping up this stream and everybody will be moving over to the new one. So stay tuned for that. And hey, thanks for coming out to the fest. Okay, yeah, these are still convention questions. But yeah, to answer it again, what was the most difficult part of getting this convention done? The cartoon. This is by miles and miles the hardest part of the thing. Especially because even though I announced that it's open and anybody can audition for it, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily happening. That just means I'm open to it happening. And so officially, it doesn't get confirmed until it happens. It's almost like a Nintendo Direct kind of feeling oh, are they going to have a Smash announcement? I don't know, maybe. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I guess there are no more. Oh, Devoid Gazer is writing a question or a comment. I don't know. And I think that'll be the last one. And then we'll go ahead and transition over to the closing ceremonies as we wrap things up for the end of Newgrounds Winterfest 2022. All right, let's see this question. Make it count, Gazer. I love that explosion. It was so great. And your strawberry clock stuff in the Summerfest. That was awesome as well. That was also why. Is Excel your best friend in planning? Excel is I would just say Google Docs in general are my best friend in planning because it makes it very easy to let other people work on it and look at it. Excel spreadsheets are great. Again, I mean, we looked at what Niels did with with 64 bits at the beginning of Saturday. He showed what the production workflow looks like, and it's the same thing for me, right? This is the exact same way. You've got all of your timestamps marked out. You got the scenes by number. You got descriptions. This is just how it gets done. And yeah, my favorite part of working on the cartoon. Great question, Kibby Supreme. When I see that the concept that I envisioned has been perfectly adapted by my animators or illustrators or whomever, when that happens, there is no more fulfilling feeling. Examples include Slimy's drawing of Dr. Bees. I'm even laughing about thinking about it. Bingo's illustration, including Chunks the hamster running up and the way that worked flawlessly. And of course, I gotta give it, again, the Shook Kitty. I was extremely hands-off. I will show, actually, one last thing before I go. It's from our private chats, me and the Shook Kitty. When I was preparing, like, these are the things that you're going to need for references, just to make sure that we're on, that we have good references for what you're about to draw. I want to make sure that you have it, right? So this was my original draft for what it would look like between the two of them fighting. Let me go ahead and switch that over real quick. So yeah, this was, I just wanted to make sure like it kind of matched visually what I imagined. So this was like frame 1, and then this was frame 3, right? Of what would be the guys grappling each other. And I was like, wait a minute, these drawings suck. Hold on. Let me get you a better reference. And so then I started taking pictures with things I had in my room. And I cannot stress the importance enough of how valuable one particular set of figures I own is, because they are so good for animation reference. Here they are. This is for that sequence. This is what I sent Shook Kitty. This is what I sent next. And then this was the final picture I sent over. And it's my Aniki and Killer Queen figures wrestling with each other as reference material. This is like the funniest thing to me. And, the fact that it works is even better. But honestly, like, especially when you just have an idea and then the animator goes above and beyond, I mean, it's just, delicious. Same thing with when Witch Cherries drew the Pico Chad. I didn't know what that was going to look like for sure, other than the initial sketch. But then I get the final piece, and it is just delicious. Anyway, thank you for your questions. Thank you for your involvement in the fest. And thank you for watching this panel. We're going to be wrapping things up and moving into closing ceremonies with me and Lil Spook. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back on another video. But until then, this portion of the Newgrounds Winterfest has come to a close. That is the last panel other than closing ceremonies. So thank you all for being a part of it. Thank you all for being here. Much love, and we'll see you on the other side.